Chapter 549. Tell me your name. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He directly activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu. His aura suddenly changed, causing the demon's heart to jump. The 1,000-foot fiend said in a deep voice, "I am Fiend Celestial Yukuan." He did not act immediately. Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements were too shocking. He looked ferocious, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The ruined demon emperor's gaze was complicated. Back then, she had almost killed Zhou Xuanji, and she had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would become so powerful after 20 years. She suspected that Zhou Xuanji was lying to her on purpose. She shuddered at the thought of the possibility. If Zhou Xuanji had used his full power, she would have been dead for sure. Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords, causing the demons to retreat in fear. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and smile as he said, "Is this the attitude that you want to kill me?" He was obviously very scared, but he had to pretend to be fierce. Demon god Yukuan said in a low voice, "Zhou Xuanji, how did you grow so quickly? I heard that you obtained the corpse of one of the 10 great ancient devil gods, the heavenly Wu devil god." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who are you waiting for? Fiend ancestor?" If it was the demonic ancestor, then that was fine. He could remove a threat for Xian Xianghua in advance. If the devil ancestor found out that Xian Xianghua obtained the devil realm heart, he would definitely be furious. Demon god Yukuan frowned and seemed to agree with Zhou Xuanji's words. Whoosh, the divine sword suddenly moved, directly using Sword Dao rules. Sword light flashed through the heavens and earth, and all of the demons around Zhou Xuanji were killed. Apart from demon god Yukuan and the ruined demon emperor, everyone else was killed. Demon god Yukuan and the ruined demon emperor were only left with their souls, and they quickly retreated far away from Zhou Xuanji. How is this possible? What was that just now? The ruined demon emperor's face was filled with panic as he shouted in a trembling voice. Demon god Yukuan was also given a big fright, and his gaze toward Zhou Xuanji was filled with shock. He finally understood why Zhou Xuanji could kill Diishan. How terrifying. He didn't see clearly what was going on with that sword just now. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Your reinforcements are not here yet. If you don't come, you'll all die." Demon god Yukuan and the ruined demon emperor's faces darkened. They wanted to run away, but their plan would be ruined if they did. Why isn't that guy here yet? Could it be that he was deliberately tricking them? Zhou Xuanji, you are really arrogant. A familiar, chilling laughter came. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the demonic emperor in the sky, looking down at him. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Why aren't you dead yet?" The demonic emperor's face darkened immediately. Zhou Xuanji's behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. He wasn't shocked or angry, just curious. It was as if he was curious about an ant that had been trampled to death and wanted to step on it again. This brat humiliated him. The demonic emperor raised his hands and roared. Rumble. The ground shook, and strands of blood chi appeared on the ground within a radius of 100 miles. Looking down from the sky, these blood chi formed runes and formed a formation. In the distance, Su Yang and the others looked back in horror. What's that? That scream just now? Someone is fighting. The sword light from before was so terrifying. This is a formation? Who's in the formation? It's too strong. Do you feel that terrifying pressure? The young disciples cried out in alarm. Su Yang and the white-dressed woman were also very flustered. They quickly left, distancing themselves from the blood chi formation. The demonic emperor looked down at Zhou Xuanji from high above and said, "This is the blood spirit God sealing formation. Below the heavenly saints, no one can break through it. Zhou Xuanji, you're dead for sure." Blood spirit, God sealing formation? It sounded very impressive. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and looked at the formation around him. Demon god Yukuan and the ruined demon emperor let out a sigh of relief. The demonic emperor had finally come. Demonic emperor, can't you act faster? The ruined demon emperor complained. Their bodies had been destroyed, and their subordinates had all died. This kind of casualty made her feel quite displeased. Demon god Yukuan also frowned as he looked at the demonic emperor. If it wasn't for killing Zhou Xuanji, the demon race's target would have been the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor disdainfully laughed and did not bother to reply. If he was selfish, he could have appeared after these two fellows died. Yet, they did not know how to be grateful. The demon race was only SOSO. Zhou Xuanji asked in curiosity, "Why didn't you die?" Back then, he did not feel that the demonic emperor was a clone, nor did his soul escape. The demonic emperor coldly laughed and said, "Because my demon god body has the ability to split. I already split a body. Do you understand?" Split? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. There should be some drawbacks to splitting. Otherwise, the demonic emperor could have created countless demon god bodies to attack him. Either his strength would decrease after splitting, or he would only be able to split one body, no more. That was why he kept them alive. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he slowly rose up and prepared to charge toward the demonic emperor. It's impossible for you to break through the blood spirit God-sealing formation. The demonic emperor laughed mockingly. The blood spirit God-sealing formation was formed from the blood and flesh of many living creatures, and it possessed the power of the heavenly Tao's restrictions. Bang! The sword Tao rules suddenly exploded and dispersed the souls of the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuan. Quick, extremely fast. He was so fast that the blood spirit God-sealing formation could not stop him in time. The demonic emperor's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly charged at him. The blood spirit God-sealing formation was activated. The blood chi turned into a gigantic net and blocked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shot through the blood net like an arrow. With the cultivation-absorbing demon sealer in his right hand, he pierced through the demonic emperor's chest. The demonic emperor was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. How did Zhou Xuanji do it? Don't forget what you said just now. No one below the heavenly saint can break it. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said with a smile. He had comprehended the Tao will. Although he was not as powerful as the heavenly saints, his mental state surpassed the heavenly law. How could the blood spirit God-sealing formation stop him? The demonic emperor was shocked by his words. Could Zhou Xuanji have already reached the heavenly saint stage? Impossible. He did not have the heavenly law of violet chi. How could he become a saint? Hold on. Until now, there was no trace of the heavenly law of violet chi. Could this brat have already obtained it? In that instant, all sorts of thoughts flashed in the demonic emperor's mind, and he became more and more terrified. Zhou Xuanji used the Tianxiao map to suck out the demonic emperor's soul. What are you trying to do? The demonic emperor asked with gritted teeth. He was already prepared to die, but Zhou Xuanji only sucked out his soul. This brat wanted his demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and destroyed his soul before putting away the demon god's body. After that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing from the world. A while later, an old monk with a face full of spots appeared in the air. He looked down at the blood chi on the ground and muttered with a deep frown, "Blood spirit, God-sealing formation. Someone can break this formation?" And demonic chi. He pinched his fingers and divined, trying to find out who broke the blood spirit God-sealing formation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find out. He did count the demonic emperor. Chapter 550. In a cave, Zhou Xuanji first adjusted the magic energy in his body. After absorbing the magic energy of the demonic emperor, ruined demon emperor, and demon god Yukuan, although he could not break through to universe heaven level 15 directly, he was one step closer to his goal. After that, he used the soul division technique on the demonic emperor's demon god body. He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the seven souls. Without demon Lord Ryuan and Lu Wuji, the souls of the mighty figures still hadn't calmed down. That was because Emperor Zhao was here. Yo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could kill the demonic emperor so easily. Speaking of which, what power did you obtain to be able to seal our senses? Emperor Zhao spoke first, his tone filled with curiosity. It had only been 20 years, but Zhou Xuanji had undergone such a drastic change. He could not understand it. Zhou Xuanji replied, I only obtained a divine ability. Do you know who this demon god body belongs to? It can split. Sovereign Xin cried out in shock. It can split? Could it be demon god Nanming? If it's him, then the demonic emperor might still be alive. Dao Lord Xintian said indifferently, It's okay. As long as I possess this demon god's body, I can devour the demonic emperor because the split body will be more powerful. The other body is only for survival. The demonic emperor must be confident that no one can obtain the demon god's body other than him, let alone refine two demon god bodies into duplicates. Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought. It would be best if he could devour the demonic emperor. If this guy were to live, he would be a disaster. 2 days later, he successfully refined demon god Nanming into a duplicate. He stored the ancient god sword and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. In an instant, the 3 bodies merged into one, and he sensed unprecedented power. It was more than twice as much as before. As for the 9-soul fusion technique, he would not tell the soul of the Almighty, in case they became enemies one day. That would be bad. Very well. Let me find out where you are. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes to sense where the other demon god Nanming's body was. Beyond the heavens, in the vast starry sky, the demonic emperor was resting in his palace. After being severely injured by Zhou Xuanji, he completely gave up on finding trouble with Zhou Xuanji. He had to rest well and recover his power. At this moment, he suddenly felt uneasy. What's going on? This feeling. The demonic emperor frowned as he thought to himself. His heartbeat inexplicably sped up. He did not connect it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had obtained his demon god's body, and if he wanted to possess it, it would take a long time. How many days had it only been? Could it be that there were other enemies who wanted to find trouble with him? He frowned and waved his right hand. The walls on both sides of the palace suddenly opened, and stone coffins were pushed out. The lids of the stone coffins opened, and the bodies of demon gods of Nanming stood up. Demon god Nanming could only split one body at a time. He used a special method to preserve those split bodies, turning them into his puppets to fight for him. No matter who it was, they had to kneel in front of so many Nanming fiend celestials. There was a loud bang. The palace gate suddenly burst open, and a figure shining with a powerful aura rushed over. It was Zhou Xuanji. It had taken him 6 days to find this place. In order to prevent the demonic emperor from noticing, he had used the 9-soul fusion technique in advance to attack. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, the demonic emperor stood up and asked in a deep voice, Why are you here? He was a little panicked. Zhou Xuanji was too powerful and unfathomable. What if Zhou Xuanji could really defeat his demon gods? He did not get up, but a black shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into the darkness. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji used Sword Dao rules. Boom! The entire palace exploded and turned into ashes. All the demon gods of Nanming were dead, without leaving a trace of flesh behind. Zhou Xuanji walked out from the explosion. He could not be sure if the demonic emperor was really dead, but he had dealt with the demon gods' bodies. Even if the demonic emperor was still alive, he was just a remnant soul. Without tens of thousands of years, he would not be able to cause any trouble again. Zhou Xuanji wandered around the starry sky quickly to see if the demonic emperor would show up again. He only left after an hour. Beneath the demon realm, the demon ancestor levitated before the demon realm heart with a deep frown. When he knew that the demon realm 9 ancestors had fallen, he was enraged and sent his subordinates to kill Zhou Xuanji. As for Xian Xianghua, she was too weak and could not be detected by him. He could only sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. The demon realm heart is very calm, abnormally calm. The demon ancestor mumbled to himself. The demon ancestor muttered to himself. He had a nagging feeling that something had gone wrong with the heart of the demon realm. However, he was unable to enter the heart of the demon realm and could only wait. He sat down cross-legged in the air and stared at the demon realm heart as he fell into deep thought. 6 hours later, A demon appeared beside him and knelt down in the air. He cupped his fists and said, "Primogenitor, the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuin are dead. Even the demonic emperor died at Zhou Xuanji's hands." Having heard this, the demon ancestor opened his eyes. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. "Very good," he said coldly. Back when Zhou Xuanji used the primordial ancestor statue, he had already noticed it. He had high hopes for Zhou Xuanji back then, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become a great enemy of the demon race. A trace of regret welled up in his heart. Zhou Xuanji flew in the starry sky. He deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and headed toward Wanshin Great Thousand. He did not think about the demonic emperor, but about Sage Daojing. Sage Daojing had left for so long. He did not know if he had found the path to becoming a saint. One day, he would probably pursue that path as well. However, he would not wander aimlessly. He already knew about the existence of Kunlun Origin Court. Just as he was thinking, a beam of light flew past him and quickly disappeared. What was that? He mumbled with a frown. He immediately sped up and chased after it. The other party's target was most likely Wanshin Great Thousand, so he had to catch up. However, he was soon left behind. Such speed. Who was that? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself curiously as he chased after it at full speed. On the other side, before Wanshin Great Thousand, the beam of light stopped. As the radiance dissipated, an old man with an iron staff appeared. His face was cold, and he looked like a wolf. He wore a gray robe and looked at Wanshin Great Thousand with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his iron staff and mumbled, "Sage Daojing, you owe me this." Just as he spoke, countless asteroids in the starry sky flew toward him. They brushed past him, broke through the light barrier on Wanshin Great Thousand, and fell. He wanted to destroy Wanshin Great Thousand. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, he heard a series of explosions coming from Wanshin Great Thousand. The light barrier on the surface of Wanshin Great Thousand rippled violently. Old Ancestor Hongshi appeared behind him suddenly and said with a deep voice, "Heavenly Lord Xiantai, what are you doing?" He was burning with rage. A gigantic red lion head rose from his back and roared at Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai looked back at him furiously and said, "You dare to ask me what I'm doing? What did you and Sage Daojing do to me?" Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 551. Hearing Heavenly Lord Xuanti's words, Old Ancestor Hongshi's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "How can a battle between heavenly saints affect the people of a world?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai laughed. "Sage Daojing has already escaped. Could it be that you can stretch out your head and let me hit you?" His smile was extremely cold. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he discovered that his treasure had been taken away, and the disciples guarding it had all disappeared. He knew who did it as soon as he divined. Old Ancestor Hongshi let out a sigh. "You treated me the same way back then. In your words, don't be a sore loser." Heavenly Lord Xuanti's expression was ugly, and he did not know how to respond. One meteorite after another smashed into Wanshin Great Thousand. Old Ancestor Hongshi immediately waved his hand and shattered the incoming meteorites. He had promised Sage Daojing that he would protect the Wanshin Great Thousand. How could he allow Heavenly Lord Xiantai to destroy the Wanshin Great Thousand? Old Ancestor Hongshi, since that's the case, let's have a duel. Heavenly Lord Xiantai pointed his iron staff at Old Ancestor Hongshi and said in a deep voice. Old Ancestor Hongshi gritted his teeth and said, "All right." The two heavenly saints turned around and entered the void, preparing to fight. Soon, a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept over from the depths of the universe, sweeping through countless stars. Zhou Xuanji, who was rushing toward Wanshan Great Thousand, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shockwave from the heavenly saints' battle. He was crushed into pieces instantly. In his panic, he quickly executed the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique and escaped at an extremely fast speed. That guy seemed to be... Old Ancestor Hongshi's expression was strange. They had actually killed Sage Daojing's most precious genius. His eyes were filled with anger. He was prepared to take Zhou Xuanji in. "You lunatic! You are a heavenly saint!" Patriarch Hongshi roared, and his aura erupted. Both of his palms slammed towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai in a frenzy. One after another, giant red palms that were bigger than stars struck towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Emperor Xiantai brandished his metal staff, blocking all of these attacks. "What's wrong with that guy?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai was baffled. Just a moment ago, old ancestor Hongshi still had an awkward look on his face, but in the blink of an eye, he became furious, as if he had killed his son. Wanshan Great Thousand suddenly descended with countless meteorites, causing terrifying destruction to the land and sea. The large sects were still fine, as they could use their formations to defend, but the other sects, dynasties, and empires could not defend at all. The Divine Cliff was also bombarded by the group of meteorites. Their formations couldn't stop them at all, and the floating islands were destroyed one after another. The impact was extremely powerful. Fortunately, there weren't many meteorites in this area, so the Divine Cliff's army wasn't completely annihilated. Yang Yutian floated in the dust that filled the sky. He raised his head and looked confused. What the hell happened this time? He thought that another enemy was targeting the Divine Cliff, but little did he know that the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was suffering. Even the abodes of the mighty figures in the 33 heavens were affected. The world was in chaos. At the border of the Center God province, Gu Qianxia pushed away the rocks on his body, looked at the boy and asked, "Are you okay?" The boy looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. His head and face were covered in dirt. He resisted the urge to cry and answered, "I'm fine." Gu Qianxia carried him and soared into the sky, above the clouds. The two looked around. The entire land was covered in smoke, and there were craters left by the meteorites everywhere. The forests were on fire, as though it was the end of the world. "What's going on?" Gu Tianxia frowned and looked up at the sky. He could sense a powerful might pressing down on the 33 heavens. Powerful cultivators were fighting. The meteorites attacking the Wanshan Great Thousand alarmed many powerful cultivators. They flew out to check on the situation and saw old ancestor Hongshi and Heavenly Lord Xianai fighting from afar. They were so frightened that they hid in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, news of the battle between heavenly saints spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. Immediately, everyone in the Wanshan Great Thousand was terrified. A heavenly saint was targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? The various races retreated to their own independent worlds and did not dare to fight in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the blue sky. The meteor flew toward that direction and landed in front of a mountain gate. When the light dissipated, a naked newborn baby was revealed. He was lying on the ground, staring at the sky with a gloomy gaze. It was Zhou Xuanji after his rebirth. What the hell is going on? Before he could understand the situation, he almost died. Even with his good mental state, he could not help but feel depressed. He took out a set of white clothes and covered his body. He took a deep breath and was prepared to leave. At this moment, a little monk carrying a basket walked up to him. He was stunned when he saw Zhou Xuanji and quickly ran over. He looked like he was only a little over 10 years old. His eyes were small, and he looked simple and honest. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and was delighted in his heart. He then looked around and mumbled, "Who left such a cute child here?" It was not his first time seeing an orphan, because he was an orphan himself. He called out a few times. After making sure that no one was around, he carried Zhou Xuanji and left. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. He could recover his power soon anyway, so he might as well experience the world. It had been a long time since he felt like a mortal. Half an hour later, the little monk brought Zhou Xuanji to a wooden hut. He placed Zhou Xuanji on the bed and mumbled, "Master is not here again. Sigh, I have to chop firewood again." After that, he poured a bowl of water and fed Zhou Xuanji a mouthful before getting up and leaving. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. To be able to destroy his physical body so easily, the other party was definitely a sky sage. Either that, or they were enemies of the primordial ancestor. However, he had never used his eyes, So how could he have attracted that person's attention? It could only be a heavenly saint. Could a heavenly saint be targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? Zhou Xuanji sent his consciousness into the 24-rank deep black lotus. In the world of the lotus, he was like a god, and he could communicate with all creatures spiritually. He found Jiang Shui and asked about the situation. After learning that the heavenly saints were indeed fighting outside the Wanshan Great Thousand, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that Sage Daojing had not wiped his but clean before leaving. He did not tell Jiang Shui about his situation. In 10 years at most, he would be able to return to his peak, so there was no need to worry. Just like that, he lived with the little monk. The little monk also had a master who was fat and in his 40s or 50s. He was always immersed in wine and didn't look like a monk at all. The way they got along was very similar to how Jiang Shui and her grandmother got along. The older one only knew how to drag the younger one down. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The little monk realized in astonishment that this kid had grown so quickly. Xiaoya, you seem to have an extraordinary background. Don't tell me you come from a big clan? The little monk carried Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously. This place belonged to another great thousand world. The little monk and the old monk did not know what it was called because they were only mortals after all. Don't call me Xiaoya. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes as he was lifted into the air. Chapter 552. Zhou Xuanji ran under a tree not too far away and continued to think about life. The little monk was not surprised, and he shook his head and smiled before turning to chop firewood. Through the 24-rank deep black lotus, Zhou Xuanji knew that the heavenly saint was still fighting. The holy might lasted for a year, causing the Wanshan Great Thousand's meteorological phenomena to change. The ground collapsed, and disasters appeared one after another, torturing the people of the Wanshan Great Thousand. This also caused the war to stop. No one knew how long the battle between the two heavenly saints would last. If they continued fighting, the Wanshan Great Thousand would definitely be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was not anxious. He could not defeat a heavenly saint anyway. As he grew up day by day, the little monk and the old monk could no longer remain calm. This kid was growing too fast, like a freak. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji's calmness was unlike that of a child. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji had already grown into a young man, and the little monk had also grown up, but he was only a head taller than Zhou Xuanji. Freak. The old monk lay on the rocking chair and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he muttered to himself while drinking wine, looking quite pleased. Zhou Xuanji was already used to it and ignored him. For the past 6 years, he had watched the two monks live a boring and ordinary life every day, and his heart had become even more peaceful. He had the feeling that he was watching a person's life. He had never experienced such a feeling from Zhou Shaoxian, because he hadn't paid attention to it before. The little monk walked over with a pile of firewood on his back. After putting down the firewood, he wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Little ya, don't go into the mountains for now. There are more and more ferocious beasts." Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He also noticed that the spiritual qi in the world was gradually increasing. He reckoned that a great change was coming to this world. Perhaps it was because of his appearance. After all, he possessed the heavenly law of violet qi. Speaking of which, the celestial devil rebirth technique was indeed very profound. Even if his corporeal body was destroyed, everything in his body would be transferred to another world at an extraordinary speed along with his soul. He often wondered if Xian Xianghua's ancestor was really that powerful. Could the celestial devil rebirth technique have another origin? Therefore, he started to study the celestial devil rebirth technique. 3 years ago, he had made demon god Nanming cultivate the great sun heavenly devil rebirth technique, but it had yet to be mastered. He didn't know what changes would happen after mastering it. Division and rebirth? He was looking forward to it. This is an ominous sign. Who knows, we might just die one day. The old monk shouted, looking like he was drunk. The little monk shook his head and walked up to Zhou Xuanji. He took out an apple and smiled as he said, "I exchanged this with a woodcutter. It's very sweet." He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his younger brother. Although this younger brother was very mature and did not like to act spoiled to him, he still liked him. Zhou Xuanji took the apple and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" The little monk was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "I'll raise you first." "And then?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The little monk sank into deep thought. He had followed the old monk since he was young and had never seen the world. Even if he was asked to name a goal, he wouldn't be able to. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him and let him think about it himself. Everyone had their own path, and he would not force the little monk to follow him. An ordinary life was not necessarily inferior to the long road of cultivation. After thinking for a while, the little monk was still unable to come up with an idea. Then, the old monk instructed him to boil water. This small interlude changed the young monk's fate. From then on, he often thought about life. At night, he would look up at the starry sky, with Zhou Xuanji speechless. He fell in love with this state of being lost in thought. This made the old monk very angry. Every night, he would see these two silly boys in a daze, which made him very angry. No one was teasing an old man like him. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had completely recovered to his peak state. Universe Heaven Level 15. This was his cultivation stage. He was 281 years old, and the legendary swords he obtained were all below ancient gazing. Although they did not increase his power, they were still legendary swords. On this day, he prepared to leave. The battle between the heavenly saints above the Wanshan Great Thousand had ended, but the damage done to the Wanshan Great Thousand could not be recovered. Before he left, he found the little monk who was chopping firewood. The little monk from back then had grown up and become a robust young man. His face was still simple and honest. Zhou Xuanji stood on a tree and called out, "Hey, I'm leaving." Having heard this, the little monk looked back at him and asked, "Where are you going?" Ever since he started thinking about life with Zhou Xuanji, he had become very mature, as though he had been tempered by time. "Home," Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The little monk frowned, and a look of reluctance appeared in his eyes. He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his family. He watched Zhou Xuanji grow up, but he understood that Zhou Xuanji had a powerful background and would leave sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of him and asked, "Do you have the ambition to pursue immortality?" The little monk fell into silence. His heart was filled with shock. Could Zhou Xuanji be the reincarnation of an immortal? Zhou Xuanji tapped his forehead and imparted the World Buddha art to him. The World Buddha art was created by Gu Tianxia, and Zhou Xuanji was not the only one who had a chance in the world. So what if there was one more? Moreover, he had already acknowledged the little monk in his heart. After he imparted the art, he suddenly said, "My name is Zhou Xuanji. Do you want to give yourself a name?" The little monk was picked up by the old monk. He did not have a name since he was young, so the old monk called him Big Ya while he called Zhou Xuanji Little Ya. The little monk opened his eyes with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "How about I call myself Zhou Tianji?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him, and his body blurred as he disappeared. "If we are fated to meet again, we will meet again. Thank you for taking care of me for 10 years. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated in the forest. The little monk put down the hatchet in his hand and looked at his hands. "What is my path?" he mumbled. After bidding farewell to the little monk, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword and traveled around this mortal realm. Compared to the northern wilderness region, this mortal realm's cultivation civilization was far behind. It was like ancient China. The most powerful cultivator in the world was only an astral infant, and he was the only one in the world. After traveling around this world, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the 5 elements and traveled in the void. His current goal was to reach Universe Heaven Level 18 as soon as possible. Soon, he came to the vast universe. This time, he flew very carefully. He did not want to be reborn for another 10 years. After flying for a while, a silhouette appeared in front of him and blocked his way. It was old ancestor Hong Shi. Heavenly Saint, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Isn't my luck too bad? Or did the Heavenly Saint already sense the heavenly law violet chi in his body?" Old ancestor Hong Shi clicked his tongue in wonder and asked, "Brat, What energy technique did you cultivate? You reconstructed your body so quickly, and your cultivation has already recovered completely. Zhou Xuanji did not reply, but thought about how to deal with it. Old ancestor Hongshi snorted, "Don't be nervous. Just now, it was because Heavenly Lord Xiantai went crazy. Do you want revenge?" Chapter 553. Facing old ancestor Hongshi's question, Zhou Xuanji straightforwardly replied, "No. Asking him to provoke a heaven saint now would be courting death." Old ancestor Hongshi squinted his eyes and smiled. Heavenly Lord Xiantai swore to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. I fought him to a draw, but he definitely won't let this go. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What do you want? Tell me." Old ancestor Hongshi didn't show any hostility. Instead, there was a look of admiration in his eyes, which allowed him to figure out what he meant. "If you become my pawn, I can help you search for the heavenly law of Violet Qi and help you become a martial sage. How about it?" Patriarch Hongshi said with a chuckle. He went straight to the point and stated his intentions. Zhou Xuanji asked, "As your chess piece, I have to oppose Heavenly Lord Xiantai." Old ancestor Hongshi glared at him and said snappily, "Are you that scared?" Zhou Xuanji sighed. It wasn't good to be too outstanding. Wherever he went, there would be people who wanted to snatch him away. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you have a way for me to quickly reach Universe Heaven Level 18? Old ancestor Hongshi said angrily, "Don't even think of taking shortcuts. I'll give you a mission. Unify the Wanshan Great Thousand and possess its fate." Zhou Xuanji asked why. Although he was very strong, he did not have the urge to control the Wanshan Great Thousand at the moment. Emperor Sword Court was still developing, and he did not want to take too big of a step. Old ancestor Hongshi said profoundly, "Fate is the only thing that heavenly saints fight for. Once Sage Daojing leaves, the other heavenly saints will definitely fight for it. However, as heavenly saints, we cannot personally act. I can't do it myself." What was Heavenly Lord Xiantai doing? Old ancestor Hongshi did not explain. He said, "When you dominate the Wanshan Great Thousand, I will teach you divine abilities and supreme treasures, making you invincible below the heavenly saints." After that, old ancestor Hongshi left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Who is this guy? He didn't even leave his name when he was assigned the mission, nor did he mention how long he would take to complete the mission. He was too lazy to think too much about it, and continued on his way to Wanshan Great Thousand. In the vast starry sky, 8 figures stood side by side. Among them were old ancestor Hongshi and Heavenly Lord Xiantai. They were the 8 heavenly saints. Their expressions were solemn as they looked into the depths of a universe. "Can you feel it?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai said in a deep voice, feeling uneasy. The other 7 heavenly saints nodded. They had all sensed an extremely dangerous aura at the end of the universe. They didn't dare to approach and could only watch from afar. Could there really be other existences outside of the heavenly law? Didn't Sage Daojing go to search for the path to transcend saints? Could that aura be him? Impossible. Even if Reverend Daojing obtained a fortuitous encounter, it is impossible for him to completely transform. Are there any anomalies above the 36th layer of heaven? What should we do? Do you want to take a look? The heavenly saints began to discuss. Some wanted to investigate, while others felt that they could not take the risk. The heavenly saints did not know what to do with this mysterious and unknown existence. In the end, none of them had the courage to step out. The reason why heavenly saints were immortal was because they were attached to the heavenly law. If they left the range of the heavenly Tao's control, they would be in danger of dying. The other side, Zhou Xuanji returned to Wanshan Great Thousand. The current Wanshan Great Thousand was very quiet. There was no sign of war, and all the factions were conserving their strength. The powerful beings in the world seemed to have gone into hiding, and even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to become more powerful, he could not find a way. After traveling around the Wanshan Great Thousand for several months, he returned to the Divine Cliff. He first went to find Yang Yutian. After more than a decade, Yang Yutian looked much older. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was back, he was very excited. He held Zhou Xuanji's wrist and asked, "Brother Zhou, there are rumors that the Wanshan Great Thousand offended the heavenly saints and will be destroyed soon. Is this true?" Everyone in the Divine Cliff was in a state of panic, and so were all living beings in the world. Facing the heavenly saints, no matter how powerful one was, it was not enough. So in just a decade, many powerful beings had left the Wanshan Great Thousand to find another way out. The Divine Cliff was not powerful enough. Even if they wanted to migrate, they could not. They could only go down to the mortal realm. But if the Wanshan Great Thousand was destroyed, the mortal realm that was connected to it would not be able to escape either. "Don't worry," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. "I will protect the Wanshan Great Thousand from now on." He told Yang Yutian his plan. Next, he would promote his way of the sword in the Wanshan Great Thousand and strengthen Emperor's sword cord until he dominated the Wanshan Great Thousand. When that time came, the Divine Cliff would rise as well. After Yang Yutian heard him, he was a little disappointed at first. But after some thought, he became excited again. Zhou Xuanji, not conquering the world on behalf of the Divine Cliff, was a good thing for him. Otherwise, with the difference in power between him and Zhou Xuanji, he would have to give up his position. If the Divine Cliff depended on Emperor's sword cord, not only could it grow stronger, but he would still be the Cliff Lord. "I'm relieved to hear that. If there's anything you need from me or the Divine Cliff, just let me know," Yang Yutian said with a smile. Yang Yutian said with a smile. He was in high spirits. Ever since he became the Cliff Lord, every time he felt that the Divine Cliff was about to rise, something big happened to deal a blow to his confidence. This feeling of being in the sky for a while and falling into the abyss the next moment was really unpleasant. The two chatted a little more before Zhou Xuanji left. Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence and found that only Xiao Chan was left. Xiao Chan told him that Bai Suwen had been taken away by the Nine Heaven Divine Snake Clan. The Nine Heaven Divine Snake Clan even advised him to leave the Wanshan Great Thousand as soon as possible. Is there really no hope for this Great Thousand world? Xiao Chan asked anxiously. Everyone in the world was in danger, and she was no exception. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Pack your things and prepare to leave with me." Xiao Chan was a little stunned and quickly began packing. Zhou Xuanji took out the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and asked Oya Old Man and Jiang Shui to gather all the Emperor's sword cord disciples. That afternoon, he came to a wasteland with Xiao Chan. With the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus in his right hand, he waved his left hand, and 1,000,000 Emperor's sword cord disciples appeared in all directions. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and looked down at all the Emperor's sword cord disciples, saying, "The Wanshan Great Thousand is in turmoil. It's time for Emperor's sword cord to come out. From today onwards, we will lead by example and travel the world to promote the sword way." Nearly 600 legendary swords appeared around him and circled around him. It was a majestic sight. "Do you still remember Emperor's sword cord's motto?" Zhou Xuanji cried out loudly. The 1,000,000 people below were instantly fired up. "Help the world with the sword. Save the world with the sword." The 1,000,000 disciples roared in unison. Their voices shook the clouds, and Xiao Chan opened her eyes wide. Even the Divine Cliff City, which was not far away, could hear them. It was the first time for the Emperor's sword cord disciples to come to the upper realm. They were extremely excited and shouted with all their might. "Follow me. Start training with the sword now." Zhou Xuanji turned around and flew toward the horizon. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, Zhou Shaoxian, Chun Bantian, Lin Changge, and the others all flew into the sky. They practiced their swords while following Zhou Xuanji. Since the Heavenly Saint War began, Chun Bantian, Lin Changge, and the others returned to the northern wilderness region and dared not to wander around anymore. Now, the entire court gathered together and advanced together. Chapter 554. Xiao, Xiao. Swoosh! The 1,000,000 Emperor Sword Court disciples danced with their swords as they advanced. The sound of their swords tearing through the air gathered together and resounded through the sky, shocking everyone. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. Apart from him, Jiang Shui, Xiao Chan, and Dao Old Man. The others were training their sword techniques. As for the little black snake, Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhou Xiaoqi, and the other demons, they remained on Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji spoke the Great Tao's voice as he advanced. His voice of the Great Tao could only be considered as a beginner. It could not be as magical as the old immortals. Its only use was to let the disciples maintain a peaceful state of mind, so that they could practice without distracting thoughts. At the moment, there were more than 8 million people in Emperor's Sword Court, and there were 2 million official disciples. Hence, their team was only a part of Emperor's Sword Court. Millions of people practicing their swordsmanship together. It was a grand sight. In less than a year, the Sword Emperor's promotion of the Sword Tao had spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand. Use the sword to support the world. Use the sword to save the common people. Emperor's Sword Court recruited disciples wantonly, causing the number of people in the Sword Path Army to increase. Especially now, when the Wanshan Great Thousand could be destroyed at any time. Not all living beings had the ability to escape the Wanshan Great Thousand. Huddling together gave them the greatest sense of security. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's Great Tao's voice could calm everyone's hearts. This was incredible. For cultivators, the state of mind was the most important. If there was a problem with one's mentality during cultivation, it would be easy for one to go berserk. When Venerable Dao Jing spoke about the Tao, the vast majority of creatures could not understand, but once they heard his voice, they would calm down and even gain enlightenment. This was the divine sound. The Great Tao's voice was more advanced than Saint voice, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was not high enough. On the path of promoting the Sword Tao, there were disciples breaking through in their cultivations every single day, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. The name of Emperor's Sword Court was officially established in Wanshan Great Thousand. 8 years later, the number of disciples behind Zhou Xuanji exceeded 5 million. 5 million people were practicing their swordsmanship while moving forward. It was a spectacular sight. Every disciple felt their blood boiling, and no one dared to slack off. The living beings passing by were also shocked. Unknowingly, Emperor's Sword Court had already condensed its power. It was a kind of indomitable momentum that could break through the clouds. Unstoppable. Zhou Xuanji continued to preach the Great Tao's voice. He did not feel tired at all, and instead, he was full of energy. His mental state also began to be enlightened. The Tao was in the heart, and the Tao was in every living being. Taos could also be fused together. The Wanshan Great Thousand's spiritual qi was very dense, and the Emperor's Sword Court's disciples' cultivations were generally weak. Thus, the 1 million disciples at the very beginning had already improved by leaps and bounds. They were already used to internalizing qi with their swords. As he swung his sword, all the pores on his body opened and closed, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This feeling was even more comfortable than meditating. On this day, 2 figures walked over from the front. They were Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong. Shi Shinzong looked at the majestic army in the distance with a complicated gaze. He admitted that he was inferior to Zhou Xuanji, but the speed at which Zhou Xuanji became stronger was just too ridiculous. In comparison, he felt that he was extremely mediocre. Sword Emperor, I am Sword Saint Gu. Can you spar with me today? If I lose, I will join Emperor's Sword Court. Gu Jianzun held the sword with one hand and shouted. His voice was like a great bell, covering the sound of 5 million people practicing swordsmanship. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky. The 5 million disciples stopped and looked at him curiously. Numerous sword shadows appeared in the sky, rapidly increasing in number until they covered the sky. 5 billion sword shadows. The swords pointed downwards, and everyone was dumbfounded. What divine ability was this? 5 billion sword shadows were so many, and there were gaps between them. Each sword shadow was glowing with a faint white light, and when they were gathered together, they gave off an immense pressure. Sword Saint Gu and Shi Shinzong looked up, and their mouths were wide open. This, Shi Shenzong swallowed his saliva. He could sense that each sword shadow contained horrifying power. What kind of magic energy could unleash such a vast divine ability so easily? Sword St. Gu came up to Zhou Xuanji suddenly and half-knelt. He cupped his fist and said with a deep voice, "From today onwards, I, Sword St. Gu, am willing to take the Sword Emperor as my leader." Facing such a powerful Sword Emperor, he was completely convinced. Boom! The army at the back was in an uproar. Other than the first 1,000,000 disciples of Emperor Sword Court, the others were all from Wanshan Great Thousand. They had heard of Sword St. Gu's name before. Such a powerhouse in the way of the sword was convinced by Zhou Xuanji even before the battle began. Help the world with the sword. Meng Tianlang suddenly raised his sword and roared. His voice was loud and clear. More than 5,000,000 disciples were instantly fired up. They raised their swords and shouted, "Save the world with the sword." Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. When Sword Sovereign Gu heard this deafening sound, he didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he felt relieved. Zhou Xuanji's talent in the way of the sword was publicly acknowledged to be unparalleled, and his cultivation had already surpassed his own. He really wanted to know why Zhou Xuanji was so powerful that he could not bring himself to visit him. However, as Zhou Xuanji traveled the world and promoted the way of the sword, his reputation grew, and he could no longer sit still. He understood that if he didn't come now, it would be difficult to curry favor with him in the future. Shi Shenzong came behind Sword Sovereign Gu and half-knelt as he cupped his fists toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji lightly laughed and said, "Very good. From today onwards, you are all disciples of Emperor Sword Court." Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shenzong's identities would not be considered for now. He would make his decision after the Sword Dao promotion event was over. He believed that he would meet even stronger existences in the future. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world. Gu Jianzun was scared into kneeling by the sword Thearka's divine art. Everyone who heard it could not believe it. The vast majority of living beings didn't know the specific power divisions in Hunyuan Heaven. The elders were respected, and Sword Sovereign Gu's status had always been higher than the Sword Emperor's in the hearts of all living beings. But after this incident, everything changed. Zhou Xuanji was no longer the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province, but the top swordsman in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Sermon army was still advancing. After Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shenzong joined, they were also attracted by Zhou Xuanji's Great Dao's voice. They found that listening to Zhou Xuanji's voice as they trained with their swords was quite profound. I was right to come. The master and disciple were in a good mood and began to study the Sword Dao. They were surrounded by sword cultivators. Even though there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels, they could still discuss the way of the sword. Such an atmosphere was rare in the world. Even those Sword Dao sects had never gathered so many disciples to practice the sword together. "How long do you plan to last?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. Her face was filled with admiration. Her man was simply too dazzling. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Until I travel the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, until I stand at the peak of the Great Thousand World." He could clearly feel his luck increasing as he recited the voice of the Great Dao for so many people. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen if he kept talking. There was one thing that he could foresee. That was, Emperor Sword Court would reach the peak of the Wanshan Great Thousand. As the Sword Emperor and Emperor Sword Court's fame grew, the major factions in the various provinces could no longer sit still. If this went on, Emperor Sword Court would really appear out of nowhere and fight to dominate the world. Chapter 555. Sword Qi facing the east, witnessed the sun and moon. Sword Qi facing the west, overturned the surroundings. Sword Qi facing the north, pierced the horizon. Zhou Xuanji walked to the front, and his Great Dao's voice continuously entered the ears of millions of disciples. They walked on the mountainous terrain, and, at a glance, the entire mountain was filled with Emperor Sword Court's disciples practicing their swords. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others practiced their swords in the air. Their postures were elegant and graceful. Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong walked on the ground. Although they did not practice their swords, they were thinking about the way of the sword. Although Zhou Xuanji's words were filled with lies and were not very useful, his voice was really mystical. It calmed everyone who heard it. This feeling made Sword Sovereign Gu feel as though he had grasped something, but he was not sure what it was. Shi Shinzong had the same feeling. Although the teacher and disciple did not communicate, they understood each other. From now on, they began to pursue Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji began to let out the other disciples in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Only those with a certain level of cultivation could participate. If ordinary people entered without permission, they might be shocked to death by Emperor Sword Court's sword might. In the blink of an eye, another 9 years passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 300 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Overturning Heaven Great Brilliant Day, God Slain Divine Heron Zhao, 3, Saint Essence Violet Pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which made him squint his eyes. Overturning Heaven Legendary Sword. A legendary sword that was even more powerful than Heaven Essence. Above, it were Connecting Heaven, 9 Extreme, and Primordial Desolation. Zhou Xuanji's power was already at the pinnacle of Connecting Heaven, so he was not too surprised by the Overturning Heaven Legendary Sword. But he still had to verify it. Sword name, Godlike Great Brilliant Sky Grade. Overturning Heaven description, a sword that the owner of fate can wield. It can draw upon the will of all living beings under its control for battle. The more fate it wields, the more powerful the legendary sword. Sword of Fate? Zhou Xuanji was interested and immediately took out the sword. The hilt of the sword was made of silver-white crystal. The blade was exquisite and was 5 meters long. Under the sunlight, the blade glowed faintly, making it look dazzling. An idea popped into his mind. He suddenly stopped the voice of the Great Tao. The voice of the Great Tao that had been going on for 9 years suddenly stopped, causing the 8 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court to be stunned. At this moment, all the disciples' swords began to tremble. What happened? My sword, my hand can't hold it down. Could it be an enemy attack? The disciples all panicked, and even Gu Jianzun found that his sword was trembling uncontrollably. He locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji, who was in front of him. He had a feeling that it was definitely done by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his great brilliant sky, pointing his sword towards the sky. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also raised their swords. Sword Master Haki. This was a divine ability that Zhou Xuanji had learned a long time ago. He could control swords within a certain range, and adding on the emperors might have a first-class great emperor. Even someone as powerful as Sword Sovereign Gu would not be able to stop him. He used the godly power of great brilliant heaven to fuse his fate with the fate of Emperor Sword Court's disciples. Today, I will teach you a sword technique. Chasing wind, chasing shadow, Zhou Xuanji said. His voice was loud and clear, and it was like heavenly might, causing those who heard it to feel shaken. He started to swing his sword, and the 8 million disciples also started to move. After so many years of tacit understanding, all of the disciples were quite far apart from each other, so they would not accidentally injure each other. Zhou Xuanji's speed was not too fast, but it was not slow either. In fact, to most beginners, it was very fast. Chasing wind, chasing shadow, after reaching great accomplishment, could unleash immense power. Even though he did not like to use it, he could teach it to others. All of the Emperor Sword Court disciples were shocked, including Jiang Shui and Xian Daoya. A single person was training the entire court? Heavens! The Sword Emperor is too powerful. Just how high is Grand Teacher's cultivation? I feel like he's even more powerful than when I was training by myself. He's too domineering. I can't resist at all. If this goes on, won't we be able to train a peerless sword technique without feeling tired at all? I really want to kneel down and kowtow to Grand Teacher. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples were all shocked, and the beings who had come to watch from the horizon were also given a big fright. No one in the world could compare to such boldness. Sword Sovereign Gu could not control himself and also swung his sword, inwardly marveling. This boy's attainments in the way of the sword were simply too high, to the point that he could only look at them in the dust. Shi Shinzong felt quite complicated, and his impression of Zhou Xuanji in his heart started to change. He had truly gone from a competitor to a grand teacher. After training chasing wind, chasing shadow, Zhou Xuanji's speed suddenly increased, and the 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also sped up, causing the entire court's aura to change. Zhou Xuanji had forcefully turned a set of sword techniques into a sword formation. The Emperor Sword Court disciples' blood surged, and they felt an indescribable feeling. That was aura. By relying on Dayo Heaven, he was able to connect the fate energy of everyone. They were like a family. There was not a second fate sect in the entire Wanxian Great Thousand who had this kind of fortune. The beings watching from afar were all shocked, and they quickly spread this news. The Sword Emperor used his chi to lead the 8 million disciples to train in the sword. There were even people who said that even if a pig joined the Emperor's Sword Court, he would be able to learn profound sword techniques. Emperor Sword Court's reputation grew, and more people went to search for Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji taught the disciples about the Great Tao's voice as he led them to train. After 100 times, he deactivated the Sword Master Haki and recalled Great Tao's voice. All the disciples felt like they were in a dream. They continued to train instinctively and were pleasantly surprised to find that they had already learned chasing wind and chasing shadow. Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to the highest point. No one had any other thoughts about him because of his age. He was definitely the person with the highest attainments in the way of the sword in the Great Thousand world. 5 years later, Emperor Sword Court's forest exceeded 10 million, and they were walking in the desert. Even though there were few people around, each disciple persevered in their training. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his aura was not obvious. Jiang Shui sighed in amazement. They are all becoming more powerful. Even I want to train. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said with a smile, "You can go back and cultivate. If you miss me, I will move you over." Jiang Shui nodded. She had accompanied Zhou Xuanji for more than 20 years. With her help, the third-generation disciples began to help receive the new disciples, and she no longer needed to intervene. After that, Zhou Xuanji sent her and Xiao Chan into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As for Xian Daoya, he had gone back a long time ago. At first, he felt that it was spectacular and exciting, but after a while, he became numb to it. He still felt that drinking and eating in Skyfall was more fun. After sending them back, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes changed. He felt 5 very powerful auras coming at him at an extremely fast speed. He immediately took out demon god Tianwu and stood in front of him. At this point, there was no longer a need for him to hide demon god Tianwu. After all, he had 2 demon god bodies. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 556. Xiao, Xiao. Swoosh, 5 air-piercing sounds came, and 5 muscular silhouettes landed on a hill 1,000 meters in front of Zhou Xuanji. They were draped in loose red robes, their long hair fluttering in the wind, and their faces were covered in green demon masks. They were both men and women, but their true faces could not be seen. Don't be nervous. We are here to invite the Emperor's Sword Court to participate in the Heavenly Ancestors' All Heavens Tao Feast. The tall figure in the middle spoke with a hoarse voice that carried a gust of wind that blew towards Emperor's Sword Court. Heavenly Ancestor? Zhou Xuanji was confused. Who was that? Over 10 million Emperor's Sword Court disciples looked at each other, including Sword Sovereign Gu, who was also very curious. The Heavenly Ancestor is one of the 9 saints. He will hold the All Heavens Tao Feast in 1,000 years and invite all the sects and families of the Great Thousand Worlds. Although the Emperor's Sword Court has just risen, the Heavenly Ancestor values your potential. You can join the All Heavens Tao Feast. He waved his right hand, and a purple gem the size of a fist flew over and landed in Zhou Xuanji's hand. 1,000 years later, when the voice of the heavenly ancestor comes out from the gem, you can gather the disciples of Emperor Sword Court and crush this gem. The heavenly ancestor will use his supreme power to move all of you into the All Heavens Tao Feast. There is no limit to the number of people. If you have 1 billion disciples, you can also bring them. After saying that, the 5 of them soared into the sky, burrowed into the clouds, and vanished without a trace. Zhou Xuanji played with the purple gemstone in his hand and was in deep thought. Why did the whole sect have to attend the All Heavens Tao Feast? The first thing he thought of was luck. Heavenly saints only fought for providence, and the providence of a faction concerned every member. He had to ask old ancestor Hongsher later. After thinking about it, he put the purple gem into the supreme storage and continued to talk about the great Tao's voice. The tens of millions of disciples followed along to practice their swordsmanship. Although the disciples were curious about the All Heavens Tao banquet, they managed to capture some information. That was, they could also participate. Feast of Heavenly Saints, just thinking about it made him excited. However, in order to be safe and not make a fool of themselves, they had to increase their strength. When Zhou Xuanji lectured about the Tao, the spirit qi of the heavens and earth would gather towards him. Apart from Zhou Xuanji and Sword Sovereign Gu, everyone else's cultivation was improving, including Shi Shinzong. Zhou Shaoxian came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked excitedly, "Father, bring us along when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Then you must work hard on your cultivation. After 1,000 years, you must reach the void extreme immortal stage." "Is that possible?" Zhou Shaoxian was infuriated. She clenched her teeth and said, "You're only 305 years old, and you're already so powerful. Even reaching Heaven Realm cultivators are nothing in front of you, and I'm only a void extreme immortal at the age of 1,000. Who are you looking down on?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled. "I look down on you." Zhou Shaoxian almost went crazy. Fortunately, Huang Lianxin came to comfort her in time. "Master, why are you always angry at her? She's your daughter." Huang Lianxin rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said angrily. She had watched Zhou Shaoxian grow up and saw her as a daughter. She couldn't bear to see her suffer. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and replied, "I didn't get to where I am today because of talent. Furthermore, he would not be able to win in terms of talent." Huang Lianxin understood that setting Zhou Shaoxian too high of a target would only make it easier for her to go to extremes. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and went back to her sword practice. Huang Lianxin shook her head and laughed as she followed. Even though Zhou Xuanji was talking to them, his great Tao's voice did not stop, causing many disciples to sigh in amazement. There was still a long way to go before the millennium. Zhou Xuanji planned to continue. He did not have any requirements for accepting disciples. But other than official disciples of Emperor Sword Court, no one else could receive any supplies from him. However, his great Tao's voice was already a great serendipity for the new disciples. As for Zhou Xuanji, he could sense the growth of his fate. He believed that when his fate reached a peak, his cultivation would break through as well. The sooner he reached Universe Heaven Level 18, the sooner the old immortal would give him a surprise. In the next few years, Emperor Sword Court was attacked one after another. Zhou Xuanji's fame grew, and the other factions in the Wanshan Great Thousand naturally did not like it. Those powerhouses understood what Zhou Xuanji wanted: fate and the position of overlord of the Wanshan Great Thousand. When his Emperor Sword Court had a certain number of people, they could overturn the Wanshan Great Thousand. After all, Zhou Xuanji's power had already been proven. Below the heavenly saints, who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. These factions sent their powerful cultivators to deal with Zhou Xuanji, but all of their magic energy was drained by Zhou Xuanji, and they were killed on the spot. After battle, Zhou Xuanji got closer and closer to Universe Heaven Level 16. Meanwhile, Emperor Sword Court's morale grew. Each of the powerful cultivators had their own fame, but before Zhou Xuanji, they were extremely weak. Now, his 9-soul fusion technique no longer needed a long cooldown time. Moreover, his battles were quick, which reduced the consumption of his soul energy. However, some enemies could only be dealt with by demon god Tianwu alone, so he could not absorb the enemy's magic energy. And so, the news of demon god Tianwu becoming Zhou Xuanji's avatar spread. The Sword Emperor's name was gradually deified. It was still the same sea. Thunderclouds billowed above. Xiandeya looked at the sea and said with gritted teeth, "If we don't act now, Zhou Xuanji will really overturn the heavens." He could not understand what the higher-ups of the great Emperor Dao court were thinking. Zhou Xuanji had already shown his threat. Even powerful cultivators like the demonic Emperor and Diashan were defeated by him. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji might become a saint. The heavenly law of Violet Qi did not appear for a day, which gave Zhou Xuanji time to grow. What's the hurry? Wanshan Great Thousand will be destroyed for sure, and Zhou Xuanji has to protect it. He's dead for sure. The great Emperor Dao Court's current mission is to withdraw all our spies and resources and find a new territory. Do you understand? The voice in the sea was a little angry, as though it was angry at Xiandeya for being so rude. Xiandeya was so angry that he laughed. Absolute again. You always have to rely on others to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Xiandeya almost exploded in anger. Just when he was about to speak, a figure leaped out from the sea. This was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His hair was like wet kelp, his skin was green, and there were two sharp horns on his forehead that were slanted upwards. Seeing him, Xiandeya took a step back instinctively. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. "Zhou, why are you here?" Xiandeya asked anxiously. His voice was trembling. Zhou looked up slowly, revealing a hideous expression. His eyes were purple and had no pupils. He stared at Xiandeya and said with a deep voice, "Shut up. I will eliminate Zhou Xuanji." His aura was like a bull, as though he would go berserk at any moment. Xiandeya held back his surprise and asked, "When?" Zhou snorted and said, "Now." After that, he disappeared on the spot. Xiandeya smiled, as though he could already see Zhou Xuanji's death. He liked Zhou Xuanji a lot, but this brat hated him. The voice in the sea came again with a hint of displeasure. "Have you completed your task? In at most 100 years, the great Emperor Dao Court must retreat from the Wanshan Great Thousand. I hope you can focus." Chapter 557. The oppressive Wanshan Great Thousand became more exciting because of Emperor Sword Court. Everyone forgot about the Heavenly Saint's anger and focused their attention on Emperor Sword Court and Sword Emperor. Use the sword to support the world. Use the sword to save the common people. The Sword Emperor had declared that he would protect the Wanshan Great Thousand. It was as if he was declaring war on the Heavenly Saint. For the majority of living beings who could not escape the Wanshan Great Thousand, the Sword Emperor was their only hope. However, the other major forces did not think so. More and more experts attacked Emperor Sword Court, wanting to weaken Zhou Xuanji or directly kill him. But soon, they found that Zhou Xuanji was getting more and more powerful as he fought. Not long ago, Zhou Xuanji had broken through to Universe Heaven Level 16 in front of tens of millions of disciples. He had not even encountered a heavenly tribulation, which made everyone dumbfounded. This matter also became a legend. Most of the living beings thought that it was just a rumor. On this day, the great Dao's voice continued. Zhou Xuanji was teaching Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, and the others about their confusion in the sword's way. As Emperor Sword Court grew stronger, the initial disciples would be suppressed sooner or later. The foundation of the Great Thousand Worlds was different from that of the mortal realm. When many disciples joined Emperor Sword Court, their cultivation had already reached a level that Xiao Jinghong and the others could only look up to. In this regard, what Zhou Xuanji could do was to promote the old people as much as possible. As for the newcomers, they were not assigned any duties for the time being. This was to give the old people some time. His actions were also remembered by the old people. Actually, the original disciple was already very grateful to him. If not for him, these disciples might not have been able to come to the upper realm for the rest of their lives. As long as he could follow Zhou Xuanji, he did not care about any treatment. In the upper realm, no matter how bad the treatment was, it would definitely be better than in the lower realm. 100 miles away, Xiaohu stood on the peak and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a tight frown. His body trembled slightly. What's going on? Why does he make me feel so dangerous? Is it because of demon god Tianwu? He muttered to himself with a strange expression. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji directly, but when he came close, he instinctively sensed danger and did not dare to get close. Wait, there's another demon god's aura on him. How is that possible? Xiaohu's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned to look at him, causing him to immediately disappear. Millions of miles away, Xiaohu landed on the hill, still in shock. He kept panting and gritted his teeth. Idiot! What a fool! He was not cursing Xiandaoya, but the leader of the great Emperor Dao Court, and it allowed Zhou Xuanji to grow to where he was now. Fortunately, he was not reckless. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. He moved forward at full speed and disappeared into the horizon. 7 days later, Xiaohu came to the old immortal's Taoist temple. He knelt in front of the gate and said, "Senior, I met a person called Zhou Xuanji. He has the aura of 2 ancient demon gods. Can you help me divine his background?" His tone was respectful, completely different from when he was talking to Xiandaoya. The old immortal's voice floated out from the Taoist temple. He is destined to become a saint, and he will be the overlord saint that I told you about before. Hearing this, Xiaohu's expression shook, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Overlord saint? That was impossible. Even the 10 great demon gods couldn't do it, but that kid could. His heart raced, and a chill ran down his spine. At the same time, he is the one I have chosen. Sooner or later, he will leave the heavenly Tao, said the old immortal again. Xiaohu suddenly raised his head. Zhou Xuanji was actually... He took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He gritted his teeth and said, "So that's how it is. I know what to do now." With that, he bowed to the Taoist temple and left. On a grassy plain with no clouds in the sky, Shi Shinzong came up to Zhou Xuanji with an awkward expression and asked, "I want to learn how to form multiple sword souls at the same time. What do I have to pay?" He comprehended sword souls before Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him in sword souls, which made him feel ashamed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? You are my sword slave." Shi Shinzong was a little stunned and smiled bitterly. After the Battle of the Divine Cliff, he parted ways with Zhou Xuanji and was chosen by Sword Sovereign Gu. He wanted to come back to look for Zhou Xuanji, but the time was too short and he had yet to learn it. Until today, he had yet to learn it, but his revered teacher had changed sides and became Zhou Xuanji's disciple. He felt very helpless and ashamed. He was too embarrassed to talk to Zhou Xuanji all these years. Zhou Xuanji did not make things difficult for him and told Shi Shinzong the gist of Sword Souls. Shi Shinzong was quite confused, but he was too embarrassed to ask further, lest he looked stupid. At this moment, a figure walked over from the front. Zhou Xuanji turned around with a solemn expression, and the great Tao's voice was cut off. More than 14 million disciples were stunned, and they all looked forward at the same time. Xiaohu walked over. His figure was domineering, and his aura was terrifying. Just by walking over, he gave off boundless pressure. Enemy! All the disciples had mocking expressions on their faces. He actually dared to come alone. He was really courting death. Not good. It was Xiaohu. When the heavenly Tao was created, the first tiger was born with destiny. Gu Jianzun exclaimed, his voice full of fear. Whoosh! More than 14 million disciples were in an uproar. Who in the great thousand world had not heard of Xiaohu's legend? That was an existence of the same generation as the demon ancestor. Xiaohu suddenly came up to Zhou Xuanji, standing 10 meters away from him. Zhou Xuanji looked at him calmly, without any fear. The 9-soul fusion technique was already in place, and he was just waiting for the other party to die. Boom! Xiaohu suddenly knelt down, his knees causing the ground to shake and the grass to collapse. He said in a low voice, "I, Xiaohu, am willing to take Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji as my master. I hope the Sword Emperor will take me in." His voice was sonorous and firm. Silence. The entire world fell silent. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, especially Sword Sovereign Gu, who was instantly dumbfounded. Did he see wrongly? Xiao Hu came to join him voluntarily. Zhou Xuanji stared at Xiao Hu and asked why. Xiao Hu's aura was somewhat familiar to him, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. This brat must have spied on him from afar. Recently, he could always sense someone scanning him with his divine sense. If not for the distance, he would have found out those perverted fellows long ago. Because I feel that you will surpass the heavenly saints sooner or later and surpass the heavenly law, Xiao Hu said seriously. Just when he finished speaking, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck beside him and blasted a large hole. Divine retribution. His expression did not change, and he remained calm. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Such a bootlicker. I like it. Good. From today onwards, you'll follow me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. And Xiao Hu became excited immediately. Seeing how excited he was, Sword Sovereign Gu could not understand. You are a great senior at the beginning of the world. Can you not care about your image? To prevent Xiao Hu from playing any tricks, Zhou Xuanji asked Demon God Tianwu to watch over him. But he was not angry at all. Instead, he observed the Demon God's body with interest. The news of Xiao Hu joining Zhou Xuanji spread quickly. This news shook the world. Xiao Hu was almost invincible below the heavenly saints, and yet he joined a junior who was 300 years old. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 558. Who was Xiao Hu? The first tiger since the creation of the heavenly law, the ancestor of all tigers. His seniority was the same as the 10 demon gods and heavenly saints. He was one of the most ancient beings in Wanxin Great Thousand, and he actually became the disciple of a junior who was only 300 years old. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he was still too young. When the world heard about this, their first reaction was disbelief. The news spread like wildfire. Within half a year, everyone knew about it. In an inn, PFFTT, Xiandeya vomited a mouthful of blood, which stained the diners at the opposite table. He quickly got up and walked up to a young cultivator. Grabbing his shoulders, he said with a deep voice, "What did you say?" Xiao Hu became Zhou Xuanji's disciple. How can it be? What a joke. The young cultivator struggled instinctively, but realized that he could not. It's true, he said with gritted teeth. Xiao Hu was already by Zhou Xuanji's side. He even helped Zhou Xuanji kill a few enemies. He struggled with all his might, but Xiandeoya's hands were like pincers. He could not shake them off at all. He was terrified in his heart. Could he have encountered an evil cultivator who was bedeviled? Xiandeoya came back to his senses. He loosened his grip and began divining with his fingers. The cultivators in the inn fled quickly out of fear. It's true. Why is it like this? Xiandeoya's expression was unsightly. He almost could not breathe. With his understanding of Xiao Hu should not be pretending to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple to seek an opportunity to kill him. This guy was too straightforward. He did not listen to anyone in the great Emperor Dao court and even dared to talk back to the leader. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He suddenly felt that the great Emperor Dao court could not protect him and would die before Zhou Xuanji. No, I must leave immediately. Xiandeoya made up his mind to escape from Wanxin Great Thousand. As for the great Emperor Dao court, they could all die. A bunch of stupid pigs who had lived for countless years. They would be killed by Zhou Xuanji sooner or later. He cursed in his heart. He could no longer maintain his composure. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji was already 333 years old. Emperor Sword Court had more than 20 million disciples. Among them, there were more than 1 million Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortals, 5,000 Void Extreme Immortals, 100 Heavenly Law True Gods, and a few Universe Heaven Immortals. Most of them came to worship Zhou because of Xuanji's fame. Which cultivator doesn't have a flying sword? Moreover, the sword was the king of all weapons. There were many sword cultivators, at least in the Wanxin Great Thousand. With Xiao Hu holding down the fort, fewer people came to find trouble with Emperor Sword Court. In the past 3 years, everything had been peaceful. Zhou Xuanji now had more than 800 legendary swords. He still only had one overturning sky-grade sword, but the Thunderclap sword had already leveled up to disaster-releasing grade. With so many disciples in need of a breakthrough, the Thunderclap sword could be upgraded. He let the Thunderclap sword float in the air to help the Emperor's sword cord avoid the calamity, causing the disciples to exclaim in admiration. On this day, Zhou Xuanji felt an itch in his eyes, and he suddenly saw a crack in the demon realm heart. Xian Xianghua had come out. Thinking about this, he left demon god Tianwu behind and said to Qiu Hu, "Bring me to the demon world." Qiu Hu nodded. He waved his right hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. With his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to travel through the demon world. After living for so long, he definitely knew where the demon world was. After a while, Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Hu came to the demon realm. He traveled underground and headed toward the demon realm heart. "Master, are you going to find the demon realm heart?" Qiu Hu asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji nodded calmly. Without a word, Qiu Hu activated his magic energy and brought Zhou Xuanji to the demon realm heart. At this moment, the demon realm heart was filled with cracks. The demon ancestor was frowning in the air. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Hu, he said with a deep voice, "Zhou Xuanji, what do you want now?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm here to pick someone up." The demon ancestor said coldly, "I don't care who is inside. She is already transformed into the demon realm heart. She cannot leave." His body grew taller until he was hundreds of meters tall. The demonic qi dissipated, revealing a muscular body that was not inferior to demon god Tianwu. The demonic armor on his body was filled with power. It was as though he could destroy the demon realm with a single punch. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "What if I insist on taking her away?" Qiu Hu stepped out and locked his eyes on the demon ancestor. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. They were of the same generation, so there was no reason for Qiu Hu to fear the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was an ancient demon god, but Zhou Xuanji had two ancient demon gods. Other than that, there was an even more horrifying old senior supporting Zhou Xuanji. Qiu Hu looked at the demon ancestor with pity in his eyes. The demon ancestor saw through his eyes and felt very uncomfortable. What kind of demonic power did Zhou Xuanji have to make Qiu Hu so loyal? A strange laughter came from the demon realm heart. It was Xian Xianghua, but her voice was very strange, and it sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Xuanji and the other two turned around and saw a pair of gigantic purple eyes in the demon realm heart. They were extremely alluring. "From today onwards, the demon realm belongs to me. I'm the heavenly law demon lord, the leader of all demons." Xian Xianghua laughed wildly. Zhou Xuanji covered his face. He understood that Long Aohua had returned. Boom! The underground space shook violently, and a thundercloud gathered above the demon realm heart. Heavenly lightning struck down and landed on the demon realm heart. Is this a tribulation? Zhou Xuanji was curious and waited patiently. But the demon ancestor could no longer sit still. He slammed his palm toward the demon realm heart. Since he could not get the demon realm heart, no one else could either. "You're courting death." Qiu Hu quickly blocked in front of him and used his chest to receive the palm. Boom! The demonic qi exploded. The demon ancestor's face was hideous. "Qiu Hu, are you really going against me?" he said coldly. Without a word, Qiu Hu punched toward the demon ancestor's face. The two powerful cultivators began fighting immediately. The fist and palm collided, and the two bounced back at the same time. The next second, they began fighting wildly around the demon realm heart. The demons wanted to destroy the demon realm heart, while Qiu Hu tried to stop them. Neither of them could defeat the other. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. He was curious about how powerful Xian Xianghua would be after she became the heavenly law demon lord. As for whether Xian Xianghua would harm him, he was not worried. This old demonic woman could harm anyone but him. Time passed. As the battle between the demon ancestor and Qiu Hu began, the underground space began to collapse. Xian Xianghua was still laughing wildly and seemed to be very excited. The heavenly lightning struck the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart shrunk visibly. At the same time, deep in the universe, the golden-eyed man with 3 heads and 6 arms levitated in the starry sky as though he was sleeping. He opened his eyes suddenly and flew forward. Far ahead, for heavenly saints were guarding the place. They'd stopped here for the sake of guarding against existences outside the heaven Tao. They opened their eyes and took out their enchanted artifacts. Inform the other heavenly saints. Heavenly Lord Xiantai said with a deep voice. Another heavenly saint immediately waved his right hand, and a golden beam of light flew out. Chapter 559. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was going on in the outside world, but he already had some concerns. The old immortal said that once they used the power of their eyes, they would be attacked by the primordial ancestor's enemy. He immediately sent a telepathic message into the demon realm heart. Don't use the power of your eyes. The primordial ancestor tricked us. He has an enemy that surpasses the heavenly saints waiting outside. Xian Xianghua heard him and immediately shut up. Although she was arrogant, she understood that no matter how powerful the heavenly law demon lord was, he could not surpass the heavenly saints. The demon ancestor was furious. His aura grew more violent, and even Zhou Xuanji, who was at Universe Heaven level 16, could not withstand it. He had no choice but to use the 9-soul fusion technique to merge demon god Nanming into his body. The underground space collapsed violently. Zhou Xuanji resisted with his celestial energy, and the rocks that came close were turned into ashes. The demon realm heart grew smaller and smaller, and it shrank faster and faster. The dark clouds of heavenly lightning dissipated. Soon, when the demon realm heart was less than 3 meters tall, it shattered and turned into countless sparkling crystals. Xian Xianghua revealed herself. She was still wearing a purple dress, but her facial features had become somewhat bewitching. Her eyes had become somewhat blood red, and her lips were so red that it seemed as if they were about to drip blood. Coupled with her purple eyes and peerlessly beautiful appearance, she gave off a boundless charm and an extremely dangerous aura. Universe Heaven Level 2. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This old demonic woman's cultivation grew so quickly. He was not disappointed. He was 300 years old, and he was already at Universe Heaven Level 16. This old demonic woman was already 10,000 years old. The two of them were not on the same level of talent. Xian Xianghua ignored the demon ancestor and Xiao Hu and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. She came up to him and touched his face. "Your eyes are so beautiful, just like mine," she said with a faint smile. Until now, Zhou Xuanji's eyes remained purple. The people from Emperor Sword Court were not too curious about this, and they guessed that it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji looked even more intimidating in this state. "How do you feel?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua smiled in high spirits. Fortunately, he was not a man, or else he would have deserved a beating. She raised her chin slightly and said proudly, "Very good, unprecedentedly good. My cultivation will continue to grow, and I will surpass you soon." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Is it that mystical?" Xian Xianghua said proudly, "I am a master of the demon realm. The qi of the demon realm is fused into my body. I can even refine the demon realm and make it my own independent world." It sounded very powerful. The demonic world was larger than the Center God province, yet it could be refined. Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel happy for her. This was indeed a great opportunity. Boom! The demon ancestor rushed over and wanted to kill Xian Xianghua, but he was kicked away by Qiu Hu. Qiu Hu displayed his domineering aura and roared again and again. His aura was even more berserk than the demon ancestor's, and he could actually suppress the demon ancestor. "Who is he?" Xian Xianghua asked in astonishment. Someone could suppress the demonic ancestor and listen to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Qiu Hu, the first tiger when the heavenly law was created. He's called the Tiger Ancestor. Have you heard of him?" Xian Xianghua narrowed her eyes. She had naturally heard of it. Whether it was in the center God province or the demon world, Qiu was a legendary ancient existence. His seniority was not any lower than the demon ancestors. No wonder he could fight evenly with Qiu. How did you subdue him? She asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, "He came to me himself. He said that the great Emperor Dao Court sent him to kill me. But when he saw me, he realized that we were both disciples of an old senior, so he changed his allegiance to me." Xian Xianghua was very curious about that old senior, but she did not ask further. After that, Zhou Xuanji turned around and charged toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was a huge threat and must be eliminated, or else he would always be worried about Xian Xianghua. With the 9-soul fusion technique activated, Zhou Xuanji's power was no weaker than the demon ancestor and Qiu. Seeing that he was coming, the demon ancestor turned around and charged toward him. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He took out all of his legendary swords and activated Sword Dao rules. Swoosh, the demon ancestor's pupils contracted. Before he could react, his body was penetrated and exploded into a mist of blood. His massive body did not explode immediately. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror and said with a trembling voice, "This is..." Qiu was frightened too, but he was glad in his heart. Fortunately, he did not attack Zhou Xuanji back then, or else he would have ended up like the demon ancestor. Zhou Xuanji did not explain, but came up to the demon ancestor in one step. He took out the 24-rank deep black lotus and tossed it toward the demon ancestor's head. The demon ancestor was surrounded by the legendary swords and could not dodge. The green radiance of the 24-rank deep black lotus enshrouded him and immobilized him. The 24-tier deep black lotus was a treasure to deal with the demonic emperor. Although the demonic emperor was not as strong as the demonic ancestor, he was not far off. Moreover, the demonic ancestor was heavily injured. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. "Demon ancestor, since you don't want to give up, then die." All the divine swords emitted a strong light as they prepared to kill the demon ancestor. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the fiend ancestor immediately bequeathed his soul and transformed into a golden beam of light that vanished into the tumbling rocks. "Kill him," Zhou Xuanji ordered, and Qiu immediately gave chase. He kept the demon ancestor's body into the Tianxia map. Xian Xianghua came to his side and said in amazement, "Little Lang Jun, you are really getting more and more powerful." Her eyes sparkled with extraordinary splendor. Even after becoming the heavenly law demon lord, she was still inferior to Zhou Xuanji. She was not disappointed. Instead, she was still very excited. In the vast starry sky, the 8 heavenly saints stood side by side. Each of them was injured, and they looked ahead fiercely at the golden-eyed man who was covered in golden flames. There was a gigantic hand above the golden-eyed man's head. It was like a black shadow, and its palm was facing him, ready to snatch him away at any time. He looked up and said, "I will not destroy the heavenly law. I only want to capture one person." The gigantic black shadow hand did not dissipate, but continued to hover above his head. "What is this guy's background?" Old ancestor Hongshi said with gritted teeth. He suddenly understood why Sage Daojing left. This guy must have escaped. Bastard! How dare he hide it from me? The other heavenly saints looked terrible too. They could not do anything to him, even if they worked together. How powerful was he? Could he be the legendary Overlord Saint? If you don't agree, then I will stay here forever. I will kill whoever dares to come out, including the heavenly saints. The golden-eyed man continued to speak. His tone was calm, but it was filled with a soul-freezing, murderous intent. Facing his threat, the gigantic black shadow hand was still unmoved. 3 breaths later, the golden-eyed man retreated 10,000 miles and sat down with his legs crossed. The golden flames on his body burned intensely, and next, he turned into a massive sun. The heavenly saints looked at each other in dismay. They all felt pressured. If this guy stayed here forever, wouldn't they be unable to come out in the future? Humph! Let's see how long he can wait. A heavenly saint snorted coldly. He was not afraid of a competition of patience. Chapter 560. Beneath the Demon Realm. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "Emperor Sword Court is still waiting for me." Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "Naturally, it's to enslave the devil world. You can go back first. In the devil world, I can quickly become stronger. Don't worry, I will lay low for a period of time. When I become invincible, it will be time for the devil world to change its name." The arrogance in her tone was about to break through the heavens. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak further. Soon, Qiuhu returned and said angrily, "That brat escaped. Only he dared to call the demonic ancestor that kid." Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Don't worry, let's go back first." Qiuhu nodded. He immediately waved his hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. After they left, Xian Xianghua's smile gradually became crazed, and her beautiful eyes flickered with the light of ambition. With a sway of her body, she turned into a wisp of demonic qi and burrowed into the rock. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, Emperor Sword Court's disciples were all training with their swords or discussing the way of the sword. None of them were in a rush, and they patiently waited for Zhou Xuanji to return. After listening to the voice of the great Tao for decades, their state of mind had been greatly improved. Zhou Xuanji and Qiuhu landed at the front of the army. He said loudly, "Continue advancing." Zhou Shaoxian came over and asked curiously, "Father, where did you go?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told her about his trip. Of course, he did not mention anything about the primordial ancestor. "Wow, Aunt Xian is going to become the ruler of the demon realm?" Zhou Shaoxian asked in surprise, her face full of admiration. In her heart, Xian Xianghua was the strongest woman. In the past, Zhou Xuanji had to rely on Xian Xianghua's protection. Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and knocked her forehead. "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I won't allow it. Cultivate with me." He snorted. Zhou Xiaoshuan's mouth twitched, but she was still very excited. She quickly found Huang Lianxin to discuss this matter. The journey to promote the way of the sword continued. The sound of the great Tao rang out again, sacred and dignified. As he walked, he placed the Holy Light Redemption Sword into the Tianxiao map to heal the demon lord's body. In order to prevent the fiend ancestor from having any backup plans, he simultaneously used the soul division technique. If he succeeded, he would have the avatars of 3 ancient demon gods. If he used the 9-soul fusion technique, his strength would increase even more. Another dozen or so years passed, and the number of Emperor Sword Court's disciples exceeded 20 million. The procession that promoted the way of the sword was majestic and incomparably magnificent. Now, Emperor Sword Court had become a phenomenal storm in Wanshan Great Thousand. Unlike in the beginning, many living beings came to pledge their allegiance every day, and there were even people who traveled across several large states to rush over. Every disciple was very far apart from each other, causing the group to occupy an area of several hundred miles. There were even people practicing with their swords in the air, and sword chi filled the space between heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji and Qiuhu led the way. Looking down from the sky, the entire Emperor Sword Court was like a majestic long sword, advancing with great momentum. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 350 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations! The sword owner has obtained through heaven unparalleled ancient asunder rainbow sword. Extreme nirvana joy. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he could not help but narrow his eyes. The heavenly sword had finally appeared. As for the 9 extreme divine sword, it was probably already at the level of Sky Saint. Then, the information of the history asunder sword appeared in front of him. Sword name: Ancient Asunder Rainbow Sword Grade. Connecting Heaven description: a legendary sword that can cut through the river of history. One must be at least at Connecting Heaven level 1 to use it. Cut through the river of history? It sounded very powerful. But what was the river of history? Wasn't an abstract concept? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and began to receive the extreme nirvana joy. A massive wave of memories flowed into his mind. This was a sword technique, divine ability. It could reverse a desperate situation. But the more enemies there were, the more powerful the reversal would be. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he felt that this divine ability was very similar to world reincarnation. It could reflect the enemy's magic energy. The difference was that extreme nirvana joy could reverse a desperate situation, not just magic energy. As for its exact power, he had to test it out when he was in a desperate situation. He suddenly called Sword Sovereign Gu to his side and asked, "Is there a suitable place to stay in the Wanshan Great Thousand?" After walking for so long, he felt that it was time to stop. The disciples of Emperor Sword Court needed some time to settle down. To the east, there's a mountain range 2,000 miles away. No powerful cultivators live there, Sword Sovereign Gu said. Sword Sovereign Gu muttered. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked toward the east. Mountains stretched to the end. These mountains were barren and had very few plants. They looked very desolate. He immediately walked in that direction, and the majestic group of Emperor Sword Court's disciples followed him in a different direction. They were very orderly and did not mess up their formation. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He took out Great Brilliant Sky and used Sword Master Haki to train the 20 million disciples. This time, he was training the Ancestral Dragon Sword. If 20 million disciples turned into dragons together, how majestic would that be? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. As the sun set in a stronghold, Gu Tianxia sat facing the south with his legs crossed. He was cultivating an energy technique. Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, the old beggar, walked toward him suddenly with a solemn expression. "Brat, don't just cultivate like a fool." The old beggar grinned. Having heard him, Gu Tianxia opened his eyes in confusion. Evidently, they had known each other for a long time. There was no estrangement between them. Gu Tianxia asked, "I keep feeling that something is wrong with this divine ability. According to its qi circulation route, it still cannot produce the effect you described." The old beggar smiled proudly. "Of course. If you want to learn this divine ability, you need to go to the void." He walked to Gu Tianxia's side and whispered into his ear. Gu Tianxia opened his eyes wide and breathed rapidly. His eyes were burning with passion. He stood up and bowed to the old beggar before leaping up and disappearing into the clouds. The old beggar stroked his long beard and smiled. "This brat's talent is really horrifying. I feel that he's even more powerful than Zhou Xuanji." "Interesting." He smiled for a while before turning around to leave. This stronghold was located at the top of a mountain. The mountain was sliced off by Gu Tianxia's sword, and there were hundreds of buildings. The people who lived here were all Gu Tianxia's disciples. All of them were talented and extraordinary. The old beggar came here 10 years ago. He found Gu Tianxia and expressed his intention to take him as his disciple. Back then, Gu Tianxia snorted disdainfully and even attacked the old beggar. In the end, he was subdued by the old beggar. Especially after knowing that the old beggar was Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, Gu Tianxia respected him even more. Zhou Xuanji was actually his successor. His ultimate treasures, the Tianxia map and world Buddha art, were in Zhou Xuanji's hands after all. The old beggar came to a large tree that he planted himself. It looked like a willow tree, and Northern Nethersword Devil Su Qing sat under it. His eyes were lifeless, like a puppet. When he walked up to Su Qing suddenly said a word, Xian. Chapter 561. The old beggar looked at the dumbfounded Su Qing and could not help but sigh. Among the disciples, the one he had the most affection for was Su Qing. He sighed faintly. "Why didn't you listen to me back then?" He could not get an answer. Su Qing was suppressed by the tree and no longer went berserk. But if he left the tree's coverage, he would return to his original crazed state. The old beggar sat beside him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I will save you and restore your fearless spirit." Su Qing seemed to understand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji sat on the top of the mountain and stroked Great Brilliant Sky, which looked incredibly spirited. Strands of silver-white aura wrapped around the blade. Fate manifestation. After decades of working together and promoting the sword's way, The fate of Emperor Sword Court's 20 million disciples was still fused with him. If he thrived, Emperor Sword Court thrived. If he died, Emperor Sword Court declined. If he thrived, they would all prosper. How should I use fate? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The heavenly saints fighting for fate was definitely not a joke. Old ancestor Hongshe must have a motive for giving him this mission. But all these years, he had been paying attention but could not see through it. Zhou Xiaoxian leaped on a mountain top suddenly. She came up to him and giggled. Father, are we going to stay here and not leave? Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, let's rest for a while and decide later. There were still 900 years until the All Heavens Tao Feast. He needed to nurture Emperor Sword Court's power. Zhou Xiaoxian walked up to him and massaged his shoulders. Father, can I discuss something with you? She asked with a smile. Her face was filled with a smile like a weasel's. No, Zhou Xuanji rejected without hesitation. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face fell and immediately squeezed his shoulders. No matter how hard she squeezed, she could not hurt him. Instead, she felt pain in her fingers. She stood up and crossed her arms in front of her chest. You will regret it, she snorted. Zhou Xuanji ignored her. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Was she really his biological daughter? She bit her lip and said, recently, I've been hearing a voice. It's vague and illusory. He's guiding me to fly up, to keep flying, and not to stop. Say, do you think I'll be like Aunt Xian, some kind of heavenly demon lord or something? Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji got up and looked at her as he asked, when did it begin? His gaze locked onto her eyes and discovered that the depths of her pupils had already turned purple. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji fell in a deep thought. A long time ago, he realized that Zhou Xiaoxian was not as simple as she seemed. She had perfectly inherited his bloodline from back then and had even surpassed him. It was just that she didn't have many fortuitous encounters, which prevented her cultivation from soaring. Seeing him so serious, Zhou Xiaoxian became excited and said, probably after you picked up Aunt Xian. Is this some kind of summoning? She also wanted to be as powerful as Xian Xianghua, to rule over a realm and be as mighty as she could be. Just thinking about it made him happy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He instinctively thought of the primordial ancestor and his enemies. Or else, how could he be so powerful? He muttered, come with me to a place. Tell Jinghong to take charge of the situation. We'll be back soon. Qiuhu was already loyal to him. With Qiuhu around, nothing would happen to Emperor Sword Court. Okay. Zhou Xiaoxian went to inform Xiao Jinghong excitedly. Soon, the father and daughter disappeared into the night sky. The sky had just brightened. The first ray of sunlight shone on the temple, and the flowers and grasses around the temple stood up visibly. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the temple with Zhou Xiaoxian. Senior, can you divine my daughter's fate? Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who was this senior? She had seen Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, the old beggar. That guy was a frivolous old man who ignored her. This senior should be even more powerful. It was her first time seeing Zhou Xuanji so respectful to someone. A while later, the old immortal's voice came. He sighed and said, Zhou Xuanji, where did you come from? Why is your daughter like this? Sigh. Like what? Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and became anxious immediately. He wouldn't have bad luck, would he? It's hard to say. Even I can't fully understand it. But I can tell you one thing. Your daughter contains some kind of powerful energy. Once awakened, her power will be unimaginable. The old immortal said faintly. With this, Zhou Xiaoxian became excited immediately. As expected, do I have an identity like the Heavenly Law Demon Lord? She asked quickly. She looked at Zhou Xuanji proudly, as though she was about to be complimented. Zhou Xuanji was amused. Why did this girl not grow up? She was so childish. The door opened, and the old immortal walked out slowly. He stared at Zhou Xiaoxian and sighed. You are more powerful than the Heavenly Law Demon Lord. But it's hard to say whether this power is good or bad. Logically speaking, you should not have such power. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression and said, Don't tell me that you father and daughter have a background that surpasses the heavenly law? Surpasses the heavenly law. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes slightly, and Zhou Xiaoxian almost jumped up. I'm so powerful. She almost burst out laughing, but she held it in. The old immortal instructed, take good care of her. Once she's discovered by someone, they might rob her. Zhou Xiaoxuan's smile froze immediately. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked at Zhou Xiaoxian. If you don't want to die, listen to me. Understand? Swoosh! A shooting star streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The old immortal turned around and said, your revered teacher is crazy. He will kill himself sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji was confused by his sudden change of topic. What do you mean? He asked. The old immortal began telling a story. It was a story about the old beggar and Su Qing. A long time ago, he and the old beggar helped the heavenly law to be born quickly, and they almost died because of it. The two of them landed on the first piece of land, separated by worlds. The old beggar was saved by two living beings, who fed him with heavenly spirit water every day after day, year after year. After 3,000 years, the old beggar finally woke up. He was deeply moved, so he took the two living beings as his disciples and helped them transform. Afterward, the two living beings became the most powerful beings under the heavenly law. Because of their arrogance, they were attacked by all living beings in the world, and they both died. The old beggar used up his cultivation to collect their broken souls. After reincarnation was established and the netherworld appeared, he allowed them to reincarnate. One of them was the northern Nethersword Devil, Su Qing. Zhou Xuanji said with narrowed eyes. No wonder he would risk his life for Su Qing. Even the old beggar did not save Di Guanlong like this. The old immortal sighed and said, he fell too deeply in love. I'm afraid that he will not have a good ending. Chapter 562. It would not end well. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. After all, the old beggar was his teacher and had taught him many things. He did not want anything bad to happen to this old fellow. The old immortal saw through his worries and said with a smile, no matter who it is, they have to be responsible for their own choices. You don't have to worry about him. He won't die for now. Your task is to work hard to make yourself stronger. When you are strong enough, everything will be under your control. But if you are not strong enough, you can only be controlled by fate. Being powerless will make you regret it forever. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He understood this too. He asked, although I've reached Universe Heaven Tier 16, I won't be able to break through again in a short period of time. Can you point me in the right direction? Although he could already move unhindered below the heavenly saint realm, he still felt that he had to work harder. Otherwise, how could they face the primordial ancestors' enemies? If one day he or Xian Xianghua accidentally used the power of their eyes, it would be bad. The old immortal said leisurely, it's still the same saying. Haste makes waste. Continue what you did before. After saying this, he walked past Zhou Xuanji and his daughter and down the mountain. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, should he continue to kill enemies and absorb magic energy, or should he continue to promote the way of the sword? Zhou Xiaoxian curiously looked into the Taoist temple. She found that there was nothing in the temple except a praying mat. He was indeed worthy of being called a Taoist expert. He truly had a pure heart and few desires. After that, Zhou Xuanji left with her. After they left, the old immortal walked down the hill slowly. His eyes were calm as he said softly, everything has karma. Our karma is interfering with the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Sooner or later, there will be a tribulation. After returning to Emperor Sword Court, Zhou Xiaoxian returned to her room and started to cultivate in high spirits. Zhou Xuanji came to the highest mountain peak and continued to think about fate. As soon as he took out Dayo, the black hole exquisite lion jumped onto it. It laughed excitedly and said, Master, I found a cave abode nearby. It's thousands of feet underground, and there's a powerful restriction inside that I can't break through. Do you want to go and take a look? Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Can't you find someone else? There were so many cave abodes in the world, but there weren't many that could catch his eye. The black hole exquisite lion replied, "This cave abode is not simple. I can smell the fate. Although it is very weak, I can feel it. It was formed from the karmic luck of the heavenly Tao, so it was extremely sensitive to karmic luck." Zhou Xuanji heard him and was immediately interested. He got up and let it lead the way. Emperor's Sword Court's 20 million disciples occupied the nearby mountain range. Looking over, the entire mountain range was filled with the figures of disciples training with the sword. The place that the black hole exquisite lion discovered was 100 miles away at the foot of a mountain. The grass was dense here, blocking the entrance of the cave. The black hole exquisite lion lifted the weeds in front of the hole, revealing a dog hole with a diameter of only half a meter. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This guy could even find such a small hole? The black hole exquisite lion's figure flashed, his body shrank, and he quickly entered. Zhou Xuanji turned into a ray of sword light and flew in. They quickly rushed down the tunnel. The tunnel twisted and turned, and from time to time, they would encounter a fork. The tunnel was narrow, and there were many venomous insects, snakes, and ants along the way. They moved quickly and came to the cave abode. After flying out of the cave, they came to a spacious underground space. There was a stone door in front of them, which was covered with spider webs. There were rune-like words carved on it. "This is the place. It's very hidden. If I did not climb here, I would not have discovered its existence." The black hole exquisite lion smiled proudly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with anticipation, waiting for him to break the door. Zhou Xuanji walked to the stone door and lightly touched it with his godly great brilliant sky. There were no changes to the stone door. However, the godly great brilliant sky trembled slightly. It sensed the fate. Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and activated the Trisource Vein Severing Sword. The sword chi intertwined and slammed into the stone door with a loud boom. However, it did not destroy the stone door. He raised his brow and swung his sword again with the 9-soul fusion technique. Boom! The stone door shattered, and a violent gale swept out from the inside. His black robe fluttered violently, while the black hole exquisite lion was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a Buddha head. The space inside the stone door was not big, and it was occupied by this Buddha head. It was made of rocks and was about 15 meters tall. Its mouth was wide open, and its face was filled with anger as though it was scolding. "What's this?" The black hole exquisite lion came over and cried out. He was a little disappointed. He thought that there was a treasure inside. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the Buddha head and touched it. There was nothing unusual. It looked like an ordinary stone Buddha's head. Perhaps there used to be a temple here, but it collapsed and was buried deep underground. But why was it blocked by the stone door? And the stone door was filled with restrictive spells. It did not seem like a coincidence. He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the souls of the great beings. "What's this?" Emperor Hamlin asked curiously. The other souls were curious too. They asked in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji took out another sword, the black hole exquisite lion backed off in fear. Sovereign Xian said in shock, "This Buddha head is very strange. Don't you think it looks like the 9th Nether Buddha?" The 9th Nether Buddha, the most powerful cultivator in the Netherworld. He once fought to become a heavenly saint. Although he was not a heavenly saint, he was on equal footing with the heavenly saints. As long as the cycle of reincarnation and the Netherworld did not collapse, he would be indestructible. Zhou Xuanji wanted to store the Buddha head into the Tianxia map, but could not do so. Even the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus could not store the Buddha head. Be careful. This Buddha head is very strange. It doesn't look like a Buddha with eternal righteousness. It's very evil. Tao Lord Xiantian reminded Zhou Xuanji to be careful. Zhou Xuanji took a few steps back and stared into the eyes of the Buddha head. For some reason, he felt that the Buddha head was staring at him. It was an extremely horrifying feeling. The black hole exquisite lion did not dare to look up, but Zhou Xuanji was not afraid. His mind was calm as he thought about how to deal with this Buddha head. He raised his right hand, and the great brilliant day pierced into the Buddha head's mouth. Boom! The Buddha head shook violently, which shook the entire underground space. On the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles shook continuously. Countless living beings flew up in shock, including the 20 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court. What's going on? Something's happening underground. Could it be an earthquake? No, there's a very evil aura. Everyone, be careful. Enemies are coming. Prepare for battle. The disciples drew their swords and were ready for battle. This is Xiao, muttered with a frown. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side in a flash. At this moment, the surface of the Buddha head began to crack. Pieces of rocks fell off, as though the Buddha head was shedding its skin, revealing its black skin. Soon, a hideous, dark-skinned face appeared. His eyes seemed to be embedded with two green crystals. Although his mouth was wide open, he was still laughing sinisterly. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 563. What is this thing? The black hole exquisite lion exclaimed, his tone full of fear. Anyone who saw such a horrifying head would be afraid, especially that smile, which made the black hole exquisite lion's fur stand on end. Xiao said with a frown, "Be careful. This thing is not right. He's not dead yet." Zhou Xuanji heard him and took out 20 legendary swords, which were all aimed at the black head. At this moment, the eyes of the black head began to move. Oh no, this is the evil life, evil spirit. Xiao suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he cried out with a deep voice. Evil life, evil spirit. Zhou Xuanji and the black hole exquisite lion had never heard of it, but they knew from a name that it was not a friendly creature. Kakik, heavenly law violet chi. The blackhead laughed suddenly, but its mouth did not move. Its green eyes were filled with a horrifying murderous intent. Whoosh! The blackhead's mouth exerted a horrifying suction force, and Zhou Xuanji and the other two were sucked into it. Even someone as powerful as Qiu, who could not dodge in time. Zhou Xuanji was in the darkness and could not sense anything around him. A force was pushing him downward, which made him feel a strong sense of weightlessness. He immediately stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage. Sometime later, he suddenly felt an impact on his soul, and his consciousness went blank. Wah! Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of seawater crashing against the waves and gradually woke him up. He opened his eyes and saw a clear blue sky. There were no clouds or mist. His memory before he fainted recovered quickly. He squinted his eyes and sat up straight. He found himself sitting on the beach. The seawater soaked his legs, and his black clothes were torn into strips of cloth. He looked extremely pathetic. Where am I? He looked around in confusion and took out the Holy Light Redemption sword to heal himself. His internal organs were severely injured, and the celestial energy in his body was mostly depleted. There was a boundless ocean in front of him. The horizon was filled with black mist, as though a storm was coming. It was as though a ferocious beast was hiding in the mist and rumbling. He swept his divine sense in all directions, wanting to see what was going on around him. Soon, he found himself on an isolated island. The island was a few hundred miles long. The creatures on the island did not have spiritual intelligence, and there were no traces of cultivators. He was in no hurry to leave. Once his injuries were healed and his immortal power was replenished, he took out demon god Tianwu and the demon ancestor's body to guard his sides. Right now, he already had 3 Fiend Celestial doppelgangers. As for Fiend Celestial Naming, he had yet to bring it out as a trump card. He chose a direction and flew on his sword. He took out the ancient god sword, hoping to learn more about this place from the souls of the powerhouses. The spiritual chi here is very dense. It shouldn't be the mortal world. Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian guessed, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Like, I don't know. Venerable Xian said, the evil life, evil spirit has a long history. It has existed since the beginning of the heavenly axiom. However, in the past 1,000,000 years, there has been no news of the evil life, evil spirit. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to run into one. I didn't bump into you. It was the black hole exquisite lion. Zhou Xuanji felt quite helpless. That stone door could block attacks from connecting heaven stage cultivators, and those top-notch existences below the heavenly saints would not come to such a place. After that, Zhou Xuanji soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. He wanted to break through the heavens, but he realized that there were no heavens here. There was a formless barrier that he could not break through. Even if he asked Demon God Tianwu to do it, it would not work. How can it be? Demon God Tianwu's power is second only to the heavenly saints. Could it be a barrier set up by the heavenly saints? Zhou Xuanji was perplexed. The souls were shocked as well. Emperor Zhao cried out, "Could it be an independent celestial realm like the netherworld?" Independent celestial realm? After that, Emperor Zhao explained to him, under the heavenly law, other than the Great Thousand Worlds, there were countless mortal realms. Between the Great Thousand Worlds and the mortal realms, there would be other independent realms, such as the demon realm, the beast realm, and the barbarian realm. Other than that, there were also independent celestial realms. The so-called independent celestial realms were like the netherworld, unaffected by the Great Thousand Worlds' fate. Only the Great Thousand Worlds had 33 heavens. Sovereign Xian said hesitantly, "Almost all the independent celestial realms have been destroyed and replaced by the Great Thousand Worlds. Where would this place be? Moreover, this barrier might be more powerful than the one in the netherworld." Zhou Xuanji was suddenly interested in this realm. He turned around and flew down. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." At that moment, a voice came. Zhou Xuanji stopped and turned around. He could find someone to understand this place. He saw a middle-aged man wearing a green Taoist robe flying over. He had an extraordinary aura and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He glanced at demon god Tianwu and the demonic ancestor and was inwardly shocked. Such powerful qi blood. It was the first time he had seen such a body. He smiled amicably and said, "Fellow Taoist, judging from your actions just now, is this your first time in the Heaven Fiend realm?" Heaven Fiend realm? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Brother, can you tell me about the Heaven Fiend realm?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "Of course. I'm Chengqing Song. May I know your name, fellow Taoist?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide it and said, "I'm Zhou Xuanji." Chengqing Song glanced at demon god Tianwu and the demonic ancestor, signaling them to introduce themselves. Zhou Xuanji said, "They are clones that I made. This person had universe heaven level 7 cultivation and was not simple." Zhou Xuanji did not expect to encounter someone with such cultivation as soon as he arrived. It seemed that the Heaven Fiend realm was very powerful. Clones? Chengqing Song felt quite startled and could not help but gulp. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. It seemed that this person was not a good person. However, he did not dare to turn and leave. He smiled and said, "The Heaven Fiend realm is very big, and it has long since lost contact with other realms. Since ancient times, many people have mistakenly entered the Heaven Fiend realm and have taken root here. The Heaven Fiend realm is controlled by the heavenly saints, and all creatures can compete freely. In the Heaven Fiend realm, if one does not have a faction to rely on, it will be very difficult to survive because most of the resources are monopolized by the various sections." Zhou Xuanji was not interested in these sects and asked, "Is there a way to leave the Heaven Fiend realm?" Chengqing Song said, "It's very difficult, unless you have the help of the heavenly saints." Heavenly saints? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had a feeling that he had already caught the attention of the heavenly saints. If he went there rashly, something bad might happen. Chengqing Song smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be impatient. All creatures that come to the Heaven Fiend realm quickly become immersed in this place. It's easier to cultivate here, and the Guanghuang secret realm is about to open. Do you want to come with me?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's the Guanghuang secret realm?" He was not in a hurry. After all, his 24-rank Deep Black Lotus had a portal to the Divine Cliff. If Emperor Sword Court was in trouble, he could directly teleport back and have demon god Tianwu guard the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Chengqing Song introduced. The Guanghuang secret realm contains countless secret treasures and was once a place where empires fought for supremacy. Many experts fell, and the heavenly saints used a peerless divine ability to refine it into a secret realm. It opens once every 5,000 years, and it will open again in 2 years. It's best not to miss it. Chapter 564. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment and decided to follow Cheng Qingsong to find the Guanghuang's secret realm. He could also earn resources for Emperor Sword Court. Now, Emperor Sword Court had over 20 million disciples, and Zhou Xuanji had not distributed any cultivation resources. Before, he could use the Great Tao's voice to make up for it, but he could not continue like this. Even though he had many spirit pills, medicines, and enchanted artifacts in his supreme storage, he could not distribute them to so many disciples. After all, this was the Wanshan Great Thousand, not the Northern Wilderness. The cultivation resources that the disciples needed were an astronomical figure. On the way, Cheng Qingsong enthusiastically conversed with Zhou Xuanji, telling him about the legends of the Guanghuang secret realm. Every time the Guanghuang secret realm opened, countless cultivators would fight over it. The independent world within the Guanghuang secret realm was very big, and there were countless secret treasures inside. Many of them were left behind by cultivators who had died. Zhou Xuanji asked Cheng Qingsong what sect he was from, but he smiled and said that he did not belong to any sect. Didn't you say that without a sect, you would not be able to establish yourself? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed, but he did not directly slap him in the face. Under Cheng Qingsong's lead, they flew into a continent. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhou Xuanji put the 2 demon gods into the Tianxia map. They came to a city. The streets of the city were filled with stalls, selling all kinds of treasures, artifact forging materials, pill refining recipes, and other things. Cheng Qingsong smiled and said, "Ordinarily, places near the coast are quite dangerous, and the cultivators here are quite powerful. You can have a look first. I'm going to look for some treasures." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the 2 of them went their separate ways. He was quite interested in the Heaven Fiend realm and wanted to understand the local customs and practices here. There were many people walking to and fro on the streets, and there were many demons as well. All sorts of languages were spoken, and luckily Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was quite high, so he could understand all sorts of languages with his mind. Language was just a way of expressing oneself, and experts could understand each other with just a glance. He strolled around aimlessly. Even though there were many stalls and countless cultivators walking to and fro like a colony of ants, there were no conflicts. Everything was orderly and orderly. At most, it was just a quarrel. On the way, Zhou Xuanji did not stop. "Quickly come over and take a look. It's the key to entering the Guanghuang secret realm. All restrictions are useless with it." A giggle attracted Zhou Xuanji's attention. He turned around and saw a boy who looked like he was only 7 years old squatting in front of the stall. He had his hands in his pockets like a little old man, and he had a warm smile on his face. Universe Heaven Tier 15. Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. With such cultivation, he was like a crane among chickens in this city. No one stopped in front of his stall. It was obvious that this guy was here to swindle people. Zhou Xuanji walked up to his stall and asked with a smile, "What treasure is it? It's so mystical." The boy looked up at him and giggled. "Do you want the heaven and earth stone of the Guanghuang secret realm?" "World stone?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and looked at the heaven and earth stone, which was shaped like a crescent moon. This heaven and earth stone did indeed contain a trace of heaven and earth power, but it was very weak. It could only be used once before it lost its effect. He inquired how much it was. The boy replied, 300 Heaven Fiend pills. Heaven Fiend pills were the most valuable currency in the Heaven Fiend realm, and they could be used for cultivation. A Heaven Fiend pill was equivalent to 10,000 level 9 spirit stones. If converted to level 1 spirit stones, it would be an astronomical figure. This fellow was indeed swindling people. Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity, "If no one wants to buy it, what are you doing here?" Hearing this, the boy's smile disappeared. He was like a little tiger as he furiously said, "If you're not going to buy it, piss off." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before turning and leaving. Watching him leave, The boy spat on the ground. After he left, the boy's ferocious expression once again changed. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he muttered to himself, "Just who is that fellow? He actually made my hair stand on end. No, I need to quickly leave. He definitely has his eyes on me." He immediately started to pack up his stall and quickly left. Zhou Xuanji did not take this to heart and continued to wander around. It was close to dusk, and he met up with Chang Qingsong in front of the city gates. "Brother Zhou, did you find anything?" Chang Qingsong chuckled as he asked. From his expression, it was evident that he had found quite a lot. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "My luck wasn't as good as yours." Chang Qingsong loudly laughed. The two of them did not waste any words and continued to head towards the Guanghuang secret realm. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Chang Qingsong finally came to the Guanghuang secret realm. The Guanghuang secret realm had over 100 entrances, and each entrance was a stone stele. When the Guanghuang secret realm opened, the stone stele would give off a spatial barrier, allowing people to enter and leave. The Guanghuang secret realm would only open for half a year each time. After half a year, if one did not come out, they would have to wait 5,000 years before they could come out again. The two of them came before a stone stele, and there were already tens of thousands of figures meditating in the surrounding 100 kilometers. The closer one was to the stone stele, the more powerful one's cultivation would be. The earlier one entered the realm, the easier it would be to obtain benefits. Chang Qingsong had Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation and could be considered a powerful expert. He brought Zhou Xuanji and landed 100 meters away from the stone stele. The creatures surrounded the stone stele, and with it as the center, there were 172 figures in the surrounding 100 meters. All of them had at least Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation, and there was no lack of connecting heaven cultivators. This was only one stone stele. The key thing was that there was still a long time before the Guanghuang secret realm opened. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shue's arrival attracted many gazes, especially towards Zhou Xuanji. With Universe Heaven Level 16 cultivation, he could teleport another 70 meters forward. However, he did not do this. He sat down cross-legged and focused his attention on the world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. He conversed with Jiang Shui. 10 days ago, he had sent the demonic ancestor into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and teleported to the Divine Cliff before going to reinforce Emperor Sword Court. Now, with a thought, he could shift his attention to the demonic ancestor. The powerful soul division technique could not stop him from controlling his clone, even though they were separated by 2 realms. Now, no faction dared to make a move against Emperor Sword Court, and Emperor Sword Court had already settled down. The Wanshan Great Thousand was also peaceful. After conversing with Jiang Shui, Zhou Xuanji knew that the Divine Cliff was not dangerous. Following this, he switched his consciousness to the demonic ancestor's body. Emperor Sword Court was fine, and the disciples were still settling down. After so many years of teaching, they needed time to calm down and comprehend. Even Sword Sovereign Gu was the same. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness returned to his original body. He felt a gaze filled with ill intentions. He glanced over and saw a black-clothed man with a higher cultivation than him looking at him out of the corner of his eyes. As their gazes met, the black-clothed man did not avoid it. Instead, he looked condescending with murderous intent. "What's wrong with you?" Chapter 565. Facing Zhou Xuanji's telepathic message, the man in black trembled in anger. He immediately stood up and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. The surrounding people all turned to look at him. What was he trying to do? Sensing the killing intent, Chang Qingsong opened his eyes. When he saw the black-clothed man, he quickly got up in fright. "Gue Chorin, what are you planning to do?" Chang Qingsong shouted in a deep voice. He was ready to fight at any time. "Gue Chorin." The cultivators and demons in the distance were also alarmed as they looked over. It was obvious that Gue Chorin was very famous. No wonder he was fearless and did not hide his intentions and ambitions. He ignored Chang Qingsong and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said coldly, "Boy, you dare to insult me?" Hand over all of your storage bags and storage rings, or else I'll kill you on the spot. The surrounding people instantly understood. It turned out that Gue Cho had another target. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji with sympathy. Gue Chorin was only a step away from the reaching heaven state. He had remarkable abilities, and his methods were cruel. Anyone who was targeted by him would not have a good ending. Zhou Xuanji directly used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu with him. Expressionless, he stood up slowly and said, "I'm standing right here. Come and kill me." No matter how high one's cultivation was, one would still encounter evil people. Since the other party didn't have eyes, then don't blame him for being impolite. Gue Chorin was enraged and immediately prepared to attack. Suddenly, his expression changed. How did this kid's aura change? He frowned and hesitated. Cheng Qingsong did not try to dissuade Zhou Xuanji. He had felt that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, or else he would not have tried to rope Zhou Xuanji into the Guanghuang secret realm. Seeing Gue Chorin's expression, he instantly understood what was going on. As expected, Zhou Xuanji might have the power to surpass universe heaven. The surrounding cultivators and demons looked at each other and whispered to each other. Why doesn't Gue Cho dare to make a move? He's just bluffing. No, that kid's aura has changed. Hiss, what a terrifying aura. Who is he? This is going to be a good show to watch. Hearing these discussions, Gue Chorin found it hard to back down. Zhou Xuanji came up to him in a single step like a ghost. So fast, Gue Cho was startled and subconsciously retreated. Bang! Zhou Xuanji punched through his chest, causing blood to spurt out. The cultivators behind him all used their magic energy to stop the blood from splashing onto their bodies. The violent fist winds shook the ground, and many cultivators were thrown to the ground. How is this possible? Gue Chorin was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his own eyes. He had already confirmed that Zhou Xuanji only had universe heaven level 15 cultivation. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was unfamiliar, he used his gaze to threaten him. This fist speed definitely surpassed that of a primordial heaven. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he cast world internalization, madly absorbing Gue Chorin's magic energy. Gue Chorin immediately turned into a ray of golden light and fled into the distance. Zhou Xuanji purposely let him escape and immediately chased after him. Cheng Qingsong did not chase after them. He was not strong enough, so it was better for him to wait where he was. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Zhou Xuanji returned and sat down beside Cheng Qingsong. As for Gue Chorin, he was nowhere to be seen. Cheng Qingsong asked softly, "What's the situation like?" "Dead," Zhou Xuanji replied. His words were heard by many people, and they were all secretly shocked. They immediately classified Zhou Xuanji as a dangerous person. Now, no one dared to offend Zhou Xuanji anymore. Time continued to pass. More and more creatures hurried over, causing this region to become more and more lively. There were often conflicts, and battles would erupt every few days. 3 days before the Guanghuang secret realm opened, the surrounding 100 kilometers became silent. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Cheng Qingsong said in a low voice, "After we enter the Guanghuang secret realm, should we split up?" Or Zhou Xuanji could instantly tell what he was thinking and smiled as he said, "Let's split up then." In the Guanghuang secret realm, if two people encountered something that they both wanted, it would be easy for them to become estranged. Cheng Qingsong inwardly let out a sigh of relief and said, "After splitting up, let's think of a way to meet up in 3 months. It's your first time coming to the Guanghuang secret realm, so you might miss the time to leave. I was also trapped before." Zhou Xuanji nodded. As for what he was thinking, he did not say it out loud. Since Cheng Qingsong minded him so much, it would be best if they did not meet again after going in. In actuality, he had wanted to help Cheng Qingsong before. With Cheng Qingsong's cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to do as he pleased. 3 days later, boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the stone steel and causing the stone steel to violently tremble. A layer of light shot out from the stone steel, forming a rippling barrier. Immediately, 3 people leapt in, and the others followed behind them. Zhou Xuanji and Cheng Qingsong did not say anything and flew into the barrier. The creatures behind them started to charge forwards, and because there were so many people, battle soon erupted. None of this had anything to do with Zhou Xuanji. After entering the Guanghuang secret realm, they passed through a colorful tunnel. There was no dirt, only light, and it was as if falling in would result in eternal damnation. Zhou Xuanji saw that the people in front of him dove into different directions and quickly disappeared. Cheng Qingsong also quickly distanced himself from him and flew to the side. Zhou Xuanji also found a direction and headed in. Light flashed before him, and he came to a dark world. Torrential rain poured down, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The mountain forest below was mercilessly battered by the rain. He looked up and saw many rays of light shining in the distant night sky. Those were the other cultivators who had entered the realm. He gave a slight smile and took out demon god Tianwu to be his bodyguard. He swept out with his divine sense and decided where to go, choosing the direction with the densest spirit qi. In the cultivation world, most treasures would gather large amounts of spirit qi. It was not just him. The other cultivators were the same. After traveling tens of thousands of kilometers, Zhou Xuanji flew past the thunderstorm region. Sunlight shone down ahead, looking incredibly bright and beautiful. Zhou Xuanji's gaze locked onto a tall mountain. The mountain was on the island at the center of the lake, and it was 3,000 meters tall. There was a massive python coiled around the mountain, and its body was like a dragon. It was covered with black scales, and each scale was as big as a house. It had 3 horns, and its eyes were cold and sinister. It flicked its tongue, and there were violet flames burning at the tip of its tongue. A boundless and domineering aura spread out, causing many cultivators to stop in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked towards the middle of the mountain and saw a golden stone. There were many strange violet inscriptions on its surface, and the spirit qi around it was condensed to the point that it was viscous, as if there was fog surrounding the golden stone. "This stone is mine." A domineering voice sounded out as a muscular man giving off lightning landed on the mountain peak. His legs were incredibly powerful, causing the surface of the mountain to crack. The black python roared as it rushed at him, seeming unstoppable. The muscular man raised his right hand and faced his palm towards the black python. Boundless lightning exploded out, instantly covering the black python. The black python howled in pain, and the entire mountain started to collapse. One by one, the cultivators charged towards a golden rock. Humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. Chapter 566. Seeing so many people daring to fight with him over the treasure, the muscular man became furious. "All of you die!" He furiously roared, and countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the ground. Many cultivators were unable to dodge in time and were instantly hit by the lightning, turning into dust and disappearing. However, some cultivators with powerful cultivations easily dodged and continued to chase after the golden stone. Zhou Xuanji did not act and silently watched. He focused his divine sense on the golden stone. He was curious about what it was. He could faintly hear a heartbeat coming from within the golden stone. Even though it was quite far away, he could hear it clearly. Could it be that this stone had life? The massive black python was blasted apart by the lightning, turning into dust and dissipating in the air. "He Gem and Sovereign Xianlei, you're going too far. The treasure isn't yours. Why can't we take it? Join forces to deal with him. Kill him, and we'll split it evenly. How about that? All right, attack together." The cultivators were all infuriated and used their divine abilities to resist He Gemin Sovereign Xianlei. A massive battle exploded out. The cultivators used all sorts of spells and divine abilities, and their magic treasures all unleashed different types of power. Zhou Xuanji watched for a while before deciding to act. He directly used the 9-soul fusion technique and took out 700 or so swords as he stepped into the air. He Gemin Sovereign Xianlei continuously roared. Boundless lightning gathered in his palms. It was his most powerful attack, and also his most powerful defense. The cultivators were unable to defeat him at all, and were continuously injured by the lightning. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walk over, Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei raised his right hand, and a pillar of lightning shot out from his palm, shooting towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji used 10,000 ultimate steps and came behind Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei. Pucci, Hegemon Sovereign Xuanlei's head flew into the air, and blood spurted out of his neck like a fountain. The nearby cultivators were all given a big fright and quickly retreated. They looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Who was this person? So powerful. Zhou Xuanji used sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep, and the 700 or so swords gave off white light and quickly circled around him. The swords in front of him automatically moved aside, allowing him to easily suck the golden stone over. The golden stone was bigger than him and weighed millions of kilograms. It was not simple at all. He directly put it into the supreme storage. He turned around and walked in another direction. No one dared to stop him. The severed head of the mysterious thunder, Hegemon, quickly flew back into his body. He also did not dare to chase after it. Who is he? My magic power. Hegemon Mysterious Thunder felt a chill in his heart as he thought in horror. He didn't even get a clear look at the sword just now, before he was beheaded. Most importantly, in that instant, all of his magic power was sucked away. One must know that he had the cultivation of connecting Heaven Third Realm. Everyone present memorized Zhou Xuanji's face, just in case they failed to recognize him the next time they met. After leaving, Zhou Xuanji dispelled the 9-soul fusion technique and summoned demon god Tianwu. Dozens of swords stacked together, forming a sword disc, and Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu sit down. Zhou Xuanji took out the golden stone and closely examined it. The ancient god sword floated beside him as the souls analyzed it. This stone is not simple. Its hardness is second to none among all I've seen. Not only that, but there's also a heartbeat inside. Could it be that there's a creature hiding inside? This should be the legendary golden embryo, fire spirit rock. It's an excellent material for refining equipment. This brat doesn't need enchanted artifacts. Look at his sword. After hearing about it, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He asked how many Heaven Fiend pills he could sell it for. Sovereign Xian estimated that it could be sold for at least 100,000 Heaven Fiend pills. This made Zhou Xuanji very satisfied. He had such a great harvest right after he arrived. Not bad. After that, he stored the golden embryo fire spirit rock into the supreme storage. He continued to head toward the place with dense spiritual qi. When he came to the next place, he realized that the treasure had already been taken by someone else. He continued forward but still did not find anything. He immediately moved forward at full speed. He had underestimated the speed of the other cultivators. They were all like hungry wolves, snatching the treasures madly. In the vast starry sky, in a temple, old ancestor Hongshi and an old monk sat opposite each other. Buddha Yangling, why are you looking for me? Old ancestor Hongshi asked first as he looked around the ancestral temple. Buddha Yangling looked skinny and looked like he was in his 50s. He wore an exquisite kasaya and smiled. Look who this is. He flipped his right palm, and an orb of light appeared in his palm. Within it was Zhou Xuanji's silhouette. Old ancestor Hongshi opened his eyes wide and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xuanji had already been chosen by him as his disciple. Even though he had not officially taken him as his teacher, he planned to nurture him. Don't misunderstand. This is what happened. This lad encountered the evil life, evil spirit by accident and was sucked into my heaven emanations domain. He is currently exploring the Guanghuang mystic realm. I am here to ask for your opinion. If you want him, I will move him out. If you want him, I will bring him out directly. Buddha Yangling chuckled, and old ancestor Hongshi heaved a sigh of relief. Among the 8 saints, there are factions. He was very close to Buddha Yangling, and he was mortal enemies with Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Old ancestor Hongshi muttered, Guanghuang secret realm? That's good. Let him explore. He might have some serendipity. Buddha Yongling said intently, "There are many good seedlings in the Guanghuang secret realm this time. Your Zhou Xuanji might die." Old ancestor Hongshi waved his hand confidently. "What a joke. Who could be more devilish than that boy?" He said proudly. "As long as you don't act, no one can do anything to him." Buddha Yongling shook his head and said, "The body of a demon god cannot allow him to become invincible below the heavenly saints." Old ancestor Hongshi was still confident. He waved his right hand and created a chessboard. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's play the next game," he said with a loud laugh. Buddha Yongling stroked his long beard and smiled as he picked up a chess piece. That day, Zhou Xuanji came to an ocean. The ocean was shrouded in fog, and visibility was extremely low. He could sense that there was a spatial barrier at the end of the horizon. There were no more treasures in this region for him to fight for, so he prepared to go deeper into the Guanghuang secret realm. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense before advancing with demon god Tianwu. After flying into the vast fog, he heard sounds of battle on his left and right. He did not mind and continued ahead. After that, his expression became strange. No matter how far he flew, there would always be sounds of battle on his left and right, and the barrier was still so far away. "Seems like we've entered the formation," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Zhou Xuanji said calmly and activated the 9-soul fusion technique, fusing demon god Nanming with his body. He took out Great Brilliant Sky with his right hand and directly slashed out. The sword's soul swept out. However, the sword soul's sword chi did not cause too much of a commotion. After disappearing into the fog, there was no more sound. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and prepared to use Sword Dao rules. "You won't be able to get out like this. Let's work together," a woman's voice came. A woman's voice came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a man and a woman flying out from the fog. Chapter 567. The woman who spoke to Zhou Xuanji wore a blue dress with lotus edges. Her hair was combed into a golden jade hairpin, and she had a beautiful face. She held a long sword in her right hand and a long scarf wrapped around her waist. She looked like a fairy. The man following behind her had a dense demonic aura. He was tall and sturdy, and he wore a black fur robe. His face was cold and stern, and there were 2 horns growing out of his white hair. He examined Zhou Xuanji with hostility in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji put demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map and calmly asked, "How do we work together?" Why didn't he sense the existence of these 2 people before? Was it because of his cultivation or because of the innate restriction? "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Honglian, and he is Lu Fa. What about you?" The woman asked with a slight frown. She had been shocked by Zhou Xuanji's sword chi, but when she got closer, she found that he only had Universe Heaven Level 16 cultivation. Most importantly, demon god Tianwu had disappeared. From the looks of it, it should be a puppet or a clone. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Call me Sword Emperor." When Lu Fa heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and said, "Then you can call me Demon Lord." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and asked Qin Honglian, "Or do we work together?" He was very curious about the cultivation of these 2 people. They should both be in the reaching heaven state, but he couldn't see through them. After using the 9-soul fusion technique, even though Zhou Xuanji's strength had increased, his cultivation level had not. As such, he could not see through those with higher cultivation levels than him. Of course, if Qin Honglian and Lu Fa were to fight, he would still be able to tell. Lu Fa's realm and strength are the strongest. Let's transfer our mana to him and let him attack and forcefully break the barrier. Qin Honglian said calmly. No one could tell what she was thinking. Lu Fa raised his chin arrogantly, feeling rather proud of himself. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it." He turned and flew forward. Lu Fa snorted coldly. "Don't look for him. He dares to be so arrogant at Universe Heaven Tier 16. Let it die here." Qin Honglian didn't say anything, and her eyes were still calm. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji took out hundreds of legendary swords, and his aura suddenly changed. Lu Fa and Qin Honglian frowned. Bang! Zhou Xuanji suddenly unleashed Sword Dao rules, and hundreds of swords instantly moved. It was so fast that Lu Fei and Qin Honglian's eyes couldn't follow it at all. A crack appeared in the space in front of them. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew in with his swords. Lu Fei widened his eyes in disbelief. What did he see? Was this guy really only at Universe Heaven Realm level 16? Hurry up and catch up. After saying those words, Qin Honglian quickly entered the Spirit Formation Cave. Lu Fei followed closely behind, but he was still a step too late. The barrier hole quickly shrunk and disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing him to pounce on empty air. Ah! Lu Fei instantly went berserk and started to walk on the spot. The other side, Zhou Xuanji and Qin Honglian came to another ocean. There was no fog around them, and the sky was high and the sea was wide. He looked back at Qin Honglian and asked, "Why didn't your man come out?" He was amused. He could already imagine Lu Fei going crazy. Qin Honglian looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "He and I don't have that kind of relationship. It's just that our sects are on good terms. We met by chance and traveled together." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and left. Qin Honglian did not chase after him, nor did she speak. Just like that, she watched him leave. Looks like I can't underestimate anyone. Qin Honglian mumbled to herself and concluded the matter. If Zhou Xuanji's personality was like Lu Fei's, he would have been enraged and attacked them. The higher one's cultivation, the more they cared about their reputation. It was the same in the Heaven Fiend realm. Even powerful cultivators did not want to be looked down upon, let alone mocked. This little interlude did not leave a mark in Zhou Xuanji's heart. He advanced quickly and did not want to waste any more time. An hour later, he came to a lake and let out demon god Tianwu. He punched the lake's surface. The lake water was blasted away, revealing a massive crater that was 20 meters deep. At the bottom of the crater, there was a silver treasure chest. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. Why did it feel like he was playing a game? He raised his right hand and used universal attraction to suck the silver treasure chest up. The silver treasure chest was tightly bound by 3 chains, which made it impossible to open it. There was not even a gap. Zhou Xuanji took out Great Brilliant Sky and slashed down, cutting the 3 chains in half. After opening the treasure chest, he saw a dagger and a ceramic medicine bottle. He asked demon god Tianwu to take out the 2 items. He observed it closely and found that the dagger was not simple. It contained boundless power and was no weaker than his Great Brilliant Sky. The same was true for the medicine bottle. Once the bottle was opened, spiritual qi surged out, making him feel refreshed. No one came to pick up these 2 treasures, which made him feel strange. Something was not right. Ever since he came to this world, he had not encountered any other cultivators. He immediately stored the dagger and the medicine bottle into the supreme storage and prepared to leave. At this moment, the soil at the bottom of the lake burst open, and black insects that looked like beetles charged out. They were like fish in a river, and there were countless of them. These black insects were as big as tigers and lions. They hissed and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Demon god Tianwu punched out, and the wind from the punch was like fire, killing thousands of black insects. However, there were still endless black insects coming out from the bottom of the lake. Zhou Xuanji left with demon god Tianwu. He sensed that something big was about to come out from the bottom of the lake. Just as they disappeared over the horizon, a massive creature broke through the ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters and rushed into the sky. This was a massive black insect that was 3,000 meters long. It was different from the other black insects. It had a sharp horn on its head, which gave off a cold light under the sunlight. It spread its wings and chased after Zhou Xuanji. As it flapped its wings, it created a wild gale that shook the sea of clouds. The sound filled the heavens and earth, and it was incredibly deafening. Countless black insects flew at high speed under its lead, covering the sky and covering the earth. Zhou Xuanji, who was flying at his full speed, found that he was unable to shake them off, and the distance between them was instead shrinking. He immediately used the 9 soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu. causing his speed to increase. He directly broke through space and disappeared into the air. 30 million kilometers away, there was a boundless desert. A man wearing mighty silver armor sat cross-legged on a sand dune. Whenever the wind and sand came near him, they would automatically change direction. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "This aura, demon god's body." He immediately got up, and his body exploded out with silver light. His long hair wildly danced as his expression became savage. He smirked and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji landed on a cliff and looked back. He could no longer see the swarm of insects, nor could he hear the sound of the insect emperor's wings flapping. Just what is that thing? He muttered to himself, his tone curious. Before, he felt that if he was caught up to, he would be in danger of dying. That's a black underworld insect. Hand over your demon god's body, or else you will be buried in the insect's stomach. A cold voice sounded out from behind Zhou Xuanji, killing intent locking onto him. Chapter 568. Zhou Xuanji turned and saw that the person who spoke was a man dressed in silver armor. His expression was cold, and his body gave off a silver light, making him look like a god. Their gazes met, and the silver-armored man's gaze became even colder. "What if I don't hand it over?" Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This fellow could actually sense the demon god's body within his body. It seemed that he was not simple. However, the stronger he was, the better. Only then would he be able to break through to Universe Heaven Level 17. He directly took out hundreds of swords and prepared to fight. The silver-armored man coldly harumphed and said, "Then I'll personally send you to your death." He raised his right hand, and the silver light around his body exploded out. His aura surged, as if it was going to break through the clouds. He ferociously pressed down with his right hand, and the silver light turned into a torrential rain of light arrows that shot towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stepped forwards and used the 8-step sword lunge, quickly coming in front of the silver-armored man. Sword Dao rules. The silver-armored man's expression fell, and with a boom, he retreated hundreds of meters, his body covered with blood. Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. He had not been able to instantly kill this fellow. "Just who are you?" The silver-armored man asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with wariness. He had not seen that attack clearly, but with his countless years of battle instincts, he had barely dodged it. However, if it happened a few more times, he did not have much confidence in dodging. Zhou Xuanji smirked and said, "You're making trouble for me, and now you're asking who I am? Quick with vengeance. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Xuanji did not waste any words and once again used Sword Dao rules. The distance of hundreds of meters was like touching to Sword Dao rules. The silver-armored man quickly dodged, but his chest was still pierced through and blood sprayed into the air. He distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji, and his expression was unsightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I'll remember this." After saying this, he turned and ran. Zhou Xuanji would not let him off, and he immediately chased after him. The two of them quickly flew across the ground, one chasing and the other escaping. Zhou Xuanji used the Ancestor Dragon Sword, turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon that roared and shook the heavens. The massive dragon's body swept out waves, giving off massive sounds. Soon, they encountered a swarm of black underworld insects. The silver-armored man dove into the swarm, looking like a silver sword that was unstoppable. The 5-clawed golden dragon was the same, killing countless black underworld insects. Both sides pierced through the swarm of insects, and in front of them was the dark underworld insect emperor. The dark underworld bug emperor opened its mouth, and a violent suction force came, sucking the wind and clouds into its mouth. The silver-armored man's figure flickered, and he teleported away. Zhou Xuanji turned back into his original form and used 10,000 ultimate steps, piercing through the black underworld bug monarch's body and continuing to chase after the silver-armored man. Damn it! The silver-armored man's heart was filled with regret. If it was against the body of a demon god, he was confident, but the Sword Dao rules were just too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't guard against it. He racked his brains, but could not think of when such a person had appeared in the Heaven Fiend domain. He had to escape quickly, or else he would die at Zhou Xuanji's hands. On a hill, 6 cultivators were meditating and resting. They were sweating profusely and gasping for air. This place is too dangerous. That Huang Fufei we encountered earlier is too powerful. Damn it, Huang Fufei is too domineering. He stayed in this world for almost 10,000 years. How sinister. Can he really endure loneliness? There's no other way. We can only think of a way to escape this world. They conversed in low voices. When mentioning Huang Fufei, they felt both hatred and fear. Huang Fufei was incredibly famous in the Heaven Fiend domain, and he had once been a saint contender. He was incredibly powerful, and ordinary connecting Heaven Level 10 experts would have to kneel before him. Swish, swish, 2 sounds of the air being torn past above their heads. They instinctively looked up, and their eyes widened. Huang Fufei, someone cried out, a look of disbelief on his face. Who was chasing after Huang Fufei? Wasn't this person too powerful? The other cultivators also cried out, unable to believe their eyes. Zhou Xuanji suddenly caught up to Huang Fufei and once again used Sword Dao rules, killing Huang Fufei. He killed Huang Fufei along with his soul. Zhou Xuanji took all of Huang Fufei's storage artifacts and put them into the supreme storage. He landed on the ground and had demon god Tianwu guard him. After absorbing Huang Fufei's magic energy, Zhou Xuanji finally started to break through. Rumble, the entire ground violently trembled as if a massive earthquake was occurring. Streams of air gathered above his head, forming a vortex and forming tribulation lightning clouds. In the distance, the 6 cultivators cautiously came to the top of the mountain and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the heavenly tribulation dissipate as soon as it formed, they stared with wide eyes. As they watched in shock, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through. He now had Universe Heaven Level 17 cultivation. He started to adjust his immortal energy, and demon god Tianwu stood beside him like an iron tower, giving off a baleful aura. Universe Heaven Level 17, impossible. How could he kill Huang Fufei with just this kind of cultivation? It should have something to do with the person next to him. Are you stupid? That's a clone. It's not alive at all. A clone is so much more powerful than the main body. How is that possible? That person is most likely a powerful being, but because of some special reasons, his cultivation regressed. However, he can still control a clone. The 6 cultivators whispered to each other, feeling incredibly nervous. Their cultivation had reached connecting Heaven Level 2, and they were quite famous in the Heaven Fiend realm. Shiji 6 Immortals. After Zhou Xuanji finished breaking through and prepared to leave, they hurriedly chased after him. The old immortal in the lead called out, "Senior, wait for us. We have something to ask of you, and we definitely won't ask for nothing." Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and waited for them to come over. The old immortal gritted his teeth and took out a white jade Ganoderma. The other 5 cultivators also took out their treasures, looking incredibly pleading. "Senior, we offer these treasures to you. Please take us out. Is that possible?" The old immortal begged, putting on a very humble attitude. Even though their cultivations were higher than Zhou Xuanji's, after seeing the battle just then, they felt incredibly worried when facing Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense and found that these treasures all contained massive amounts of spirit chi. It seemed that these people were quite sincere. He waved his right hand and put the 6 treasures into the supreme storage as he said, "All right, follow me. However, I've only just come in and don't have any leads yet." The old immortal said excitedly, "It's fine, we can wait. We've been trapped here for 5,000 years. A few more months won't matter." 5,000 years? Zhou Xuanji asked, "How are you all still alive? How powerful was the Black Radiance Bug Monarch? How could these people survive?" The old immortal sighed and said, "We only entered this realm 2 years ago. Before, we were trapped in another place and encountered Huang Fufei. That fellow was too domineering and attacked us as soon as he saw us. Fortunately, we had special secret techniques, or else we would have long since died at his hands. Speaking to there, he said gratefully, "Come to think of it, Senior has taken revenge for us. Many thanks." Huang Fufei, Zhou Xuanji, shook his head and said, "Come with me. Let's take a look around." The Shiji Six Immortals could not have asked for more, and they immediately followed him. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked about Huang Fufei's background. That fellow could tell that he had a demon god's body. His background was definitely not simple. "I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 569. At the mention of Huang Fufei, the Shiji Six Immortals became agitated, as if Huang Fufei had killed their parents. It turned out that they had been pursued by Huang Fufei in this world for 2 years, and they were in an extremely sorry state. The mere mention of Huang Fufei infuriated them. Huang Fufei was very famous in the Heaven Emanations domain. He was the Grand Elder of the Big Dipper Dao sect and had once fought to become a saint. He had lived for countless eras and had countless disciples and grand disciples. No one would believe that such a mighty figure had fallen here. The more Shiji Six Immortals spoke, the more excited they became. Their gazes toward Zhou Xuanji were filled with worship. Zhou Xuanji was not too surprised. Fortunately, he was a saint contender. It seemed like this fellow was once an enemy of the Heaven Fiend, Domain's heavenly saint. If Jiang Yi killed him, this heavenly saint would probably not vent his anger on Jiang Yi. The 7 of them started to wander aimlessly. With demon god Tianwu's protection, Zhou Xuanji no longer used the 9-soul fusion technique. He was not in a hurry to leave and began to search for treasures in this world. The Shiji Six Immortals led the way, and if there were any treasures, they would give them to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not domineering. After choosing for himself, he also left some things for the Shiji Six Immortals, making the group quite happy. The Shiji Six Immortals admired him even more for being so approachable. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. They had traveled through this world, and Zhou Xuanji had obtained many treasures. It could be said that he had made great gains. On this day, he prepared to leave. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming into his body. The eldest of the Shiji Six Immortals, Old Immortal Shiji, asked, "Senior, how do you plan on taking us away?" Their names were very interesting. The eldest was Old Immortal Shiji, the second was Shiji Old Second, the third was Shiji Old Third, and so on. Among them, Shiji 5 was the only female. She was quite beautiful and had a mature aura. She was the brains of the Shiji Six Immortals. There should be no exit in this area. The space here is very stable. It would be best for us to find a place with chaotic space, West Pole 5th speculated. Zhou Xuanji unleashed Sword Dao rules and slashed out. Boom! An opening appeared in the space in front of them, and Zhou Xuanji stepped in after saying, "Follow closely." The Shiji Six Immortals were dumbfounded, but they reacted quickly, not a beat slower than Liu Fa. The 7 of them passed through the spatial crack and arrived at another world. It was surrounded by perfectly straight mountain peaks, verdant hills, clear waters, and rich spiritual energy. There were even 2 rows of white cranes flying in the sky. The Shiji Six Immortals were so excited that they knelt down in the air. "Senior, you're too amazing. Admirable. Impressive. You're too strong. Other than myself, I, Shiji Third, will only admire you in my life. Accept our worship." The Shiji Six Immortals frantically kowtowed in midair, faster than woodpeckers. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. "Are you familiar with this place?" Old Immortal Shiji immediately stopped and patted his chest as he guaranteed. "Over the past 5,000 years, we've practically explored the entire Guanghuang arcane realm. There are many places that we don't dare to explore, but with you around, hee." Zhou Xuanji smiled. It seemed that he had picked up a living map. Just like that, under the leadership of the Shiji Six Immortals, Zhou Xuanji was saved a lot of trouble. Inside the Heaven Saint Palace, Ancestor Hongshi and Buddha Yangling were still playing chess with solemn expressions. If one were to look closely, they would see that the foreheads of the two saints were covered in cold sweat. It was as if this chess game was extremely important. Just what is hidden in the Guanghuang arcane realm? Old Ancestor Hongshi asked. Huang Fufei had died at Zhou Xuanji's hands, but Buddha Yangling was still calm and collected. This gave him a bad feeling. Buddha Yangling replied, an old friend. Hearing this, old Ancestor Hongshi tightly frowned. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression instantly darkened. Could it be? He looked up at Buddha Yangling and asked with a complicated tone, no wonder the Guanghuang secret realm has so many treasures. Just what are you planning? Buddha Yangling calmly replied, didn't you notice that after Sage Daojing left, our saint energy became stronger? Old Ancestor Hongshi frowned. The power of the heavenly law is limited. The more heavenly saints there are, the less power each heavenly saint will obtain. Buddha Yangling said indifferently. There was a terrifying, murderous intent hidden behind these words. He wanted to clear out the heavenly saints. Old Ancestor Hongshi sighed and said, Yangling, can I still trust you? Buddha Yangling casually replied, if I don't trust you enough, why should I tell you? Hearing this, old Ancestor Hongshi smiled and said, it wasn't in vain that I risked my life to obtain a trace of heavenly law violet chi for you back then. The two heavenly saints looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with stories. 2 months quickly passed, with the Shiji 6 immortals leading the way and the ancient demon god's powerful strength. Zhou Xuanji and the others were unstoppable and obtained many treasures. They encountered many enemies on the way, but they were all defeated. The only problem was that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was still stuck at Universe Heaven Level 17. On this day, they came to a barren desert and stood on a hill. There was a bronze door in front of them, and it was half buried by the yellow sand. Old Immortal Shiji said, below is one of the Guanghuang secret realm's 10 heavenly palaces. There are many traps inside, and only a few people can come out after going in. There are definitely many treasures inside. Are you sure you want to go in? His tone was both excited and a bit afraid. The others also looked at Zhou Xuanji. They were all here to suck up to Zhou Xuanji, and everything was decided by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? If you're afraid, you can stay. We won't force you. With these words, the Shiji 6 immortals all promised that they would not back down. Wherever Zhou Xuanji went, they would go. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked demon god Tianwu to open the bronze door, and the group stepped in. After entering the tunnel, old immortal Shiji waved his right hand, and countless fireflies flew out from his sleeves, illuminating the tunnel ahead. Shiji II said, legends say that the Guanghuang secret realm contains many caves and corpses of ancient powerhouses. There are even many evil spirits, so everyone must be careful. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, you all have connecting heaven cultivation. Why are you afraid of evil spirits? The so-called evil spirits were ghosts and evil beings. Some evil spirits cannot be eliminated even by the heavenly law. They're incredibly dangerous, Shiji V said, looking anxious. Zhou Xuanji thought of the evil life, evil spirit. It was so powerful that even he and Xiao Hu could not resist it. Before, he had sent the demonic ancestor to take a look, and the evil life, evil spirit had already disappeared. Shiji IV took out a beast management bag and released 2 purple snakes. The snakes were only as thick as a baby's arm, and they whizzed before disappearing. Looks like there's some good treasures. I hope there's some rare treasures that are millions of years old. Shiji IV said excitedly, and the group quickly advanced. The heavenly palaces this time were very big, and they crisscrossed underground, seeming to be endless. The further they went, the larger the tunnels became. The air was filled with the smell of blood, making them feel uneasy. Chapter 570. The dark tunnel was lit up by a group of fireflies, and 2 purple snakes quickly darted about. Zhou Xuanji and the others followed closely behind, not at all slow. On the way, they encountered many corpses, both human and demon. In tens of thousands of years, they would most likely be able to form a path of bones. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. With so many creatures dead, just what was hidden in this heavenly palace? However, they were mostly excited. There were definitely many treasures left here. The Shiji-6 immortals started to whisper among themselves, guessing what treasures they might encounter. In the Guanghuang secret realm, there were many famous natural treasures and rare materials. There were even many innate magic treasures and ancient energy techniques. In the Heaven Fiend realm, there were many stories of people who had obtained fortuitous encounters and soared to the heavens, attracting countless creatures to come and explore. After coming so far, Zhou Xuanji had gained much. After he went out, he would sell some, and it would be enough for Emperor's Sword Court to develop for a while. Not long ago, he had sent some natural treasures into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus for Jiang Shui and Daoya, Old Man, to grow. His goal was to nurture the world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus into an immortal realm, preferably one that was not inferior to the Heaven Fiend realm. When that time came, Emperor's Sword Court would live and flourish within, forever following him. That way, he could fulfill his promise from before. They would ascend together. Rumble, at that moment, the spacious tunnel suddenly violently trembled as if there was an earthquake. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately went on guard. In front of them, billowing flames filled the entire tunnel, as if they were about to drown them. Demon God Tianwu was in front and punched out, incredibly domineering. The berserk fist wind directly dispersed the sea of flames, and the Shiji-6 immortals hurriedly raised their hands to block the fist wind. Zhou Xuanji continued onwards, and Demon God Tianwu held his right fist in front of him as he quickly rushed forwards. Countless poisonous arrows shot over from the surroundings, and after Demon God Tianwu was hit, its body trembled and forced all of the poisonous arrows out of its body. Relying on Demon God Tianwu's power, they were unobstructed. After the time it took half an incense stick to burn, they came to a side palace. Within the palace were two ferocious-looking stone statues that were 30 meters tall, and between the statues was a long box that floated, giving off a faint light. Demon God Tianwu grabbed the long box while the Shiji-6 immortals searched around the palace. Soon, they found many treasures in the cracks in the walls and on top of the stone statue's head. Zhou Xuanji had Demon God Tianwu open the box, and a black bead appeared. It was as big as an eyeball and gave off a gloomy aura, as if it represented inauspiciousness. He scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was harmless, he took out the bead and examined it. The ancient god sword floated behind him, making it easier for the soul to communicate with him. I think I've seen this pearl somewhere before, Emperor Hamlin said hesitantly. The other souls followed suit. Could it be the demon god bead? What is a demon god pearl? This is a demon god pearl condensed from the essence blood of the 10 ancient demon gods. After consuming it, one's physique will undergo a transformation. In order to strengthen the demon race, they refined this pearl. Can anyone take it? Yes. Hearing the soul's words, Zhou Xuanji directly consumed the demon god orb and sat down cross-legged. He activated the world Buddha art and used his immortal energy to refine the demon god pearl. A berserk energy rampaged through his muscles and bones. Seeing him start to cultivate, Shiji IV said, 3 of us will go around and scout out the situation while the other 3 will stay and wait for Senior. What do you think? It was not that he was greedy, but he did not know how long Zhou Xuanji would have to wait like this. If they could scout out the situation in advance, they could save a lot of time. Shiji V said, be careful. Even though we have connecting Heaven Realm to cultivation, we can't be careless. After some discussion, Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V left the side palace. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. The demon god pearl was indeed miraculous. After the medicinal energy spread out, it flowed into all of his meridians. Even though it was domineering, it did not harm him. His physique began to visibly increase. Increasing his physique would not help him break through in cultivation, but it would make his path as an overlord saint more stable. 6 hours later, he opened his eyes and slowly got up. His body gave off crackling sounds, as if lightning was striking his muscles and bones. Old immortal Shiji and the others also got up and congratulated Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Your 3 companions haven't returned yet?" Hearing this, the 3 of them looked worried. Shiji II stroked his beard and said, "Could something have happened?" The Shiji 6 immortals had gone through countless hardships and knew each other well. They would not betray each other. They had gone out for so long and still had not returned. Something must have happened. Let's go and find them. Zhou Xuanji brought demon god Tianwu and walked towards the door. Old immortal Shiji, Shiji II, and Shiji 6 followed closely behind. Just as the 4 of them walked out of the side palace, they stopped. Their gazes were locked onto the tunnel to the left. 100 zhang away, Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V stood motionless, while Shiji IV maintained his striding posture. In the gloomy tunnel, their backs appeared extremely terrifying. Old 3, Old 4, Old 5. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, looking incredibly terrified. Why had they not sensed their 3 companions outside the side palace? Old immortal Shiji hurriedly controlled the fireflies and flew forwards. Zhou Xuanji also used the 9-soul fusion technique and held his 2 swords as he walked in front of the 3 people. Old immortal Shiji and the others followed. Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V all looked incredibly terrified. Their eyes were dull and their mouths were wide open, as if they had been scared to death. Shiji IV hurriedly examined them and frowned as he said, "They're not dead, but they're souls, stealing souls." Just what was it that could steal the souls of 3 connecting heaven stage 2 cultivators right in front of their eyes? Even Zhou Xuanji could not help but frown. The place where he had been cultivating was less than 30 meters away from here, and it had been blocked by a wall. The enemy had been so close to him, but he had not sensed it at all. Zhou Xuanji put the 3 people's bodies into the Tianxia map and said, "I'll put them away for now. Let's investigate what did it." Old immortal Shiji nodded. Shiji II and Shiji VI took out handfuls of talisman papers and threw them out. The talisman papers quickly floated up and burned with intense flames. The strangest thing was that the intense flames did not burn the talisman papers, and the intense flames seemed to be illusory. The talisman papers circled around Shiji II and Shiji VI's bodies and quickly spun. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and did not ask anything before flying forwards. After traveling for about 10 kilometers, they suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying, as well as the sound of child sobbing. "Did you hear that?" Shiji VI asked cautiously, goosebumps rising all over his body. Old immortal Shiji said in a low voice, "Were you afraid of? They're just trying to be mysterious." Chapter 571. As Zhou Xuanji and the others continued forward, the cries became more and more ear-piercing. Towards the end, it was as if countless wrong souls were crying in their ears. "Be careful. It might be some kind of restriction array. Don't be fooled." Old immortal Shiji's voice came from behind, his tone solemn. Zhou Xuanji walked behind demon god Tianwu, looking around warily. He could sense an aura rapidly traversing through the surrounding walls. It was so fast that he could barely sense it. Old immortal Shiji and the other 2 could not sense it at all. This thing definitely had the cultivation of connecting heaven level 10. He suddenly swung his sword, and the sword chi pierced through the wall and shook the tunnel. Old immortal Shiji and the others trembled in fear. They hurriedly looked over, but did not see any enemies. They didn't dare to ask any more questions and looked around nervously. This kind of unknown existence was the easiest to instill fear in people. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel. Walala! The sound of the waterfall entered his ears. This was actually another world. The sky was very high, and white clouds floated around. Countless streams of water flowed down the mountain walls around the cave entrance. They looked left and right, unable to calculate how wide the waterfall was. The two winds stretched as far as the eye could see. Water vapor filled the air below, and in front of them was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scenery was superb, like a paradise that was separated from the rest of the world. Seeing this, the expressions of old immortal Shiji and the others turned ugly. If this continued, how would they be able to find the souls of their other three companions? The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it is. Perhaps that thing is hiding ahead. Zhou Xuanji said softly. His words ignited hope in the three's eyes. After that, they flew up into the sky. After leaping through the forest, they saw a towering tree. The tree towered into the clouds, and its trunk was as large as skyfall. Its branches swayed in the wind. Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions slightly changed because there were many visible souls and corpses tied to the branches. As far as the eye could see, there were so many of them that it was impossible to count how many souls there were. Many souls were already on the verge of dissipating. Soul curse evil tree. How could this be? Why is there a soul curse evil tree here? Sovereign Xian exclaimed in shock. His words caused Zhou Xuanji to frown, and the other souls also spoke. Then why aren't you dodging? Even saint contenders will die if they encounter the soul curse evil tree. The heavenly saints definitely know of its existence. Could it be that they specially raised it to deal with the other heavenly saints? Is it really that terrifying? Soul curse evil tree. According to the soul of the Almighty Being, the soul curse evil tree was the first evil tree since the beginning of the world. It specialized in seizing souls and relying on the souls of all living beings to become stronger. A long time ago, a soul curse evil tree had nearly sucked a heavenly saint to death. Fortunately, the other heavenly saints had taken action and worked together to get rid of it. He didn't expect to encounter the soul curse evil tree here. Zhou Xuanji stared at the soul curse evil tree and fell into deep thought. Old immortal Shiji and the other two quickly captured the souls of their three companions. However, they did not rush over immediately. Instead, they carefully observed the situation. This tree was definitely evil, but it was so far away from the side hall that they were in before. It was impossible for it to steal souls from so far away. There should be other existences. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with questioning gazes. Zhou Xuanji said, "Step back, I'll try." Old immortal Shiji and the other two quickly retreated. The souls of the powerful beings were anxious. They all advised him not to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji ignored them and fixed his eyes on the soul curse evil tree. For some reason, the moment he saw this tree, he felt an intense urge to take it for himself. He controlled demon god Tianwu and charged over. Demon god Tianwu did not have a soul and was just a clone. Even if the clone of Zhou Xuanji's soul was absorbed, it would be fine. Demon god Tianwu quickly flew over to Shiji 3rd, Shiji 4th, and Shiji 5th souls. It used its hand as a blade and cut off the branches, binding them. It grabbed the branches and threw them to Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji hurriedly caught them, and Zhou Xuanji took out their bodies, allowing their souls to return to their bodies. Demon god Tianwu walked onto the soul curse evil tree and walked around. Zhou Xuanji wanted to see if there were any other existences hiding on the tree. Before, when he was on the tunnel, he had sensed the existence of other creatures. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled and the soil roiled as massive tree roots broke out of the ground like massive dragons and whipped towards demon god Tianwu. Demon god Tianwu did not dodge for long and was sent flying, crashing through a mountain 100 kilometers away. Those tree roots then turned to attack Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji and the others were almost scared out of their wits. After the other three souls returned to their bodies, they gradually regained consciousness. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and 5 billion sword images appeared in all directions, all pointing at the soul curse evil tree. The scene was incredibly majestic, and the Shiji 6 immortals were completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there were dazzling sword images everywhere. They covered the sky and covered the sun. They covered the entire heavens and earth, surrounding the soul curse evil tree. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and the 5 billion sword images moved simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The tree roots were turned into dust by the sword images. The soul curse evil tree suddenly shook, and a green ocean appeared on its leaves. A formless barrier blocked all of the sword images. A wild gale swept up the forest, making it seem like the end of the world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect the soul curse evil tree to be so powerful. Demon god Tianwu also charged over. With a furious roar, its body quickly grew to 50,000 meters tall, and it gave off a powerful gale as it flew, almost sending the Shiji 6 immortals flying. "What is that?" Shiji 5 asked with a trembling voice. She had just woken up and saw such a huge battle. She was a little stunned. Old immortal Shiji gave a simple explanation, which made the other three covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged toward the soul curse evil tree instead of retreating. He quickly merged into demon god Tianwu's massive body and demon god Nanming at the same time. Demon god Tianwu's eyes glowed with a purple light, and its aura grew tremendously. The ground cracked, and the mountains crumbled. Thunderbolts descended. Boom! Demon god Tianwu shattered the formless barrier and rammed into the soul curse evil tree's trunk with its shoulder. He wrapped his arms around the trunk and roared as he uprooted the soul curse evil tree. Soil flew everywhere, and the tree broke through the clouds. The Shiji 6 immortals were dumbfounded. "Oh my god, what kind of power is this? The roots under the tree are so disgusting. What kind of tree is this? Senior is mighty, too powerful." The soul curse evil tree's roots wrapped around demon god Tianwu's body, and Zhou Xuanji activated world internalization. He was absorbing the soul curse evil tree's magic energy, and so was the tree. Both sides began to compete in terms of absorption speed. Other than the ancient god sword, hundreds of legendary swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the soul curse evil tree. The cries of countless women and children resounded across the heavens and earth, numbing everyone's body. The Tianxia map in Zhou Xuanji's body trembled violently, and an unprecedented power erupted to absorb the tree's magic energy. Chapter 572. Where did this thing collect so many souls from? Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. There were not many creatures in this world, and there were not many people who entered this realm. However, there were at least tens of millions of souls, which made him feel quite confused. Could it be that someone specially collected souls from the outside world and brought them here to feed the soul curse evil tree? He couldn't care less and started shaking the soul curse evil tree to shake the souls off the tree. After a brief moment of confusion, the souls that had left the soul curse evil tree woke up one after another. What happened? What's that? Why am I here? Oh, let me go. Let me go. Get lost. Stay away from me. Most of the souls had already lost their rationality and became crazy. They started to flee in all directions. As the number of souls decreased, the power of the soul curse evil tree also decreased. If this went on, the magic power of the soul curse evil tree would be completely absorbed by him. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The roots of the soul curse evil tree gradually lost their strength and loosened their grip on demon god Tianwu's body. Dao Master Xuantian's voice resounded in his mind. "Kid, what are you doing? You want to subdue it?" "Can't I?" Zhou Xuanji asked in reply. If someone could cultivate the soul curse evil tree, why couldn't he? Everything had two sides. The soul curse evil tree seemed evil, but it could also be used in another way. You better think this through. The person who dares to cultivate the soul curse evil tree must be a top-notch existence in the heaven fiend domain. It might even be that person. Are you sure you want to do this? Tao Lord Xiantian asked in a serious tone. Heavenly Saint, if even saint contenders could not afford to raise such a powerful soul curse evil tree, then it could only be a heavenly saint. After offending the heavenly saint, could Zhou Xuanji escape from the heaven fiend realm? If it really was the heavenly saint, he would have already made his move, but he hasn't. Zhou Xuanji replied in his heart. Having heard this, Lord Xintian fell silent. The heavenly saint did not even give a warning, which made one's imagination run wild. Could the soul curse evil tree have nothing to do with the heavenly saint? The other side, inside the Heaven Saint Palace, Buddha Yongling had a complicated expression as he said faintly, "This junior of yours is really amazing." A mirror of light hovered above the chessboard. Zhou Xuanji and the soul curse evil tree were reflected on both sides. Old ancestor Hongshi clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This kid has surprised me again. Not bad, not bad." Buddha Yongling snorted coldly and said, "That is mine." Old ancestor Hongshi smiled. He flipped his right hand and took out a purple ruler. He said, "One item for one item, okay?" Buddha Yongling instantly smiled. He took the purple ruler and began to play with it. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the mirror, old ancestor Hongshi thought to himself. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. Would this brat become the next heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of the soul curse evil tree's magic energy. The tree's leaves began to wither, and it was on the verge of death. The sobbing stopped abruptly. Zhou Xuanji flew out from demon god Tianwu's body. He sat down cross-legged and began his breakthrough. Demon god Tianwu stood in front of him to prevent the soul curse evil tree from causing any more trouble. The Shiji 6 immortals watched from afar, not daring to approach. Seeing that the soul curse evil tree had withered, they were full of admiration for Zhou Xuanji. Too strong. They did not go over to disturb Zhou Xuanji. Instead, they looked around warily. They always felt that there were other dangers hidden in this world. Boom, boom, boom. Violent magic energy boiled in Zhou Xuanji's body and charged into all of his meridians, causing his body to expand and contract in a strange manner. This was the most magic energy he had ever absorbed in his life. The heavenly tribulation gathered toward him. Then it dissipated. This was the domineering power of the heavenly law of violet chi. No one knew how useful it could be. 2 hours later, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 18. His cultivation did not stop growing. It was still growing at a tremendous rate. The Shiji 6 immortals sat on the cliff and looked at Zhou Xuanji in amazement. I wonder what energy technique Senior is cultivating. He can break through so quickly. It might be some kind of energy technique that absorbs magic energy. That kind of energy technique should have a heavy price. Look at Senior. He has never been bedeviled. He has always been so calm. I don't understand. Of course, if you can understand, you are our Senior. The Shiji 6 immortals did not notice that a ball of black chi had already entered this world. The ball of black chi came out from a cave and looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar. "It's him indeed." A hoarse voice came from the black chi. Next, it turned into a black arrow and disappeared into the forest. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to connecting heaven level 1. Analyze that the sword owner has reached connecting heaven level 1. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained 9 extreme, Saint Slayer sword, inescapable net. The sword spirit's voice shocked Zhou Xuanji, and he opened his eyes. 2 beams of violet light shot out from his eyes. 9 extreme, legendary sword. It's finally out. The Saint Slayer sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Saint Slayer sword grade. 9 extreme description. The power of the Overlord Saint can slay a saint. Only those who have reached connecting heaven level 10 can use it once a year. It can really slay a saint. Zhou Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotions. But when he saw the words connecting heaven level 10, the raging fire in his body was extinguished. It was already so difficult to break through to connecting heaven level 1. Level 10. God knew how long it would take. It was impossible for there to be many soul curse evil trees in the world. But now that he could use the history of Sunder Sword, he wondered how powerful the connecting heaven legendary sword was. After the breakthrough, the soul curse evil tree's magic energy was almost depleted. Another half an hour passed. He got up slowly and twisted his body before walking toward the soul curse evil tree. Senior, what are you going to do? Shiji Sixth asked curiously. The other five also looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and waved his hand to store the soul curse evil tree into the Tianxia map. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and found that there were still many souls lingering in every corner of this world. He did not capture those souls, but let them die on their own. Demon God, Tianwu shrunk back to its original size. He followed Zhou Xuanji and came before Shiji, Six Immortals. Let's take a look around, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. After breaking through and being able to use the connecting heaven legendary sword, his confidence was greatly boosted. Shiji Six Immortals nodded excitedly. The group flew ahead. This place should be the center of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was so vast, with so many side palaces and countless treasures. About half an hour later, boom! The mountain wall where the boundless waterfall was broke open, and a figure flew out, stepping on flames. He wore a fiery armor and had 4 arms, each holding an enchanted artifact. He looked majestic without being angry, and his powerful aura shook the surrounding space. He looked around with a frown and mumbled, "Such a powerful evil chi, and there's the mark left by Huang Fufiai. Seems like the culprit is in this heavenly palace." He chose a direction and flew away, leaving behind 2 rows of charred smoke. Chapter 573. Zhou Xuanji and Shiji Six Immortals collected many spirit herbs and flowers in the central world of the heavenly palace. They moved quickly and found a cave entrance after a round of searching. They traveled swiftly along the tunnel and saw many side palaces. They moved separately like a swarm of locusts. It was a pity that most of the side palaces were already taken by others. A short while later, Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from behind. The other party was shuttling through the winding tunnel and would reach him soon. He took out the History Asunder sword straight away and merged it with Demon God Tianwu with a 9-soul fusion technique. The connecting heaven legendary sword's power flowed into his body through his palm. Very powerful. I feel like I can defeat all connecting heaven cultivators. He was curious. The History Asunder sword could cut through the river of history. But how? Where is the river of history? Shiji Six Immortals also sensed a powerful pressure. They turned around and prepared for battle. Boom! The wall in front of them was smashed open, and a man in flame armor with 4 arms appeared. He was stepping on flames. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice, "You killed Huang Fufei?" The horrifying heat engulfed the entire tunnel and turned the walls crimson red from the heat. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, "Immerse, why are you here?" Immerse. Zhou Xuanji heard about him from Chengqing Song before. This person was neither good nor evil. He became a saint contender hundreds of years ago and slaughtered an empire. He also almost died to save a clan. His sins and kindness were incalculable. Looking at Immerse's attitude, he obviously knew Huang Fufei. "Yes," Zhou Xuanji replied. Immerse opened his eyes wide. His murderous aura soared into the sky and shook the entire tunnel. He walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step and asked coldly, "Very good. You are so arrogant. You must be someone famous. Tell me your name." Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at him and said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji." Boom! Immerse dashed up to Zhou Xuanji with a big stride. He raised his arms high and a blade of light materialized between his palms. He slashed down with the blade as though he was going to split Mount Hua. In an instant, Immerse backed off quickly and put some distance between him and Zhou Xuanji. The flames on the cave walls continued to burn as if they would never be extinguished. The Shiji Six Immortals were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. "Where are you from? You shouldn't be from the Heaven Fiend domain," Immerse said with a frown. At that moment, he felt a fatal sense of danger and instinctively jumped away. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Is it that important?" He raised his sword and walked towards Immerse. Since he was here, he would not leave. "Very good. You're very strong. How about we work together? In Maching changed the topic, but Zhou Xuanji did not stop. He continued, at the lowest level of the heavenly palace, there's a corpse of a demon god. It is guarding the phoenix heart ginseng. Let's work together and split the phoenix heart ginseng. He spoke calmly, not fearing that Zhou Xuanji would not be moved. As expected, Zhou Xuanji stopped. What moved him was not the phoenix heart ginseng, but the demon god's body. He asked, what's the use of phoenix heart ginseng? He must obtain the demon god's body. If he could gather all 9 demon gods' bodies, his power would grow tremendously. Maching replied, it can bring the dead back to life and gather souls for rebirth. It can also be used as an ingredient to make medicinal pills for cultivation. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked him to lead the way. The Phoenix Heart Ginseng sounded good. He could go and get it. Shiji 6 immortals followed him immediately. Maching glanced at them and said, you are not worthy. Shiji 6 immortals were furious and embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword with his left hand and said, they are my people. This is enough. Facing Maching, he did not want to be tactful. He must be forceful when necessary. Shiji 6 immortals heard him and were extremely grateful. Maching smiled coldly, but did not speak further. Under his lead, the group left quickly. Maching was very domineering. He destroyed the tunnel and charged underground forcefully. He was not afraid of being attacked by traps or traps. They descended quickly. Half an hour later, they landed on a gigantic golden shell. Below them was the forbidden ground of the heavenly palace. Maching took out a white jade bottle and waved it lightly. Green liquid poured out and corroded the golden shell. Shiji 6 immortals felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was good at using poison too. I must be careful. Soon, a hole was burned in the golden shell. Maching leaped in first, followed by Zhou Xuanji and the rest. This was a space that was thousands of meters in diameter. Flowers were fragrant, and birds were chirping. There was a row of trees at the edge that was filled with spiritual qi. There was also a river flowing through the grassland. Zhou Xuanji's eyes quickly locked onto the demon god's body. The demon god sat on the grassland. Its skin was charred black, and it wore black armor. Its hair was loose, and its face looked like a skull. It had 3 tails on its back, and its nails were long and sharp like swords. It sat there like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. The dignified 10 great fiend gods now all ended up in an appearance that was neither human nor ghost. Truly pitiful. Bullsh *T. This is how it looks. Sovereign Xian snorted coldly. He knew how to spoil the mood. Maching pointed at the forest and said, the Phoenix Heart Ginseng is in there. We have to subdue it first, or else, once it explodes, it will be hard for us to defend. Zhou Xuanji asked, you know this demon god very well. Maching nodded and said, this is demon god Jihuang. His speed is the fastest below the heavenly saints. If we are not careful, we will be killed instantly. Shiji 6 immortals were on tenterhooks as they listened. They stared at demon god Jihuang, fearing that he would suddenly attack. Maching took out a snakeskin pipa. As he strummed the strings, he said, let's work together. I will reduce his speed, and you will be responsible for her. Before they could finish their words, demon god Jihuang appeared before them suddenly and punched Zhou Xuanji and Maching's chest simultaneously. The impact sent the 2 flying and slammed into the golden summit. Shiji 6 immortals immediately retreated in fear. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged over with his sword. 10,000 ultimate steps was followed by dozens of legendary swords. Seeing that his swords were about to hit demon god Jihuang, the demon god tilted his body and dodged with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated Sword Dao rules. Boom! Demon god Jihuang's body spun and flew backward. He landed quickly and stabilized his body. His body was covered with sword wounds, but no blood flowed out. He was like a dried corpse. His wounds recovered quickly, and he disappeared on the spot again. Such self-healing ability. Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately merged demon god Nanming into his body. With the power of 2 demon gods and a history of Sunder Sword, Zhou Xuanji suddenly saw demon god Ji Huang. The demon god flew above his head and smashed his leg down. It would be excruciating if he was hit by this kick. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Dao rules again. Wherever he looked, the legendary swords charged toward him. Chapter 574. Boom! Demon god Ji Huang was struck by the Sword Dao rules again and was turned into a porcupine by the legendary swords. Yin Maching's expression changed drastically in the sky. Such a fast sword. He did not see it clearly at all. If this move was used against him, just the thought of it made his scalp numb. It was too horrifying. Demon god Ji Huang did not completely lose the ability to fight. Instead, he let out a horrifying roar. He shook his arms and sent all the legendary swords flying away. He opened his mouth and inhaled to gather spiritual qi. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened. With the history of Sunder Sword in his right hand, he slashed with the sword soul. Sword qi swept horizontally. It passed through demon god Ji Huang's body directly. A streak of white radiance was brought out by the sword qi, which exploded instantly. Demon god Ji Huang's body was not penetrated. His arms drooped, and he fell down. Zhou Xuanji immediately caught him and stored him in the Tianxia map. I see. Severing the river of history meant severing the past. No matter how demon god Ji Huang was controlled, after being slashed by the history of Sunder Sword, everything in his past dissipated, leaving only a corpse. Too domineering. This history of Sunder Sword was definitely a domineering existence as well. Yin Maching landed before him and asked with a complicated expression, "What sword technique did you use just now?" After living for so long, it was his first time seeing such a fast sword. Yin Maching's impression of Zhou Xuanji rose quickly. Zhou Xuanji said, "This guy was killed by me. The Phoenix Heart Ginseng, I'll take 90% and you take 10%. I'll give you 10% of the traveling expenses. That's already good enough. Or else, we could have found this place ourselves." Having heard this, Yin Maching was not enraged, but nodded without hesitation. Zhou Xuanji smiled and flew toward the forest. Shiji's 6 immortals followed quickly. Yin Maching was the last one. He was not worried that Zhou Xuanji would get here before him. He understood the situation. He could only listen to Zhou Xuanji's instructions, or else he might die here. Huang Fufei, what kind of being did you offend? He thought to himself hatefully. He knew what Huang Fufei was doing recently. He waited in the Guanghuang secret realm on purpose. Countless cultivators died in his hands. Previously, he and Huang Fufei worked together to explore this place and were both severely injured by demon god Ji Huang. This was also why Huang Fufei could smell the demon god's aura. Soon, Zhou Xuanji saw the Phoenix Heart Ginseng. These Phoenix Heart Ginsengs were fiery red, and their roots were connected to each other, resembling a pair of phoenix wings. He swept his gaze across the area and discovered that there were close to 100 Phoenix Heart Ginsengs gathered together. He quickly took away 83 Phoenix Heart Ginsengs and left the rest for Yin Maching. As for the Shiji 6 immortals, they naturally didn't have share and couldn't be of any help. It was already good enough for them to broaden their horizons. Although the Shiji 6 immortals were envious, they didn't say anything. A tinge of surprise flashed in Yin Maching's eyes. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really leave some treasures for him. If it were him, he might have killed Zhou Xuanji straight away. He was open-minded and could be considered a hero. His impression of Zhou Xuanji changed. His hands were not slow either, and he quickly stored the Phoenix Heart Ginseng. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What are you looking for? Tell me, I might be able to help." Old immortal Shiji coldly snorted, "We also know that we don't need you." The other 5 immortals followed suit, opposing Yin Maching. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Let's part ways here, lest I want to kill you." Yin Maching was a little stunned. He shook his head with a smile and left quickly. Old immortal Shiji asked curiously, "Sir, why didn't you kill him? Aren't you afraid of endless trouble?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "I don't have any direct enmity with him. Putting myself in his shoes, there's no need to increase the sin of killing. Moreover, he can't possibly kill me. The Shiji-6 immortals were impressed. Such magnanimity and confidence were admirable. After that, they wandered around the vicinity and did not find any other treasures, so they decided to leave. An hour later, they left the heavenly palace and came to the land. Zhou Xuanji did not act immediately, but found a place to refine demon god Ji Huang into a clone. With the soul division technique, he succeeded in less than 2 days. So far, he had used the bodies of 4 demon gods: the demon ancestor, demon god Tianwu, demon god Ji Huang, and demon god Nanming. He was in a good mood and continued his journey with the Shiji-6 immortals. The Shiji-6 immortals were smart. Since the beginning, they did not ask him about the technique to refine a clone. Zhou Xuanji found them pleasing to the eye. Do you have a hometown, family, or sect? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not hear old immortal Shiji mention his sect or his family, which gave him some ideas. Old immortal Shiji shook his head and immediately understood Zhou Xuanji's intention. He chuckled and said, "If Senior is willing to take us in, it will be the best. We don't want to wander around forever." The other 5 immortals nodded in excitement. Zhou Xuanji was powerful and had an adventurous spirit. Following such a person would make their future life exciting. Seeing their anticipation, Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to tell his story. He started from when he was 2 years old. As for the supreme legendary sword system, it was a secret that only he knew. The Shiji-6 immortals were tongue-tied. They were all in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji was only 300 years old. Wasn't such a short life too exciting? From the mortal realm to the great thousand world, and then to the heaven fiend realm. He even had connections with the heavenly saints. The opportunities and talents he had were too exaggerated. It was as though he was making it up. Shiji fifth sighed in amazement. "Senior, your courage is your true talent." Every time Zhou Xuanji encountered an undefeatable enemy, he was never afraid. This was enough to make her admire him. The other 5 followed suit and flattered him. They really admired Zhou Xuanji in their hearts. They believed that Zhou Xuanji might become a heavenly saint in the future. They must hold on tightly to him. After Zhou Xuanji revealed his background, the Shiji-6 immortals became even more lively. They began to talk about their past. By the river, Immerse sat cross-legged and played with a phoenix heart ginseng in his hand. In his heart, he was thinking about Zhou Xuanji. Who is he? He even took away the corpses of demon gods. Could he be collecting ancient demon gods? He thought about it a lot. As for Huang Fufei, he had already forgotten about it. He did not dare to offend such a powerful being. A silhouette landed beside him suddenly. This person wore a white robe with golden patterns. He had an imposing appearance, and his face was handsome and dignified. His white hair was coiled up in a crown, and the eyes under his sword-like brows were deep and profound. Seeing him, Immerse immediately got up and half knelt on the ground. "Emperor, why are you here?" he said respectfully. Having heard him, the emperor said, "Immerse, give me the phoenix heart ginseng quickly." Immerse quickly took out 6 phoenix heart ginseng and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took the ginseng and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Immerse did not hide anything and told the emperor about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, the emperor squinted his eyes and mumbled, "Collecting demon gods? Seems like he wants to leave. Interesting. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. I will remember this name." Chapter 575. After obtaining demon god Ji Huang, Zhou Xuanji decided to go to the other heavenly palaces. What if the other heavenly palaces also had the corpses of fiend gods? Unfortunately, they did not find any other fiend celestials in the subsequent operation. On the other hand, he had obtained quite a lot of other treasures. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 days left until the Guanghuang secret realm closed. Zhou Xuanji and the others slowly headed towards the outside world. Although there were many independent worlds within the Guanghuang secret realm, their distribution was very simple. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be, but the more they went, the more they would find the exit. The Shiji-6 immortals had already been subdued by Zhou Xuanji. They planned to follow Zhou Xuanji after leaving this place. 6 connecting Heaven Realm experts would be able to dominate even in the Wanshin Great Thousand. The Heaven Fiend realm's overall strength was more powerful than the Wanshin Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji was also wondering if he should recruit more powerful cultivators. He thought about it and decided to leave it to fate. One day, they arrived at a desert. West Pole 6 grumbled, "Boss, how are you leading the way? How can there be treasures here?" The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji was not dissatisfied. His gains had already far exceeded his initial expectations. He had no objections to leaving now. The Shiji-6 immortals were also very satisfied. Following Zhou Xuanji, they had picked up a lot of good stuff, so this trip was not a loss. Now, they took it as a stroll, leisurely, extremely satisfied. It was just that the scenery was a little unsatisfactory. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed past in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Old immortal Shiji quickly rushed over and grabbed that person. "Let me go! Let me go!" A tender and familiar voice came, and Zhou Xuanji smiled. "Isn't this the 7-year-old boy I met at the street stall?" At the time, this kid was still selling the Heaven Earthstones of the Guanghuang Secret Realm. When the boy saw Zhou Xuanji, his face turned pale, and his lips began to tremble. He said in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" "Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions." Old immortal Shiji directly pulled down his pants. Shiji's second brother came over and slapped his butt. The boy was so humiliated that his face turned red. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why are you running so fast? Are you hiding from something?" When the boy heard this, he immediately came back to his senses and cried out in fear, "That thing is coming. It's the evil life, evil spirit. Run. Evil life, evil spirit." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction he was pointing, but he did not see the evil life, evil spirit. The Shiji-6 immortals also looked around, but they couldn't find evil life, evil wraith. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and demon god Jihuang and spread out his divine sense to search for the evil life, evil spirit. Judging from the boy's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. After a while, the sandstorm in the desert suddenly became violent, as if a sandstorm was coming. An evil aura spread out, and everyone could feel the gloomy atmosphere. There was a killing intent locked onto them. "He's here! Here it comes! Run!" The boy cried out in horror, looking as if he was scared out of his wits. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger too. To be able to make him feel danger, it was clear how terrifying this evil life, evil spirit was. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows floated in the sky, all of them pointing downwards, covering the sky and the sun. The boy looked up, and his jaw dropped. He was filled with regret. He should not have offended Zhou Xuanji back in the city. This level of swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Boom! Billions of sword shadows landed suddenly and bombarded the desert. Zhou Xuanji and the others were at the center of the explosion and were not affected. Shiji-6 immortals looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. It was not their first time witnessing the primordial chaos sword shadow, but they were still shocked every time. After the primordial chaos sword shadow's power ended, the evil aura disappeared. The boy swallowed his saliva and asked, "You killed the evil life, evil spirit." The primordial chaos sword shadow's destructive power was too powerful. Together with the disappearance of the killing intent, he could not help but think so. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said he left. He really wanted to find the evil life, evil spirit. He was absorbed by the evil life, evil spirit after all. If he wanted to return, he could only rely on the evil life, evil spirit, and the heavenly saint. It was a pity that the evil life, evil spirit was too fast. It disappeared in an instant. "Let's continue our journey," Zhou Xuanji said. He was very interested in the Heaven Fiend realm and wanted to spend more time there. If Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff were in trouble, he could rely on the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to support them quickly. This incident made Shiji-6 immortals even more cautious. Zhou Xuanji asked old immortal Shiji to release the boy, but the boy wanted to follow them and said that he would reward them afterward. The boy didn't shy away from strangers and continued to introduce himself. His name was Mingshan Child. It was his first time coming to the Guanghuang secret realm, and he was both nervous and excited. Mingshan Child, do you want to die from laughter? Shiji second burst out laughing and mocked Mingshan Child to his heart's content. Who would call himself a child? The other 5 immortals mocked him too, and Mingshan Child was so angry that he almost seethed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the name my master gave me. Don't insult my name." Shiji's 6 immortals continued to mock him without holding back. Mingshan Child was furious, but he did not dare to attack. They continued onward. They did not encounter the evil spirit again, and successfully left this realm. 7 days later, they finally came to the entrance stele of the Guanghuang secret realm. They could leave after the barrier was opened. They were surrounded by rolling mountains and forests. The grass was green, and the spiritual qi was abundant. Shiji's 6 immortals sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Guanghuang secret realm was indeed thrilling. Fortunately, they met their benefactor. With Zhou Xuanji's prowess, they survived safely. Zhou Xuanji sat before a giant rock and contacted Jiang Shui, who was in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus, to understand the situation of Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff. Chiu Boy looked around with his eyes rolling. No one knew what he was thinking about. Another 3 days passed. 2 silhouettes descended from the sky and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed. Immerse. The other person was the man whom Immerse addressed as the Imperial Emperor. He had a stern face. The Imperial Emperor glanced at Chiu Boy before looking at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, can we speak in private?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Sure." He sensed the Imperial Emperor the moment he descended, but he could not see through the Imperial Emperor at all. The Imperial Emperor gave him a feeling of a heavenly saint with an ordinary aura. The two immediately disappeared. Shiji's 6 immortals looked at Immerse in fear, in case he attacked at any moment. Chiu Boy hid behind Shiji's 6 immortals quietly to prevent Immerse from noticing him. Immerse was expressionless. He did not look at them, but stood in the air. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the Imperial Emperor came to the 2 sides of the river. There was a cliff beside them, and the river flowed down into a torrential waterfall. He looked at the Imperial Emperor and asked, "Why don't you tell me your name?" The Imperial Emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, "Ji Huanglin." Ji Huanglin? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and was sure that he had never heard of this name before. Such a powerful existence shouldn't be a nameless person. Chapter 576. Are you here for Huangfu Fei as well? Zhou Xuanji asked. Although he could not see through Ji Huanglin, he was not afraid at all. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Your fate does not come from the Heaven Fiend domain. I want to work with you. Once this is done, I will not treat you badly." Another collaboration. First it was Immerse, and now it was this guy. Zhou Xuanji could not help but guess the connection between the 2 events and their intentions. Ji Huanglin stared at him and continued, "The reason why I am looking for you is that you are considered the strongest among the outsiders. The place that I am going to is a place that the natives of the Heaven Emanations domain are not allowed to enter. Only you and I can do this. The others can wait outside." Zhou Xuanji calmly asked, "Since you want my help, shouldn't you show some sincerity? You don't even explain the situation to me. Do you take me for a fool?" Ji Huanglin's attitude displeased him. This fellow's attitude was high and mighty. Although his tone was not overbearing, it still sounded like he was giving orders. "The place I want to go is called the Heaven Fiend Star Island. It is the biggest forbidden land in the Heaven Fiend domain and is located in the middle of the ocean. Since ancient times, even saint contenders have never returned after entering. Only Heaven's saints know the secrets inside. If you dare to enter with me, I guarantee that after you come out, your cultivation level will increase by at least 3 minor realms, and you will obtain countless treasures." Ji Huanglin said leisurely, as if it was very tempting. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. It was his first time hearing about the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Just from what Ji Huanglin said, he knew that it was very dangerous. He didn't have any reason or goal to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He shook his head. I'm not interested. Ji Huanglin didn't get angry and said, You possess the heavenly law of violet aura. If you don't become stronger quickly, the heavenly law of violet aura will become your bane. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, You saw that I have the heavenly law of violet qi. Why didn't you steal it? Could this person be a heavenly saint? If he was a heavenly saint, why would he need to find someone to cooperate with? I don't need the heavenly law of violet qi. As long as you're willing to come with me, I can agree to one of your requests, as long as it's within my power, Ji Huanglin continued. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, Can you bring me back to Wanshan Great Thousand? Although he could rely on the 24-tier Deep Black Lotus to support Emperor Sword Court, he could not teleport himself back. If he sent him back, what about the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus? Leave it in the Heaven Fiend domain and wait for others to snatch it away. If the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus fell into the hands of others, then the people hiding in the world of the Lotus might be in danger. They might even harm the Divine Cliff through the portal. It's nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Should I go? It was too difficult to find the heavenly saint and the evil life, evil spirit. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and said, Then tell me where you came from. At least let me know what to do. Ji Huanglin said meaningfully, You are asking too much. I am already very sincere and did not threaten you. I cannot tell you my identity, just like how you have many secrets that you do not want others to know. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, All right, when do we depart? Ji Huanglin said, We'll depart after we leave the Guanghuang secret realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two immediately returned to the stone steel. Shiji 6 Immortals and Qiyu Boy hurriedly came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked about the situation. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about their cooperation. Heaven Fiend Star Island. The Shiji 6 Immortals were dumbfounded. Clearly, they had never heard of it before. Qiyu Boy cried out in shock. You don't want to live anymore? Going to the Heaven Fiend Star Island is definitely seeking death. And Maching glanced at him, and he shut his mouth immediately out of fear. Zhou Xuanji looked at Shiji 6 Immortals and said, Find an island near the Heaven Fiend Star Island and wait for me. Shiji 6 Immortals nodded. It would be fine as long as Zhou Xuanji did not shake them off. Ji Huanglin landed in the forest, and Yin Maching flew in after him. Both of them waited for the Guanghuang secret realm's exit to open. In the next few days, living beings came to this place one after another. These living beings were all injured. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, they showed no fear and stopped near the stone steel. In the blink of an eye, the Guanghuang secret realm's exit opened. Zhou Xuanji and the others stepped in first, followed by Ji Huanglin and Yin Maching. They came to a flat land. The other living beings appeared around them one after another. Most of them left quickly without a word. Follow me, Ji Huanglin said. He flipped his right hand, and a blue beam of light enveloped Zhou Xuanji and the others and disappeared into the horizon. Within the blue light, Qiyu Boy cried out, Hey, 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 why did you bring me along? He almost broke down. He did not want to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin ignored him and looked ahead. Zhou Xuanji asked, Can you bring me to a city? I want to sell something. Ji Huanglin replied, After we come out from the Heaven Fiend Star Island, I will go with you. By then, you will realize that the things you obtained in the Guanghuang secret realm are nothing. Zhou Xuanji heard him and was suddenly very interested in the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin continued, The Heaven Fiend realm is actually very special. This realm can be said to be a land of treasures. No other great thousand worlds can compare to it. You will understand the specific reason in the future. His words made the others fall into deep thought. Yin Maching looked at Ji Huanglin and asked respectfully, Emperor, do you have any other instructions? Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said with a smile, You may leave. Maching took a deep breath and immediately disappeared in a stream of black light. Chiyu Boy saw this and wanted to charge out, but he was repelled back. Shiji-6 immortals shuddered in their hearts and grew even more fearful of Ji Huanglin. This was obviously a forceful move. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it. If they were to fall out, then they would fight. In the Heavenly Saint's Palace, old ancestor Hongshi raised his brow and smiled. Yangling, who is this guy? He's not simple. Buddha Yangling chuckled. He's just a junior. How long are you going to play with me? This chess game had reached a stage where there was no solution. Don't worry, Zhou Xuanji. I will not hurt him. I will let him return in one piece, Buddha Yangling continued. Old ancestor Hongshi threw him a stare and said, It seems like this Ji Huanglin is not simple. Let's make a deal. Don't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. Even I can't see through him completely. Could it be that he has a heavenly law-grade secret treasure? TSK, you are really generous. Buddha Yangling shook his head in a smile and did not reply. Everything was understood without words. Old ancestor Hongshi got up slowly and said, I hope that the next time we meet, we can still play chess like this. After he spoke, old ancestor Hongshi turned into a stream of crimson flame and dissipated. Buddha Yangling's expression turned solemn. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he mumbled, Ji Huanglin, you really want that thing. After some thought, he took out a pair of puppets from his sleeves. After the two puppets landed on the ground, they quickly grew taller. Their bodies were engulfed in white flames, and they quickly turned into human forms. Chapter 577. The two puppets engulfed in white flames turned into two men who looked exactly the same. They were expressionless. Stone-like armors materialized on their bodies, and their eyes glowed coldly. Buddha Yangling said softly, Flame God Guards, head to the Heaven Fiend Star Island and protect that jade. Don't let anyone near it. After he spoke, the two Flame God Guards disappeared from the palace. Buddha Yangling snorted coldly before closing his eyes and thinking. Ji Huanglin was extremely fast. About an hour later, they landed suddenly. This was an uninhabited island. Waves lapped against the shore, the seawater surged violently, and thunderclouds gathered. Ji Huanglin looked at Shiji-6 immortals and said, You guys stay here and wait for us to come out. After that, he waved his hand again and brought Chiyu Boy and Zhou Xuanji away. Shiji-6 immortals looked at each other in dismay, but did not say anything. They began patrolling the island to see if there were any restrictions or treasures. They were obsessed with treasure hunting. No matter where they went, they would think of treasures first. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the other two landed on a cliff. Behind them were huge waves, and the ocean under the dark clouds seemed to be in a storm. Looking from afar, Zhou Xuanji could see the island where Shiji-6 immortals were when he turned around. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was faintly discernible in the fog in front of them, as though it was a huge beast. Chiyu Boy was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the ground and almost fell off the cliff. Why must it be here? He cried out in fear. Isn't it good to be alive? Zhou Xuanji probed the Heaven Fiend Star Island with his divine sense, but realized that a formless and powerful force was blocking his divine sense. Ji Huanglin said, Later, we will hide in your sleeves, and you can barge in directly. Don't be afraid of danger. The restrictive spell formation on the Heaven Fiend Star Island only targets living beings in the Heaven Fiend realm. You have just arrived and have not turned into a Heaven Fiend creature yet. He waved his hand again and shrunk himself and Chiyu Boy, enveloping them with magic energy. They dashed into Zhou Xuanji's sleeves like two flies. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and walked into the dense fog with the history Asunder sword in hand. Ji Huanglin only said that the restrictive spell was ineffective against him, but he did not say that there were no powerful enemies inside. Normally, there would be many powerful creatures that had lost their minds and were specialized in dealing with trespassers. After entering the dense fog, Zhou Xuanji could only see 6 feet around him, and his divine sense could not penetrate the fog. He was cautious in case of an enemy attack. After advancing for about 8,000 feet, he still hadn't passed through the thick fog. He couldn't help but frown. Why did he feel lost? Continue forward. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is bigger than you imagine. Many people from other worlds also thought that they had lost their way. Hence, they turned back and went around in circles. In the end, they were driven mad. Ji Huanglin's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji no longer hesitated. He began to sprint forward. 50,000 zhong, 10,000 zhong, 100,000 zhong. Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Just how big was the Heaven Fiend Star Island? A woo! The howl of a wolf came from behind. It was eerie and terrifying. He didn't stop. After all, demon god Tianwu was beside him, about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He finally passed through the thick fog. Mountains rose and fell in front of him. There were no trees or grass, only lava, scorched earth, and rolling thunderclouds. It was like a scene from hell. Ji Huanglin and Qiyu Boy flew out from his sleeves and landed beside Zhou Xuanji. It's over. It's over, Qiyu Boy trembled. Tears flowed down from his eyes uncontrollably, as though he was greatly wronged. Ji Huanglin said, "It's up to me now. Follow me closely. Don't be more than 15 meters away from me, or else I won't be able to save you in time." After that, he walked forward. Qiyu Boy quickly followed him and dared not to cry anymore. Zhou Xuanji followed along with demon god Tianwu. He was very curious about Ji Huanglin's power. Next, he wanted to see how powerful this guy was. Ji Huanglin walked at a steady pace. He looked straight ahead with a calm expression without any surprise. No one could tell what he was thinking. Qiyu Boy was nervous as he looked left and right. The view around him was vast, but he still felt a sense of danger. Boom! A horrifying silhouette charged over suddenly and was blasted away by the formless aura, vomiting blood. Too fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew over from the horizon as though it teleported. Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy looked over. It was a blood monkey with 6 arms and a ferocious face. Its mouth was filled with fangs. After it landed, it rolled a few hundred times before burrowing into the charred ground and disappeared. Qiyu Boy asked in a trembling voice, "What was that?" He was a universe heaven cultivator, but now he was like an ordinary person in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked toward Ji Huanglin. He did not see how Ji Huanglin attacked at all. Ji Huanglin did not stop but continued ahead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is filled with baleful aura and nurtured many ferocious creatures. Countless years have passed, and their power has reached an extremely horrifying level. The surrounding fog is actually a prison to prevent them from charging out. Ji Huanglin explained to Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy. "What are you looking for?" Qiyu Boy asked with gritted teeth. "Why does this guy know the Heaven Fiend Star Island so well? Could it be that he was here before? Why did he come again?" He immediately thought of a possibility, which was that the people who accompanied Ji Huanglin were all dead. Zhou Xuanji thought of this possibility too, but his expression did not change. He did not panic. Ji Huanglin glanced at Qiyu Boy and said, "Something that will kill you after you hear about it." Qiyu Boy was frightened by Ji Huanglin's cold eyes and immediately shut up. After some time, they were attacked consecutively. Those ferocious creatures were blasted away before they could even touch them. Ji Huanglin was ridiculously powerful. Half an hour later, they came to the foot of a volcano. There was a cave entrance here, and the walls of the cave reflected the light of the fire. Ji Huanglin led them into the cave. "Pay attention to your feet. Don't step on the rocks. Those rocks have powerful corrosive power. Stepping on them will destroy your soul instantly. Even connecting heaven level 10 cultivators could not last more than 5 breaths." His words made Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy look at the ground instinctively. Zhou Xuanji stored demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map. Soon, they saw that the ground in front of them was covered with all kinds of rocks. They immediately flew up and left the ground. Fortunately, the cave entrance was high enough, or else it would have been awkward. They walked along the winding tunnel and finally came to the end. In front of them was a cliff, and below them was a sea of lava. The high temperature made Qiyu Boy sweat profusely. Ji Huanglin stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. His expression was still cold. He did not take any action, but looked at them quietly. Qiu Boy wanted to ask, but did not dare to. He could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at the mountain wall opposite him. There was a picture on the gigantic mountain wall. It was carved with some kind of red rock. It was a 9-headed dragon surrounded by dozens of people. It was not a battle, but a sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 578. What's that? Zhou Xuanji asked. Qiu Boy followed his gaze and frowned. Dragons with 9 heads were not rare in myths and legends. They were often existences that could destroy the world. The Heaven Fiend Domain's ancient demon, Dragon Emperor Yiming, is one of the evil spirits. It has the power to destroy heaven and earth. If not for the Heavenly Saint's descent, it would have nearly eaten the entire Heaven Fiend domain. Ji Huanglin introduced, causing Qiu Boy's entire body to go numb. He asked cautiously, "You're not here to look for it, are you? If such a giant demon was released, it would definitely be a disaster." He had heard many stories. There were always people who, in pursuit of power, released ancient evil existences. In the end, not only did they throw away their lives, but they also brought disaster to the world. Ji Huanglin replied, "Dragon Emperor Yiming is nothing. I don't care about him at all." He looked down and said, "Wait a little longer. Don't make a sound." Qiu Boy wanted to speak, but hesitated. Ji Huanglin said no more. The three of them fell into silence, while Zhou Xuanji looked around. He also discovered that the other patterns were very strange. They gave off the feeling of vicissitudes of an ancient civilization. What was worth mentioning was that no ferocious beasts attacked them when they arrived here. An hour and a half later, Ji Huanglin suddenly waved his palm downward and sucked in the air. Bang! The surface of the lava exploded, and a head-sized ball of fire flew up and landed on his palm. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and Lu Qiue, and he smirked. He smiled and said, "This is the evil fiery bead. Next, I need to find the other evil beads of the other 4 elements, and then head to the central area of the Heaven Fiend Star Island to exchange for what I want. During this process, just tell me what you want." Qiu Boy exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Really?" Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said, "This is none of your business." Qiu Boy's smile instantly collapsed. Ji Huanglin stored the fiery evil bead and left with Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Boy. For the rest of the journey, Zhou Xuanji plundered whatever he saw without holding back. In any case, he didn't need to do anything. Ji Huanglin could move those treasures to him with a casual wave of his hand. He sensed that these natural treasures contained some kind of demonic aura. If he wanted to use them, he would have to remove the demonic aura. 3 days later, they found the evil water bead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was very big, and other than this lava land, there were other places with celestial phenomena. For example, a world of ice and snow, a green grassland, a forest filled with autumn leaves, and so on. This island seemed to have formed a world of its own, and it was a very large world. All the ferocious creatures they encountered along the way were killed by Ji Huanglin. None of them even touched the hem of their clothes. Qiu Boy was convinced by Ji Huanglin's strength and was no longer afraid. He could even follow Ji Huanglin to collect some special rocks and flowers. Zhou Xuanji had been observing Ji Huanglin. He always felt that this fellow was very similar to the Heavenly Saint. He had secretly used the 9-soul fusion technique, but he still couldn't see through Ji Huanglin. In less than half a month, Ji Huanglin had collected the 5 elemental evil beads and brought them to the center of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin said, "The next step is the real challenge. Little one, be prepared to die." Qiu Boy was looking around and was shocked when he heard this. "Didn't you say that you could protect us?" He cried out. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. "That's what I said to him. You're different. I captured you to use you as bait. Don't think that I don't know where you came from. You are the most easily coveted by the demons. If you cooperate, you might have a chance of survival." Qiu Boy's expression changed drastically. He was completely disheartened and almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji looked at Qiu Boy curiously. Could this guy have some extraordinary background? No wonder Ji Huanglin did not bring Shiji 6 immortals, but him. Chiyu Boy suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward the forest in the east. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Chiyu Boy over. He grabbed Chiyu Boy's neck and lifted him up high. "Let me go. If my master knows about this, you will be dead." Chiyu Boy cried out. His face was red. Ji Huanglin laughed disdainfully and continued forward while choking him. At the end of the horizon, there was a mountain that reached into the clouds. The sky there was very dark and oppressive, and they could vaguely hear the sound of thunder. Such a powerful sense of oppression. What's hiding there? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. A strong sense of danger grew in his heart. His instincts told him to stay away from that mountain. But since things had come to this, he wanted to see what Ji Huanglin wanted. Above the sea of clouds, a floating island floated silently. There was a courtyard on the island. Xiandoya stood outside the courtyard and said with a smile, "Brother C, it's been 1,000,000 years since we last met. Why don't you come out and meet your old friend?" Soon a cold voice came. "What do you have to meet me for? Or are you seeking death?" This person was called Si Mengyan. He was a transcendent existence that reigned above the great thousand world and had the qualifications to become a saint. Xiandoya was not frightened. He replied calmly, "About the great Emperor Dao Court. I have already left the great Emperor Dao Court. I can tell you anything you want to know about the great Emperor Dao Court. I only ask that you help me reforge my body." Boom! The door opened, and a gust of wind blew toward Xiandoya. His expression did not change as he stared fixedly at the main house in the courtyard. Si Mengyan walked out of the house slowly. He wore a black robe with red edges. His face looked sinister, and there were strands of blood-red hair in his black hair. His eyes were like a wolf's, cruel and cold. He stared at Xiandoya and said, "If you dare to bully me, you should know what the consequences are." Xiandoya sighed and said, "I have no other way out. The great Emperor Dao Court is too stupid." He was infuriated when he mentioned Zhou Xuanji. The great Emperor Dao Court had been at a high position for a long time. Everyone was proud and arrogant. They did not take any genius seriously. This made him hate them for not living up to his expectations. At the same time, he was even more resentful. He had done his best for the great Emperor Dao Court, but he was still like this. "Why do you say so?" Si Mengyan asked. Xiandoya immediately told him about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, Si Mengyan's eyes sparkled. "Zhou Xuanji. So it's him." Si Mengyan remembered that old ancestor Hongshi had mentioned Zhou Xuanji to him before. Old ancestor Hongshi claimed that Zhou Xuanji would become his partner in the future. They would become old ancestor Hongshi's two sharpest blades. Xiandoya gritted his teeth and said, "After you take revenge, can you help me get rid of Zhou Xuanji? I can listen to you in the future." Zhou Xuanji grew too quickly. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji was more threatening than Si Mengyan. Si Mengyan said with a faint smile, "Zhou Xuanji, no problem. Help me get rid of the great Emperor Dao Court first." He mocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was someone the heavenly saint valued. "You want to scheme to kill him? Fool!" Xiandoya heard him and heaved a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said, "Let's talk inside." Si Mengyan nodded and walked into the house. Xiandoya followed closely behind. Chapter 579. After ascending the mountain, the sense of danger in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew even more intense. Even though his field of vision was wide and the mountain was bare, there did not seem to be any danger at first glance. Ji Huanglin had already put Chiyu Boy down. He walked at the very front with a calm expression. It was obvious that this was not his first time here. But with his cultivation, why was he walking so slowly? "Can I just fly in?" Zhou Xuanji guessed in his heart and felt that he was acting cool. The mountain was very tall. When they were halfway up the mountain, Ji Huanglin stopped and said, "How much longer are we going to hide?" Chiyu Boy grew nervous again. Ji Huanglin did not attack directly. Instead, he tried to force the other party into action. This meant that the other party was very strong. 100 feet up, two flame god guards appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Buddha Yangling's wooden doll. They stared at Ji Huanglin expressionlessly and lifelessly. Ji Huanglin sneered and said, Yangling sent you here. Do you think you can stop me? He called out the heavenly saint's name without any hesitation. When the two flame god guards heard this, they immediately rushed towards Ji Huanglin. It was a loud bang. They were blocked by an invisible force 1 meter away from Ji Huanglin. Hua! Hua! The bodies of the two flame god guards suddenly burst into flames. It looked like two huge fireballs. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. He took a step forward and sent the two flame god guards flying with his aura. He continued to walk forward. With every step he took, he used an even stronger aura to oppress the flame god guards. The flame god guards suddenly split up and attacked Ji Huanglin from different directions. Ji Huanglin was calm and unruffled. No matter how they attacked, they were unable to touch Ji Huanglin. Instead, they were sent flying again and again. In front of him, the flame god guards were so weak. Chiyu Boy asked, Since you can kill them, why don't you hurry up? Was he deliberately showing off his strength? He hated Ji Huanglin to the core. If it weren't for Ji Huanglin, he wouldn't be here. Ji Huanglin waved his right hand, and the two flame god guards suddenly exploded and turned into ashes. Easy, domineering. Ji Huanglin's expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. The two flame god guards materialized their physical bodies again. They appeared on the left and right sides of Chu Feng, not daring to attack. Go back and tell Yangling that if he dares to stop me again, the consequences will be worse than he can imagine. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His aura suddenly erupted, shaking the entire mountain peak. The two flame god guards immediately disappeared. They also understood that they couldn't stop Ji Huanglin, so there was no need to stay here and die. Zhou Xuanji asked, Who is Yangling? A heaven saint from the Heaven Fiend domain? Aside from the heavenly saints, who else would have such a grand plan to set up a trap in the Heaven Fiend Star Island? Ji Huanglin replied, Yes, an ambitious and sinister fellow. His tone was filled with disdain towards Buddha Yangling. Are you also a heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji asked. Ji Huanglin said disdainfully, A heavenly saint is nothing. He did not say much, but this made Zhou Xuanji think even more. Could it be that this fellow also came from outside the heavenly Tao? Zhou Xuanji already knew about the three existences from the Kunlun origin court. Ji Huanglin was the same, but why did he dare to talk back to the heavenly saint? Even the old beggar and the old immortal did not dare to be so presumptuous. There was also the primordial ancestor, who was hiding like an underground rat. All of a sudden, Ji Huanglin punched the mountain wall, creating a huge hole. Dust and dirt surged into the depths of the mountain. Follow me. After saying this, Ji Huanglin took the lead and stepped into the dust. Zhou Xuanji and Chiyu Boy followed closely behind. Chiyu Boy did not dare to run anymore. If he did, Ji Huanglin might kill him. They walked into the mountain, and after walking for about 100 meters, they came to a vast space inside the mountain. They saw a gigantic object, Dragon Emperor Yiming. It was made of rocks and was hundreds of meters tall. It was vivid and lifelike, and its 9 ferocious dragon heads were horrifying. Chiyu Boy trembled in fear and cried out, Didn't you say that you don't want to revive him? Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Chiyu Boy before throwing him toward Dragon Emperor Yiming. Chiyu Boy was almost scared out of his wits. He wanted to move, but found himself bound by a formless force. He could not even open his mouth to speak. Zhou Xuanji did not interfere, but waited quietly. Ji Huanglin took out the 5 elemental evil bead and threw it to Chiyu Boy. Chiyu Boy's eyes widened and were filled with despair. The 5 elemental evil bead gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire mountain. A powerful gale rose from below, swaying Chiyu Boy like a fallen leaf in the wind. Dragon Emperor Yiming's stone statue moved as well. The 9 dragon heads turned and looked at the 5 elemental evil bead on Chiyu Boy. It's over. My life is over. Chiyu Boy closed his eyes and wailed in his heart. If there was a next life, he would surely make Ji Huanglin pay. Don't stray too far from me. I will let you broaden your horizons. Ji Huanglin's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, which made him squint his eyes. He immediately activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming. The 5-elemental evil bead trembled violently and exploded with a powerful radiance. The radiance shattered everything around it, and the mountain walls disappeared. Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur. Everything changed and was replaced by a brilliant starry sky. Only him, Ji Huanglin, Qiyu Boy, and Dragon Emperor Yiming were left in the starry sky. It was like an illusion. Ji Huanglin raised his right hand, and the 5-elemental evil bead shot a beam of light upward and disappeared into the starry sky. A while later, a beam of red light shot down and landed on Ji Huanglin's right palm. He smiled and mumbled, "Heavenly Law Jade, I finally found you." Heavenly Law Jade. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew what this name meant. What is this guy trying to do? Does he want to control the Heavenly Law? Or is he targeting the Heavenly Law? Zhou Xuanji thought of countless possibilities. He did not make a move, but waited patiently. Roar. Dragon Emperor Ming came back to life completely. He roared at Ji Huanglin with a violent aura. The 9 dragon heads opened their mouths at the same time, and flames of all colors surged toward Ji Huanglin like a flood. The flames gathered together and were tens of thousands of miles wide. It was unstoppable. Ji Huanglin raised the red beam with his right hand and slapped with his left palm. The palm wind howled and blocked the billowing sea of flames forcefully. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt his true power. Even after merging with 2 demon gods, he still felt that he was no match for Ji Huanglin. What is this guy's cultivation? Little specter, you dare to fight me? Ji Huanglin laughed condescendingly. He pushed with his left arm, and the sea of flames was pushed back. Qiyu Boy, who was protected by the 5-elemental evil bead, cried out in fear. His face was pale. Umipa. At this moment, a solemn Buddha's voice came. A giant golden palm descended from the sky and landed on Ji Huanglin's head so quickly that Zhou Xuanji could not react in time. Ji Huanglin was caught off guard, and his right hand was separated from the red beam as he fell. A ray of light shot out from the pillar of red light toward Zhou Xuanji. He grabbed it instinctively and saw that it was 1.5 meters long purple crystal. Heavenly Law Jade. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 580. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Heavenly Law Jade in his hand with a strange expression. Why did it fall into his hands so coincidentally? Was this fate? Ji Huanglin was pressed down by the golden palm, and seeing the Heavenly Law Jade fall into Zhou Xuanji's hands, he suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes and used his aura to shatter the golden palm. He leaped up and passed by Zhou Xuanji, charging upwards. Zhou Xuanji held the Heavenly Law Jade and hesitated. Should he take it? Would Ji Huanglin mind if he took it? No matter what, since it was already in his hands, there was no reason for him to let it go. If someone else snatched it away, would Ji Huanglin vent his anger on him? He raised his head and saw a golden light growing larger at the end of the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes. It was a golden Buddha, Buddha Yangling. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the heavenly saint of this realm and immediately retreated. The last time was during the battle of heavenly saints. He was caught in the crossfire and had no choice but to be reborn. After the Heavenly Law Jade appeared, Qiyu Boy suddenly broke free from the 5 elemental evil beads and flew toward Zhou Xuanji in a frenzy. Only Zhou Xuanji could give him a sense of security. On the other side, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling were engaged in a fierce battle. Ji Huanglin displayed his full strength. His palms were like the wind, and he was able to fight Buddha Yangling head-on with just his palms. Buddha Yangling held the prayer beads in his left hand and a golden pestle in his right. He was upright and mighty, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. He relied on the golden pestle to receive all of Ji Huangling's attacks. Ji Huanglin, you've gone too far. Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? Buddha Yangling shouted with a calm expression. A massive wave of heavenly might descended. Even Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy, who were far away, were shocked, especially Chiyu Boy, who felt that his soul would dissipate at any moment. He cried out in horror, "Heavenly Saint, Buddha Yongling!" All his hopes turned to dust, and his vision darkened as he tottered in the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji looked up at their battle, hoping to gain something. However, a heavenly saint's battle was just too terrifying. The might of the heavens made it impossible for his divine sense to get close, and his eyes were blocked by the continuous waves of dermic power. Humph! If I want something, I must get it. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with anger. He had already obtained the heavenly Tao Jade, but Buddha Yongling had come out to kill him. This made his heart burn with rage. The more he fought, the stronger he became. His aura shook the starry sky, and as far as the eye could see, the entire starry sky was fluctuating and distorting, causing one to feel dizzy. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the heavenly law jade in his hand heat up. He subconsciously shook off the heavenly Tao Jade. Chiyu Boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out to catch it. Bang! A violent force erupted from within the heavenly law jade, and it shook Chiyu Boy so much that he vomited blood and was sent flying. Zhou Xuanji frowned and stepped back instinctively. However, the heavenly Tao Jade emitted a suction force that directly pulled him in. The distance between the two of them rapidly shortened. Impossible! Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. He immediately fused demon god Ji Huang into his body, and his strength reached an unprecedented level. Even so, he was only able to slow down his speed and was unable to offset this suction force at all. Very soon, he bumped into the heavenly Tao Jade. The heavenly Tao Jade fused into his corporeal body. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and shouted angrily, "Your Jade!" A powerful light exploded and engulfed his body in an instant. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling stopped as well. His expression changed drastically and quickly charged toward Zhou Xuanji, but he was stopped by Buddha Yongling. It's too late. The heavenly law jade has already chosen its master. Even if we take it back by force, the heavenly law jade will dissipate, Buddha Yongling said calmly. Buddha Yongling said calmly, but his heart ached. He had spent a lot of effort on this heavenly law jade, and this brat got it before him. Most importantly, he noticed that Zhou Xuanji was very resistant and did not want the heavenly law jade. This attitude made him feel even worse. Ji Huangling's chest heaved in anger. His eyes glowed with a faint red light, and his aura became extremely terrifying. Buddha Yongling's expression changed slightly and said with a deep voice, "Don't do anything rash." Ji Huanglin heard him and tried to calm himself down. All his efforts were in vain. He felt even worse than Buddha Yongling. He turned to look at Buddha Yongling and asked with gritted teeth, "Why did it turn out like this? Was it you who did this?" Buddha Yongling heard him, and his expression darkened. "You know the importance of the heavenly law jade the best. Why would I be willing to give it to him?" The heavenly law jade only felt that he was most suitable to inherit the power of the heavenly law. Ji Huanglin frowned. Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji could not move, but he could sense a violent power enveloping him. Ding! The power of the heavenly law wishes to turn the host into a heavenly saint. Do you accept? Once you accept, the host will become a heavenly saint and forever be a slave to the heavenly law. The host will never be able to surpass the heavenly saint. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. "Reject," he replied without hesitation. Because the primordial ancestor's enemy, the heavenly saint, could not be his final destination. He wanted to become more powerful. Please choose a legendary sword to inherit the power of the heavenly law and escape. The sword spirit's voice sounded out quickly. It was obvious that the situation was urgent. Zhou Xuanji chose the thunderclap sword straight away. The thunderclap sword became more powerful by relying on heavenly lightning. It was already similar to the heavenly law. Next, the powerful light around him quickly entered his body. He saw the vast starry sky again. He heaved a long sigh. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling landed in front of him at the same time and spoke at the same time. Where's the heavenly law, Jade? What happened? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. The heavenly law, Jade, wanted me to become a heavenly saint, but I rejected it. With this, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling's expressions changed. Ji Huanglin asked closely, Where's the heavenly law, Jade? Where did it go? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm not sure. After I rejected it, it disappeared. The supreme legendary sword system had fused with his soul, and the supreme storage was also deep within his soul. He did not believe that Ji Huanglin could find it. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. There's no heavenly law, Jade, in your body. It shouldn't be, he said with a frown. Buddha Yongling asked with a complicated expression, Why did you reject becoming a heavenly saint? Countless beings fought to become a heavenly saint, but this brat rejected becoming a heavenly saint. As a heavenly saint, he felt that his faith was being looked down upon. I want to become a saint, but not a heavenly saint. In my eyes, the path of a powerful cultivator is endless, and the heavenly saint should not be the final destination. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If he became a heavenly saint, perhaps Buddha Yongling would instead act against him. Buddha Yongling looked at him deeply and understood what he was thinking. This brat had a clone of an ancient demon god. Evidently, he wanted to walk the path of an overlord saint. What are you still doing here? Ji Huanglin glanced at Buddha Yongling and asked coldly. Buddha Yongling sighed. His body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin and asked curiously, Who are you? How dare you treat a heavenly saint like this? Chapter 581. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Ji Huanglin did not reply. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. Kid, do you think I should kill you now? He had always admired Zhou Xuanji, and if Zhou Xuanji had taken the initiative to steal the heavenly law jade, he would have acted without hesitation. But Zhou Xuanji was very resistant back then. This made him very conflicted. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and replied, If I were you, I would not kill them. Ji Huanglin narrowed his eyes and asked why. The murderous intent locked onto Zhou Xuanji, which sent a chill down his spine. His expression was calm as he said, There is no why. Ji Huanglin just stared at him. Their eyes met in silence. After a long while, Ji Huanglin slowly turned around with his back to Zhou Xuanji and said, Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed not simple. If it was someone else, you might already be dead. Our agreement is voided. From now on, don't let me see you again. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding starry sky suddenly shattered like a mirror, falling to the ground. Ji Huanglin took 3 steps forward and came to the cliff. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a creepy, evil smile, as though he had become another person. He said with a cold smile, It's impossible to pursue the path of the Overlord Saint unless the heavenly law is destroyed. Otherwise, you'll be tricked to death by the heavenly saint. Brat, the world is deeper than you can imagine. You're just a chess piece. Is the path you want to walk really your own decision? He suddenly fell backwards and disappeared from the cliff. Roar! A domineering dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon wrapped in crimson flames soared into the sky. It broke through the top of the mountain and disappeared into the sky. The entire peak shook violently, and countless gravel slid down. Zhou Xuanji looked up and muttered, So he's a dragon. He turned around and prepared to leave. He glanced at Chiyu Boy, who was not far away, and used all things return to origin, pulling the boy into his hand. Carrying Chiyu Boy, he quickly charged out of the collapsed mountain. Under the rolling dark clouds, a sandstorm filled the sky. Figures were fighting fiercely in the sandstorm. The ground below was smashed to pieces. Huge rocks were flipped upside down like thorns. Boom! A figure fell down, smashing into the ruins and causing the ground to cave in again. Looking closer, it was Chiu Hu. There was a wound on his chest, and fresh blood flowed out incessantly. His white bones shone with a cold light. He gritted his teeth and looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and cursed. Damn it! He got up again, ready to kill. Golden pillars of light descended and landed on the broken ground, quickly forming a formation. The top of the golden pillars gave off strands of golden light that wove together to form a ceiling. There were countless strange runes on the ceiling that blocked Xiaohu's way. No matter what Xiaohu did, he could not break free. 5 silhouettes appeared on the golden formation. They all wore identical white robes and had a black horsetail whisk pattern imprinted on their backs. They looked down at Xiaohu and began to communicate without restraint, as expected of the first tiger since the birth of the heavenly Tao. It can be refined into a great supplement pill for breakthroughs. His tiger bones can be refined into magic treasures. It's rare to see someone with such powerful qi and blood. Looks like the great 1,000 worlds outside aren't as weak as we thought. Tiger's penis is also not bad. Xiaohu almost exploded in anger. Who was he? He was the tiger ancestor. How could he be humiliated like this? He roared and tried to break the formation. But no matter how he attacked, it was futile. The leader, a middle-aged man, raised his right palm and looked down at Xiaohu. Heaven sealing Tao seal. He cried out. A golden Tao word parted the sea of clouds and smashed down. This word was incredibly vast. Before it, any existence would seem insignificant. It was majestic and domineering, as though the sky was collapsing. No. Xiaohu opened his eyes wide. His eyes were red as he roared. On Heaven Fiend Star Island, Zhou Xuanji sat at the foot of the mountain. Behind him was a crimson rock, while Qiu Boy lay beside him like a corpse. After Ji Huanglin left, he did not act rashly. He decided to wait for the thunderclap sword to level up before he acted. This island was too dangerous after all. He gave the heavenly law's power to the thunderclap sword, hoping that it would have the destructive power of a heavenly saint. Demon God Jihuang and Demon God Tianwu appeared in front of and behind him on the crimson rock to prevent any sneak attacks. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The thunderclap sword leveled up successfully. The sword spirit's voice sounded in his mind. Next, the thunderclap sword's attribute list appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Thunderclap sword grade, 9 extreme description, a legendary sword forged with the heavenly law's power. The more lightning it absorbs, the more destructive it will be. Non-extreme, Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He was not disappointed indeed. Most importantly, there was no threshold to the stage. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword. A long sword that was flashing with lightning appeared. Compared to the original thunderclap sword, it looked different and more majestic. He got up slowly with the thunderclap sword in his hand. He could sense its violent power. It was as though it could destroy everything in the world. So powerful. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled in high spirits. The Saint Slayer sword was also a 9 extreme legendary sword, but required connecting heaven level 10 cultivation and could only be used once a year. Compared to it, the thunderclap sword felt so good. The sound of interweaving lightning woke Qiu Boy up. He got up in terror and asked with a trembling voice, "I'm not dead." He fixed his eyes on the thunderclap sword and stepped back instinctively. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "You dared to snatch my things. Are you going to follow me or act on your own?" Qiu Boy did not understand the situation. But since Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling were not around, he knew that the danger was over. "If I follow you, you won't use me as bait again, right?" he asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and left. The 2 demon gods followed him on both sides, like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei on Liu Bei's left and right. Qiu Boy gritted his teeth and quickly followed. They walked for less than 100 meters when 2 ear-piercing sounds came. Zhou Xuanji immediately raised his sword. Horrifying heavenly lightning exploded and bombarded the ground around them. The 2 ferocious creatures cried out and were immediately killed. Qiu Boy was dumbfounded. What sword is this? So domineering. He was immediately convinced and cried out, "I'll follow you. I'll do anything you want me to." Zhou Xuanji smiled. He looked around the Heaven Fiend Star Island and had a bold idea. The massive Heaven Fiend Star Island was for him to plunder. He decided to plunder everything on this island. At the same time, inside the Heavenly Saint Palace, Buddha Yongling opened his eyes. That sword, he mumbled with a frown. Power of heavenly law. What a brat. He dared to deceive me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 582. Buddha Yongling pondered for a moment, then immediately got up and disappeared from the Heavenly Saint Palace. In the next second, he arrived at the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said expressionlessly, Zhou Xuanji, hurry up and give me your sword. Because of old ancestor Hongshe, he did not want to attack Zhou Xuanji. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji looked up at him. Upon seeing him, Chiu Boy hurriedly hid behind demon god Tianwu. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, The Heavenly Saint wants to take it by force? He deliberately emphasized the word Heavenly Saint. In the eyes of all living beings, Heavenly Saints had no desires, so why would they forcefully attack a sword? Buddha Yongling snorted coldly and said, Don't think that I don't know that you fused the Heavenly Tao Jade into this sword. Although I don't know what method you used to forge this sword in such a short time, I advise you to return it to me, and I will forgive you for your crime of lying. The Heavenly Tao Jade was originally mine. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. This was indeed the case. But the Thunderclap sword was also his. He said, The Heavenly Tao Jade is indeed precious, but I can't give you my sword. How about I owe you a promise? As long as I can do it, you can mention it at any time. One day, I will become an Overlord Saint and make this promise count. His gaze was fixed on Buddha Yongling. If Buddha Yongling refused, then they could only fight. Buddha Yongling frowned and instinctively wanted to angrily rebuke Zhou Xuanji. However, seeing the look in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he could not say anything. Sage Daojing trusted Zhou Xuanji so much that he gave him the heavenly law of violet qi. Old ancestor Hongshe protected him with all his might. Could this brat really become an Overlord Saint? Buddha Yongling fell into deep thought. The Heavenly Tao Jade was not that important to him. After all, he could not nurture another Heavenly Saint. But if he could help Zhou Xuanji become an Overlord Saint, he would not have to share the Heavenly Law's power with him in the future, and he might even have a chance to survive. He clearly remembered how strong an Overlord Saint was. A domineering figure appeared in his mind, causing him to fall into a trance. Zhou Xuanji did not continue speaking, but waited quietly. Chiu Boy, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. Was that even possible? To him, Zhou Xuanji's request was absurd. Buddha Yongling, however, seemed to believe it. Was the Heavenly Saint a fool? He'd just had this thought arise in his mind when Buddha Yongling glanced at him, and it terrified him to the point his entire body shuddered before he hurriedly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground. After a while, Buddha Yongling looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji and said, Apart from this promise, you also have to promise that you will never be my enemy. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised, but replied, As long as you don't target the people around me, I will always remember this favor. He spoke with sincerity. Buddha Yongling had heard about his past from Patriarch Hongshe, so he believed him. I hope you can really become an Overlord Saint. It's been a long time since I've seen an Overlord Saint. After saying this, Buddha Yongling disappeared. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. An Overlord Saint had appeared before. Who else could do something that even the 10 great fiend celestials could not do? He didn't think too much and continued forward with Chiu Boy. Chiu Boy was completely convinced and began to crazily flatter him. He could not wait to submit to Zhou Xuanji. Before he entered the Heaven Fiend Star Island, he did not expect that the final winner would be Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin gained nothing, and Buddha Yongling retreated. It was simply unbelievable. A month later, Zhou Xuanji and Chiu Boy walked out of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. His face was full of smiles. He had gained a lot from this trip, which was beyond his expectations. Chiu Boy was in a good mood too. He had freeloaded many treasures from Zhou Xuanji. Although they were not as good as Zhou Xuanji's, he was still satisfied. Boss, where are you going next? Chiu Boy asked curiously. On the Heaven Fiend Star Island, Zhou Xuanji had experimented before. He could use the Thunderclap sword to tear open the space of the Heaven Fiend realm and enter the void. So he already had a way to return. Let's find a place to sell some treasures first, Zhou Xuanji replied. He wanted to buy a large number of Heaven Fiend pills and distribute them to Emperor Sword Court's disciples so that they could grow more powerful quickly. After that, he brought Qiyu Boy to the deserted island where the Shiji 6 immortals were. The Shiji 6 immortals were still there. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had returned, they quickly came up to him. They fought to ask what had happened during this period of time. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Qiyu Boy told him first with a proud expression, as though he was Zhou Xuanji. After he spoke, the Shiji 6 immortals were stunned for a long time. In their hearts, the heavenly saint was the most powerful existence. But they did not expect such an existence to compromise with Zhou Xuanji. Shiji 5 looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. She was the only woman among the 6 immortals, and she had never been so moved before. She had been moved before, but she had severed her feelings and continued to wander the world with the 5 immortals. Throughout her life, she had never seen such a genius. He was only 300 years old. Okay, each of you pick one. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of treasures appeared on the ground. There were enchanted treasures, rare resources, materials for artifact refinement, energy technique scrolls, and so on. Since ancient times, countless people had ventured into the Heaven Fiend Star Island and died. Their treasures were left on the island. Some were eroded by time, but some were still there. The Shiji 6 immortals were overjoyed and began to choose delightfully. Qiyu Boy looked disdainful. He made up his mind to suck up to Zhou Xuanji. Even Buddha Yongling believed that Zhou Xuanji could become a saint. This was a very powerful backer. Half an hour later, they flew toward a direction at full speed across the turbulent ocean. Half a day later, they flew onto the continent. Under the lead of the Shiji 6 immortals, they decided to head toward the most prosperous city in the Heaven Fiend realm. Zhou Xuanji wanted to sell too many treasures. Ordinary cities could not afford all of them. Qiyu Boy began to mingle with the Shiji 6 immortals. They all decided to follow Zhou Xuanji. Qiyu Boy was a universe heaven cultivator after all. He was skilled in artifact refinement and alchemy. He was a talent that Emperor Sword Court lacked and was worth roping in. The Shiji 6 immortals were even more so. Each of them had their own strengths. Other than connecting Heaven Level 2, they were also skilled in other areas. The Heaven Fiend realm was vast. They only arrived at the True Spirit City after half a month. The True Spirit City had the True Spirit Palace as its backing. It had a population of over 100 million and was the trading center of the entire Heaven Fiend realm. The True Spirit Palace was an overlord-class faction in the Heaven Fiend realm. It was established when the Heaven Fiend realm was born and was promoted by the Heavenly Saint. After entering the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji was stunned by the prosperity of the city. The streets were wide, and even the narrowest one was 30 meters wide. There were many buildings and people walking to and fro. There were stalls everywhere, and there were pavilions that were as tall as mountains. They were like modern skyscrapers in China, or even taller. They had an antique feel to them. It was not the Shiji 6 immortals' first time here. They brought Zhou Xuanji to the largest auction house. He had many treasures with him. Only by auctioning them could he earn the most. However, along the way, he heard a piece of news that made him frown. Chapter 583. The 5 ancestors of the True Spirit Palace had captured the Tiger Ancestor, who had just emerged from the Heavenly Tao. They were going to invite all the heroes in the world to kill the tiger in front of everyone. When Zhou Xuanji heard the passing cultivators mention this, he frowned. No wonder there was no news of Qiu. He had been captured by the True Spirit Palace's 5 ancestors. After Qiu had submitted to him, he had been extremely loyal, making him highly valued. It seemed like he had to think of a way to save Qiu. However, there was still some time before the day of the tiger's death. He could auction off his treasures before that. He was indifferent and continued to follow the Shiji 6 immortals. It was also the first time Qiyu Boy had come to the True Spirit City. He was very excited and looked around, but soon fell behind. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. With his cultivation, he would catch up sooner or later. Along the way, they found an inn with empty rooms. Zhou Xuanji returned to his room to rest for a while. He took out a stalk of concealment grass. After consuming it, he became invisible and rushed to the True Spirit Palace. The True Spirit Palace was located behind the True Spirit City. It occupied 10,000 miles of land and had over 100 million disciples. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards the most heavily guarded area. Soon, he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. There were all kinds of cities all over the mountains, and there were even floating islands in the sky. Compared to the True Spirit City, it was just as prosperous. Many disciples of the True Spirit Palace were fighting under the sky, so the patrolling disciples did not see them. As one of the overlords of the Heaven Fiend domain, the True Spirit Palace did not need to be on guard. No one dared to barge in. Zhou Xuanji traveled quickly and began looking for prisons. There were many prisons in the True Spirit Palace. Some were in the air, and some were hidden underground. Most of them were living beings who had committed crimes in the True Spirit City. The City Lord and the City Guard were all from the True Spirit Palace. If the disciples of the True Spirit Palace had children, they would also put them in the True Spirit City, where they could live and multiply. The other side, in the dark prison, Qiuhu was chained to the wall. His body leaned forward and hung powerlessly. Blood flowed down his fingers and chin and dripped to the ground, forming a pool of blood below. He looked like he was in a coma, but he was actually trying his best to accumulate magic power. Damn it, just what kind of technique is the heaven-sealing Tao imprint? Why can't I summon any of my qi? Qiuhu roared in his heart. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement in case the True Spirit 5 ancestors were even more guarded against him. He also knew about the plan to unload the tiger. To put it bluntly, he wanted to dismember him in front of all the heroes of the world. Apart from boosting the prestige of the True Spirit Palace, they were also selling his organs. The Heaven Emanations domain was filled with rejection and even hostility towards the living beings of the outside world. That was why no creature would sympathize with him. Instead, they would all come to watch the show and treat him like livestock. Every time he thought of this, Qiuhu would feel a wave of sorrow. It seemed like he was going to die here. It was a pity that he did not see Zhou Xuanji's posture of climbing to the peak. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. After a while, a voice transmission suddenly entered his ears. "Are you okay?" Qiuhu's body trembled. He did not raise his head, thinking that he had heard wrongly, because the voice came from Zhou Xuanji. After coming to the Heaven Fiend realm, he searched for Zhou Xuanji for a long time, but could not find him. How was it possible for this kid to enter the depths of the True Spirit Palace? After a while, "I'll come and save you. I need to sell something in the True Spirit City first." Zhou Xuanji stood in front of the prison door and continued to transmit his voice. He was in a concealed state, so Qiuhu could not see him at all. Qiuhu could not even sense his aura. Now, Qiuhu was completely convinced. He did not look up and did not reply. However, he slightly nodded, causing Zhou Xuanji to smile. This fellow was quite cautious and calm. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything else and quickly left. Unbeknownst to anyone, high up in the sky, within a luxurious palace, the 5 ancestors were cultivating around a large cauldron. They simultaneously opened their eyes. Why did Qiuhu nod? He seemed to be communicating with someone. Impossible. I didn't sense any other aura. It's better to be careful. It said that after Qiuhu came to the Heaven Fiend realm, he was looking for someone. How about we move over? The 5 ancestors quickly came up with an idea. They all moved and disappeared from the palace. They came to the outside of Qiuhu's prison and continued to cultivate. Qiuhu looked up and said hatefully, "Why don't you kill me now?" He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would come to die, so he tried to provoke him. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, but the 5 ancestors were even more terrifying. This was especially so for the heaven-sealing Tao seal. It was almost undefeatable and could not be dodged. Facing Qiuhu's words, the 5 ancestors did not reply and focused on cultivating, treating him like livestock. Qiuhu was incredibly angry, but there was nothing he could do. After returning to the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji silently waited in his room while the Shiji 6 immortals went to contact an auction house. There were many auction houses, and auction houses in the True Spirit City, and there was business almost every day. Ordinary people had to queue up to auction with them. The Shiji 6 immortals all had connecting heaven realm to cultivation and had traveled extensively for countless years. They had quite a bit of prestige. In less than half a day, they found an auction house. Shiji 5 came to invite Zhou Xuanji. The two of them quickly came to this auction house. The person who received them was an elder wearing exquisite robes and a hoodie. He gave a warm smile and walked up and cupped his fists as he said, "Senior, you can call me Old Willow. How many treasures are you preparing to sell? Can you take them out to have a look so we can discuss the starting price?" The auction houses also wanted to sell their items, but if the price was too high, no one would bid. In the cultivation world, very few people would forcefully bid for something just to show off. Everyone was after the word profit. Zhou Xuanji walked to a long table and waved his right hand, and treasures appeared one after another. There were spirit stones, enchanted treasures, flowers, fruits, spirit water, scrolls, etc. There were 72 in total. These treasures were just the tip of the iceberg in the supreme storage, but it was enough for this auction house. Old Willow's eyes widened, and he instinctively went up, his body trembling. "So many, we can open a special auction." "No, we've struck it rich." "My heavens." Old Willow was so excited that he began to speak incoherently. He could sense the boundless spirit chi contained within each treasure. The Shiji 6 immortals all looked quite pleased, while Zhou Xuanji was quite calm. Old Willow's attitude towards Zhou Xuanji became even more respectful. He started to appraise the items one by one. Zhou Xuanji did not make things difficult for him and nodded in agreement to most of them. The Shiji 6 immortals would occasionally speak, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Finally, Old Willow said seriously, "I will advertise for a few days before opening a special auction for you. We will only take 10% of the profits from the starting price. How about that?" He was very sincere and not greedy, because he knew that he would definitely make a lot of money from this auction. The most important thing was Zhou Xuanji himself. To have so many treasures and to have the Shiji 6 immortals work for him, he was definitely not simple and was worth roping in. Chapter 584. After walking out of the auction house, Zhou Xuanji planned to walk around alone. As for the Shiji 6 immortals, they went to contact other auction houses. Zhou Xuanji planned to auction the treasures separately. He had already handed the treasures to the Shiji 6 immortals. He trusted them and was not worried that they would run away with the treasures. He wandered around the True Spirit City without any destination in mind. Not long after, he met Chiyu Boy. This guy began to set up a stall again. His voice was extremely loud, and he bragged about low-quality goods in an attempt to cheat people. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not disturb him. He was observing the True Spirit City situation. He wanted to build a city like this in the future, so that the disciples of Emperor Sword Court could be self-sufficient and live in peace. At the same time, he could establish connections with the Great Thousand World. He walked slowly among the crowd. Suddenly, someone bumped into his shoulder. He frowned slightly and glanced over. With his cultivation, how could he be bumped by someone? Just now, he instinctively dodged, but the other party bumped into him accurately. It was a long-haired man dressed in black. His hair was disheveled, and his back looked bleak. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji with his peripheral vision. That I actually had a double pupil. Their eyes met, and the two stopped at the same time. This guy, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He could not see through this person. The man in black gave a meaningful smile before continuing to walk away. "Ha!" Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and pressed on his shoulder. "Do we know each other?" The man in black did not look back and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you do not have much time left. The fate that was predestined from the beginning is coming. I hope you have the ability to bear it." After that, he turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. The strangest thing was that none of the living beings that were passing by noticed this. Zhou Xuanji looked out of place. He frowned deeply and mumbled, "The fate that was predestined from the beginning? How strange. Could it be that he encountered a lunatic?" He turned around and continued walking, but the man in black was still in his mind. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. What was his motive? Could it be someone from the Great Emperor Dao court? Was the Great Emperor Dao court so powerful that they placed their subordinates in the Heaven Fiend realm? Or were they sent by Buddha Yongling? He thought about it as he walked. The Netherworld. On the Bridge of Helplessness, Judge Chui and a black shadow stood side by side, looking at the surging yellow spring. Magistrate Chui's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Really?" A cold female voice floated out from the black shadow. That's right. Magistrate Chui was instantly discouraged, and he became extremely depressed. He smiled bitterly and said, "I paid so much, but it was all for naught." His emotions were complicated. Even he himself could not tell if it was regret or unwillingness. Judge Chui, the higher-ups think very highly of you. Keep up the good work, and perhaps one day you will become the king of hell. The black shadow said faintly. His voice was still enough to make people feel numb. Magistrate Chui turned to look at her and asked, "What will he do next?" The black shadow replied, "Karma will destroy him. You just have to wait quietly. If he comes looking for you again, you should know what to do." Magistrate Chui sighed instead of nodding. He looked at the yellow springs and said in a low voice, "What is the meaning of cultivation? Fighting for one's life, isn't it fate?" The shadow didn't reply, instead dissipating on the bridge of helplessness. 7 days later, Zhou Xuanji received the Heaven Fiend pills from the 2 auctions, totaling 86 million Heaven Fiend pills. He was quite satisfied. A Heaven Fiend pill contained quite a lot of spirit chi after all. "Boss, what are we going to do next?" Old Immortal Shiji asked excitedly. They had earned quite a lot too. They had obtained many treasures from Zhou Xuanji and sold them to the auction house. All of them were above the reserve price, which made them so happy that they could not close their mouths. Only Chiu Boy was unhappy. He did not earn much from his stall. Zhou Xuanji replied, "There will be a fierce battle next. I'm going to save a subordinate." With this, Shiji 6 Immortals and Chiu Boy looked at him in astonishment. A subordinate? Didn't Zhou Xuanji come from another great thousand world? Could someone else have entered the Heaven Fiend realm with him? They suddenly thought of a name, and their expressions changed drastically. The tiger ancestor Chiu Hu. He had only entered the Heaven Fiend realm recently, and the news of the tiger banquet had already spread across the true spirit city. Their hearts beat faster. The tiger ancestor was Zhou Xuanji's subordinate. They were not afraid, but excited. Next, they were going to wreak havoc in the true spirit palace. I'm going to join the battle too." Chiu Boy cried out excitedly, and the Shiji 6 Immortals also spoke. They had a tacit understanding and did not mention Chiu Hu. To be able to cultivate to this day, they were naturally very smart. "We'll act when the tiger banquet is about to begin," Zhou Xuanji said. He had been to the true spirit palace before, and it was indeed heavily guarded. To prevent any accidents, they would only act after a while. If they caused chaos, the true spirit palace would be even more difficult to deal with. After the thunderclap, Sword leveled up to 9 extreme legendary sword. Each swing of his sword consumed a lot of energy. Even with the Tianxia map to replenish his celestial energy, he had to be wary of enemies who could deal a fatal blow to him in the dark. The reason why he was so worried was mainly because of the man in black that day. The group returned to the inn. In the following period of time, they went their own ways and met again at night, just in case anyone went missing. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and the true spirit city became more and more crowded. The stone platform for the tiger banquet had already been built at the north of the city, and all sorts of legends about Chiu Hu spread throughout the city. It was as though he was a rare treasure, and his flesh could allow anyone to become an immortal with just a bite. This day, Zhou Xuanji was eating and drinking at the edge of the inn's 4th floor. From here, he could see the bustling, true spirit city. At this moment, someone walked up to him and sat down. He glanced over and saw a lady in palace attire. She had a pretty face and a dignified demeanor. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him. "Zhou Xuanji, are you ready?" The lady in palace attire asked calmly. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, "Who are you?" Recently, he had met 6 people who came to him out of nowhere and asked him if he was ready to accept his fate, just like the man in black that he met previously. Each time Zhou Xuanji wanted to capture these people, they would disappear as though they were never there. He understood that he was being targeted. When you become more powerful, you'll be closer to your fate. The lady in palace attire said calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Lunatics. He suddenly noticed that this lady looked so much like the great Zhou's empress. He squinted his eyes, and the lady's face began to blur. I see. This lady was not real. Could she be created by some divine ability? He fell into deep thought and ignored the lady's muttering. A while later, like the others, the lady in palace attire turned into smoke and disappeared. He took out the ancient god sword with his left hand and placed it on the table to discuss this with the souls. Sovereign Xian sighed and said, "Could it be that you are being targeted by another heavenly saint?" Chapter 585. Sovereign Xian's words made Zhou Xuanji think of the heavenly saint who wanted to destroy the Wanxin Great Thousand. Apart from him, the other heavenly saints most likely would not target him. They had even snuck into the heaven fiend realm. They had put in a lot of effort. No, it's not the heavenly saint. It should be reincarnation destiny, Dao Lord Xiantian said in a low voice. Dao Master Xiantian said in a solemn tone, "Reincarnation destiny." Zhou Xuanji frowned, and the other souls were shocked. What do you mean? Aren't reincarnation and destiny just rules? It's just a vague concept. Do you really think they exist? Don't scare me. If every living being's fate is determined from the start, what's the point of cultivation? Fate is changeable. It's just the current situation that determines the outcome of each decision. Those people were evidently sent to scare him. After the other souls finished speaking, Dao Lord Xiantian gloomily sighed. He continued to speak. I once saw an existence who was banished by destiny. In the end, he was betrayed by all beings and was destroyed by the heavenly law. All beings banished by destiny will have all sorts of illusions appear before their fates arrive. They will warn them to be prepared to accept the judgment of destiny. His words caused the other souls to feel even more shocked. They had not revived yet and did not want to die with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, that shouldn't be the case. The heavenly law Jade acknowledged me and wanted me to become a heavenly saint. Could it be that because he refused to become a heavenly saint, the heavenly law was going to target him? Wasn't the heavenly law supreme and did not have its own rules? That's not the case. Every living creature has their own fate when they gain consciousness. You were chased away by fate from the very beginning. Originally, you could have become a heavenly saint with your talent, but you rejected it. Perhaps this is also part of fate. You seem to have thought it over carefully, but in reality, it is all part of fate. Dao Lord Xuantian's words caused Zhou Xuanji's frown to deepen. These words made one's hair stand on end. Didn't that mean that no matter what Zhou Xuanji thought, the final decision he made would be the same as his own? He did not know his own fate and could not deliberately deviate from it. However, he did not believe that cultivators could not escape their own fate. What you said makes a lot of sense. Didn't this kid's fate change when he was young? From then on, his talent reached an unprecedented level. Could it be that he was expelled by fate from that time? Does Xiandaoya have that ability? That's right. This doesn't make sense either. Mother, your words have caused my soul to tremble. Don't you mean that it was fate that caused me to end up like this? The souls started to discuss worriedly, and Zhou Xuanji also started to think deeply. It looked like he had to leave the Heaven Fiend domain as soon as possible. He wanted to return to the Wanxin Great Thousand as soon as possible and make his preparations. After thinking about it, he slowly got up and went to summon the Shiji 6 Immortals and Shiyu Boy. Emperor's Sword Court. Amidst the mountains, Zhou Shaoxian and Xiao Jinghong were sparring. The speed of their swords was extremely fast as they fought back and forth. Their swords shone brilliantly. Looking in all directions, he could see many Emperor's Sword Court disciples practicing their swords. Zhou Xuanji had only left for a year, which was very short to them. Most of the disciples were still immersed in the lingering sound of the Grand Tao. After sparring for a while, Zhou Xiaoxian stopped. Xiao Jinghong sheathed his sword and said in amazement, "Xiaoxian, your talent is really amazing. You might even be able to catch up to our revered teacher." He was not joking. After sparring with Zhou Xiaoxian, he could already feel the pressure. If this went on, it would not be long before Zhou Xiaoxian surpassed him in the way of the sword. He inwardly sighed in amazement at how powerful his revered teacher's bloodline was. Zhou Xiaoxian felt quite pleased with herself. She smiled and said, "Of course, I was born extraordinary." Xiao Jinghong shook his head and did not refute her. Following this, he turned to leave and prepared to find Meng Tianlang. He wanted to continue sparring with this rival of his and find some comfort in his heart. Zhou Xiaoxian gripped her sword and began to think about what she had been lacking in. Because she had been influenced by what she had seen and heard since she was young, she truly loved swords. She had already created many sword techniques. In the northern wilderness region, there were peerless sword techniques that could dominate a region. "Come here." A woman's voice came into Zhou Xiaoxuan's ears, and she instinctively looked up. She saw a woman standing on the clouds. She wore an exquisite long dress with all sorts of jewels embedded on it. Her long hair was coiled into a golden phoenix jade hairpin, revealing her peerlessly beautiful face. Seeing her, Zhou Xiaoxian felt an indescribable sense of closeness and immediately flew up. The two women quickly flew above the sea of clouds, away from the ground. Zhou Xiaoxian asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I've seen you before." The woman smiled as she looked at her and said, "I have something to tell you. Your father needs your help." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxian frowned. Why would her father need her help? The difference in their cultivations was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. She instinctively became wary and asked in a low voice, "Just who are you, and what do you want?" The woman smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have come to you so openly. Let me tell you about your father's past." Zhou Xiaoxian looked quite confused and decided to listen to what she had to say. North of the true spirit city, Zhou Xuanji, the Shiji Six Immortals, and Shiyu Boy walked towards the true spirit palace. He took out a concealing grass with his right hand and said, "Wait for me here." After that, he consumed the concealing grass and disappeared on the spot. Shiyu Boy looked at the Shiji Six Immortals with wide eyes and asked, "What grass is that?" The Shiji Six Immortals shook their heads. If they could completely see through Zhou Xuanji, would they still follow him? Senior is so unfathomable. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to the dungeon where Qiuhu was. In front of the dungeon, the 5 ancestors were cultivating. They opened their eyes at the same time. "Who? Someone is contacting Qiuhu in secret. Show yourself. Get out." Their thunderous voices reverberated throughout the dungeon. Qiuhu, who was in the dungeon, looked up and his expression changed drastically. Following his gaze, he saw Zhou Xuanji standing in front of the 5 ancestors. Zhou Xuanji held a sword of light flickering with lightning in his right hand. It was the Thunderclap sword. He had already activated the 9-soul fusion technique. Looking at Qiuhu, he said, "It's time to bring you back." Qiuhu gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you doing this?" The 5 ancestors got up as well. A terrifying aura exploded out, shaking the dungeon. Even the true spirit palace's disciples outside could sense it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You stupid tiger, you dare to look down on me." The 5 ancestors looked grave. They could sense that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, especially that sword, which made their hairs stand on end. The middle-aged man in the lead raised his right palm and slammed out. A golden Dao character flew out from his palm and quickly expanded. It was 30 meters wide and quickly smashed toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 586. Facing the powerful heaven-sealing Dao seal, Zhou Xuanji stabbed the ground in front of him. Clang! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded, and countless bolts of lightning intertwined with the golden characters like pythons, tearing the heaven-sealing seal apart with an extremely domineering power. The entire dungeon shook violently. Dust flew everywhere, and gravel slid down. The five ancestors' expressions greatly fell, and they looked at Zhou Xuanji in disbelief. The heaven-sealing Dao seal had been easily broken. Qiuhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Release him or die." The murderous aura caused the temperature in the dungeon to plummet. The true spirit five ancestors were furious. How could they let go just like that? They immediately split up, each holding an enchanted artifact and charging toward Zhou Xuanji from different directions like lightning. A violent gale blew toward Zhou Xuanji, and the flames sped along the ground. The golden arrows pierced through the sea of flames and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He tilted his body slightly and drew his sword. Sky-dominating divine, sword soul. Bang! The dungeon exploded. Lightning flashed, turning the darkness into day. Zhou Xuanji passed through the prison door with a single step and came before Qiuhu. He picked him up and left. When Qiuhu opened his eyes again, he found himself on a grassy plain. Zhou Xuanji passed the Wonder Blood Spirit pill to him and said, "This pill was given to me by an old friend. It can help you recover from your injuries in a few breaths." Hearing this, Qiuhu immediately put the Wonder Blood Spirit pill into his mouth. This pill was given to Zhou Xuanji by Great Emperor Wuwang during the war between the two worlds. At this time, 5 figures with terrifying auras descended, causing green waves to appear on the grassland, and the forest in the distance shook violently. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Seems like you really want to die." These words almost caused the 5 true spirit ancestors to explode. More and more experts from the True Spirit Palace gathered. The previous explosion was so earth-shattering that everyone in the True Spirit City could hear it. Shiji's 6 immortals and Qiu Boy quickly came behind Zhou Xuanji and faced the True Spirit Palace together. Zhou Xuanji raised the Thunderclap sword, which flashed with lightning. His face looked incredibly grave and stern under the light. He was like a god of death. "This is the Thunderclap sword. Prepare to die." Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the rumbling of heavenly thunder suddenly became louder. He activated the terrifying power of the Thunderclap sword. Rumble. Thunderclouds gathered and the sky changed color. The 5 ancestors quickly spread out, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they immediately got into a formation. A pentagonal golden pillar of light rose up, trapping Zhou Xuanji and the others within. Qiuhu, who had just recovered from his injuries, gritted his teeth and said, "They want to use the heaven-sealing Dao seal again. Can you crack it?" Zhou Xuanji saved him, and this gave him a glimmer of hope. This kid has become stronger again. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stabbed toward the sky. A beam of light followed the thunderclap sword and soared into the sky, breaking through the rolling thunderclouds. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, bombarding everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Boom, boom, boom. Mountains were smashed into smithereens. The grasslands and forests were scorched black and razed to the ground. Countless disciples of the True Spirit Palace were killed in both body and soul, and miserable screams could be heard continuously. The expressions of the 5 true spirit ancestors changed drastically, and they all tried to dodge the lightning. However, the lightning was too dense, and one of them was instantly turned into ashes. In less than a breath's time, the 5 ancestors had been completely annihilated. One of the ancestors wanted to escape underground, but he could not dodge the terrifying lightning. In the eyes of Qiuhu, the Shiji 6 immortals, and Qiu Boy, they felt heavenly might descend, and everything around them turned into nothingness. They were dumbfounded and felt their scalps go numb. What kind of power was this? Even Qiu Boy, who had seen the might of the thunderclap sword on the Heaven Fiend Star Island, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was too terrifying. Facing such power, who would not be afraid? Zhou Xuanji slashed out with his sword and slashed out a crack, bringing everyone into the void. The spatial crack also disappeared. They quickly escaped. In the darkness, they followed the thunderclap, swords lightning. Chiyu Boy sighed in amazement. So domineering. He was completely convinced by Zhou Xuanji. He was even more powerful than his master. Chiyo, who was incredibly excited, and asked, "Master, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Zhou Xuanji gave a mysterious smile and said, "I've always been this powerful." In that battle, he had also used world internalization, and the magic energy in his body almost caused his body to explode. He had to find a place to hide and prepare to break through. Inside the Heavenly Saint Palace, Buddha Yongling frowned and looked at the black shadow in front of him. "Really?" he asked. The black shadow was burning like a raging flame. Its body twisted, and its face could not be seen clearly. "Yes," it replied with a hoarse voice. "It's all thanks to your heavenly law Jade that his destiny was accelerated." Buddha Yongling fell into deep thought. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be someone banished by destiny. He could not help but think of the last person who had such a destiny. No wonder he wanted to become an overlord saint. It's all part of heaven's will. Buddha Yongling sighed. His heart became heavy. So what if he was a heavenly saint? He could not defeat heaven's will. He looked at the black shadow and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The black shadow said, "Warn old ancestor Hongshi not to help Zhou Xuanji anymore, or else his position as a saint will be in danger." Buddha Yongling frowned and asked further, "Why don't you go yourself?" Old ancestor Hongshi had a fiery temper, and he did not want to be scolded. "This is to accumulate merit for you." The black shadow disappeared from the palace. Buddha Yongling heard him, and his face turned extremely unsightly. In the void, Zhou Xuanji broke through to connecting heaven level 2, and his cultivation was still growing. Xiao Hu, Shiji 6 Immortals, Chiyu Boy, Demon God Tianwu, and Demon God Jihuang were waiting around him. They were cultivating too. The void was silent. In the end, Zhou Xuanji did not break through to all 3 levels of connecting heaven, but he was very close to it. After the breakthrough, they continued on their journey toward Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, they came out from the dark void and came to the vast starry sky. Xiaohu pointed in a direction and said, "Wanshan Great Thousand is over there." The group immediately flew toward that direction. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He turned to Xiaohu and asked, "Do you know what being banished by destiny means?" Xiaohu was a little stunned. He replied with a frown, "A long time ago, an incredibly powerful being was banished by destiny. He was the only overlord saint since ancient times. All the heavenly saints combined could not defeat him. In the end, driven by destiny, he was dealt with by the fate of all beings and was destroyed by the heavenly law." Zhou Xuanji was stunned and asked, "What do you mean, driven by destiny? Could it be that destiny could control all beings?" Xiaohu said hesitantly, "I don't know the specifics. I don't remember that catastrophe clearly. It might be the doing of the heavenly law." Memory wiping. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this. After the war between 2 worlds, the heavenly saints would also wipe the memories of the victors. Could it be from the heavenly law? Chapter 587. Xiaohu's words sent Zhou Xuanji into countless fantasies. He even imagined the scene of all beings being manipulated by fate to deal with him together. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. He was not afraid of becoming enemies with all living beings, but he was afraid that the people around him would also be controlled. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence and began to think of a solution. The Shiji 6 Immortals and Chiyu Boy were very curious about what Xiaohu had said and started to ask. They continued on their way towards Wanshan Great Thousand. After a long while, a powerful aura came from ahead, which brought Zhou Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Here it comes again." He thought that it was the phantom of fate from before that had come to advise him to accept his fate. But that was not the case. It was Gu Tianxia. He also noticed Zhou Xuanji and the others and instinctively wanted to avoid them. However, his gaze suddenly fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his expression changed as he flew toward Zhou Xuanji. "Stop!" Chiyu Boy shouted. His voice was overbearing, and he did not put Gu Tianxia in his eyes at all. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look and felt that this person was very familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't this Gu Tianxia? Not only did he grow a pair of eyes, but he also became younger. He said, "It's okay, I know him." He was shocked when he found out that Gu Tianxia had been resurrected and even suppressed the 3 prodigies of the Abyss Pearl mainland. It seemed like this guy was really talented. He looked carefully and found that this guy's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the universe heaven realm. TSK. He broke through really quickly. Gu Tianxia flew up to Zhou Xuanji and smiled. Long time no see. He sized up Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in his eyes. He actually couldn't see through this kid's cultivation. Incredible. No wonder the old beggar praised him so much. Where are you going? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not know that Gu Tianxia had already become his junior brother. Gu Tianxia replied, I'm looking for a fortuitous encounter and preparing to head into the depths of the void. You want to return to Wanshan Great Thousand? I advise you to be careful. Heavenly Lord Xiantai, who wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand, has already come out of seclusion. It won't be long before he attacks the Wanshan Great Thousand again. Heavenly Master Xiantai. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that something was off. Why did Emperor Xiantai suddenly come out of seclusion at this critical juncture? Could it be that he was being manipulated by fate and was prepared to deal with him? Gu Tianxia could tell that Ning Ke was worried. He said meaningfully, sometimes you can give up some things. No matter how strong a cultivator is, he can't be completely safe. After that, Gu Tianxia flew past Zhou Xuanji and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant, but did not take it to heart. The group continued forward. Who is that kid? I feel that there's an extremely terrifying power hidden within his body. Qiu, who asked out of curiosity, and the Shiji 6 Immortals also looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, Gu Tianxia, an extremely talented genius. Everyone was shocked. For Zhou Xuanji to call him extremely talented, he was definitely not simple. After returning to the Wanshan Great Thousand, Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly went to where Emperor Sword Court was. Emperor Sword Court was still safe and sound. Zhou Xuanji led out Jiang Shui and Deoya Old Man, and he gathered the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court together. He first introduced the Shiji 6 Immortals and Chiyu Boy. Upon learning that the Shiji 6 Immortals were all strong practitioners in the reaching heaven state, the crowd was astonished. Following this, Zhou Xuanji began to give out heaven fiend pills. Apart from Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, and the other 20 million disciples each received a heaven fiend pill. Everyone curiously asked where he was going. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about what had happened during this period of time. Along the way, he would have the Shiji 6 Immortals, Chiyu Boy, and Xiu who interject. Hearing this, everyone continuously gasped. They had never thought that while they had been peacefully training, Zhou Xuanji had experienced so many things. Zhou Xuanji also told them about how he had been banished by destiny, causing everyone to fall silent. Even Xiu, who, the Shiji 6 Immortals, and Chiyu Boy looked at him in shock. No wonder he had asked about this before. How could it be like this? Could it be that I did not change destiny well back then? Deoya Old Man's expression was unsightly as he said with gritted teeth. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand. Her eyes filled with worry, but she did not say anything. Beixiao Wangjian scratched his head and asked, Is there no other way to escape this destiny? Under the heavenly law, most creatures believed in destiny. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He had not thought of any other way. In other words, we might be controlled by destiny to deal with you. Huang Lianxin asked carefully. As soon as she said that, everyone's expressions changed. They could not help but shudder at the thought of that possibility. The most horrifying thing was that after this, they might not remember this and might even forget about Zhou Xuanji. If not for Zhou Xuanji, how could they have come this far? Hearing this, Jiang Shui became even more nervous. She suddenly remembered that Zhou Xuanji had told her how to never forget him. She did not dare to imagine what would happen if she forgot Zhou Xuanji. There's no need to be too nervous. According to the Lord, there's still some time before the punishment of destiny. The stronger he is, the closer he will be to being banished by destiny. We still have time to think of countermeasure. Xiaohu said, comforting everyone. He thought of the old immortal and was about to ask him. Zhou Xuanji also spoke, telling everyone to calm down and continue to develop Emperor Sword Court. Everyone could only give up, but their hearts were shrouded in a layer of shadow. After the meeting was dismissed, Zhou Xuanji saw that Zhou Xiaoxian had not left yet. The girl's head was lowered and looked depressed. No one knew what she was thinking about. He walked over, caressed her head, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiaoxian looked up with tearful eyes and said, "There was someone who came to find me before. She wanted me to tell you to be prepared to accept your fate. She wanted me to advise you to leave the area of the heavenly Tao and flee into the void. Only then would you be able to avoid the calamity." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked curiously, "Who is she? Why are they looking for you?" Jiang Shui walked over and asked how long ago. Daoya old man pinched his fingers and divined. Then he coughed up blood. The Shiji 6 immortals were so shocked that they hurriedly helped him up. "I don't know who she is, just a few days ago." Zhou Xiaoxian shook her head. She raised her right hand, and a light mirror appeared in her palm. The woman's face was reflected in the mirror. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed into shock. Jiang Shui frowned and asked, "Do you know her?" For some reason, she felt that this woman looked very similar to Zhou Xuanji at first glance. It was as if they were made from the same mold. Could it be? She is my birth mother. Zhou Xuanji's expression was complicated. He suddenly felt that things were much deeper than he had imagined. Lady Zhao Xian didn't die? Or did his soul not reincarnate after his death? Xiana, Daoya old man cried out in shock and ran over immediately. Looking at the light mirror in Zhou Xiaoxuan's palm, his body trembled in disbelief. Zhou Xiaoxian and Jiang Shui looked at each other in shock. Could it be that Grandma isn't dead? Zhou Xiaoxian asked in surprise. This meant that this woman had no ill intentions and was really here to help. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 588. First, build a teleportation gate here and put the other gate into the Lotus World. Zhou Xuanji instructed, and Shiji 6 immortals took action immediately. Although they did not understand the situation, they understood that Zhou Xuanji was in danger and could leave at any time. Building a portal would allow them to keep in touch. Soon, only Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, and Daoya old man were left on the mountain. Zhou Xuanji looked at the old man, who was still in a daze, and sighed faintly. He then told Daoya old man about Xin Daoya. After he finished speaking, Daoya old man collapsed on the ground. His face was pale as though he had lost his soul. "I'm actually a clone," he said with a bitter smile. "I've been fighting against fate all my life. I didn't expect myself to be a chess piece too." A great sorrow took over his heart. It threw him into the abyss instantly. No one would feel good if they knew the truth. Zhou Xiaoxian comforted him. "Grand teacher, don't think so much. At least you are still alive. Isn't that a good thing? You should not even exist. Now that Xian Daoya is so scared by father that he peed in his pants. After father kills him, you will be the original one." Daoya old man's eyes glowed. That made sense. The more it was so, the stronger he had to be. Now that Zhou Xuanji was in a desperate situation, he could not be a burden. He took a deep breath and stood up slowly. "It seems like your fate is related to Xian Daoya. As long as we capture him, there will be a way to break your fate," he said. As for leaving the heavenly law's range, it was extremely dangerous. It was akin to seeking death. Even the heavenly saints did not dare to leave recklessly. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "After the portal is built, I will look for a senior. He might have a way to break it." He asked Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian to stay behind and take care of Daoya old man. After that, he found Xiaohu and asked about Xian Daoya's whereabouts. Xiaohu did not know either, but he was willing to bring Zhou Xuanji to the great Emperor Dao Court. He knew where the leader of the great Emperor Dao Court was. Previously, Zhou Xuanji was not powerful enough, so he did not provoke him. But now, he had the 9 extreme legendary sword in his hand. 7 days later, Shiji's 6 immortals built the portal. At the same time, they also built another portal in the 24 rank deep Black Lotus. At this point, the Divine Cliff, Emperor Sword Court, and Skyfall were all connected to the 24 rank deep Black Lotus. Zhou Xuanji and Xiao Hu first want to find the Great Emperor Dao Court. According to Xiao Hu, the Great Emperor Dao Court was closer to them than the old deity. They advanced at full speed and arrived at the ocean where the Great Emperor Dao Court was in less than half a day. Xiao Hu frowned and said, "They have already left." Zhou Xuanji used his divine sense to scan the ocean below and found that it was unfathomably deep. There was not a single creature within. Although the entire ocean was turbulent, it was lifeless. How sly. I wonder where those fellows ran off to. He understood the Great Emperor Dao Court very well. This group of fellows must have some ulterior motive for leaving together. After all, the existences of the Great Emperor Dao Court were all extremely prideful. If there was nothing special, they were not even afraid of exposing their whereabouts. No matter how many enemies came, they had a way to kill them. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Then let's go back." The Great Emperor Dao Court's departure was most likely not targeted at him. It was most likely because of Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Xiao Hu nodded, and the two of them turned and left. Not long after they left, the ocean began to sink at a visible rate. Strands of steam rose into the air. Looking down from above, a gigantic black face gradually appeared in the boundless ocean. That black face looked so hideous and horrifying. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji and Xiao Hu came to the temple. Xiao Hu cupped his fist and said, "Senior, we have something to ask." Zhou Xuanji bowed and waited for the old immortal's reply. The temple's gate opened suddenly, and the old immortal and the old beggar walked out side by side. Seeing the old beggar, Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "Why are you here?" He sounded a little resentful. He almost thought that the old beggar had forgotten about this disciple of his. The old beggar was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and laughed to ask this guy for help. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is it for Su Qing?" The old beggar nodded and did not continue. The old immortal looked at Zhou Xuanji with a solemn expression and sighed. "I did not expect you to be someone banished by destiny. This is not good. Even the Overlord Saint cannot defeat the heavenly might and destiny. This situation is almost certain death for you." Xiao Hu said with a frown, "Didn't you say that I can escape from the heavenly law's range?" The old immortal shook his head and replied, "He even offended someone who surpassed the heavenly saints. He's waiting for him at the boundary of the heavenly law." Xiao Hu fell silent and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange gaze. He really wanted to ask, "How did you offend so many enemies?" Zhou Xuanji fell into silence as well. He was not too flustered. He had experienced such a situation of certain death before. But this time, the situation was bigger. Hey. Think about it carefully. Since you were born, who schemed against you? Other than Xian Daoya, that guy is not worth mentioning. He's not powerful enough to change destiny, the old beggar said. He sounded carefree, but deep in his eyes, there was concern. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Other than my destiny being changed since I was young, I have encountered countless enemies." He suddenly thought of something. His transmigration identity. Ever since he was born, he had memories of his previous life. Most importantly, he had never heard of Earth in the Great Thousand World. Could it be that Earth did not come from the heavenly law? The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. There are only two paths before you. Either you stop cultivating, or you work hard to become more powerful and fight against destiny, the old immortal said as he stroked his long beard. The old immortal said as he stroked his long beard and stared at Zhou Xuanji. He looked unprecedentedly serious. The old beggar threw him a stare and cursed. Fight against destiny? You can think of that. He will be consigned to eternal damnation. The old immortal asked back, "Then what do you have in mind?" The old beggar fell silent. He really could not think of a way. He even came to ask how to save Su Qing. At this moment, he felt sorrow welling up in his heart. In the end, he could not protect all of his disciples. Mo Jiuqing, Su Qing, and Zhou Xuanji were the same. Didn't you tell me to find you after I reached Universe Heaven Level 18? Now, I'm connecting Heaven Level 2, Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xuanji asked, between waiting for death and fighting with his life on the line. He did not hesitate. The old immortal nodded and said, summon all of your demon god bodies. I will help you refine your body and help you step onto the path of pursuing the Overlord Saint. Overlord Saint. The old beggar opened his eyes wide. He suddenly thought of the Overlord Saint in the past. That guy's ending was extremely pitiful, but when he was about to speak, he could not. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's calm and determined expression, he was a little dazed. Are you really ready? He asked with a complicated tone. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 589. Zhou Xuanji looked at the old beggar and shrugged as he said, I've been hearing this so much lately that my ears have grown calluses. Whether I'm prepared or not, I'll have to face it. I'm always prepared for any battle. The old beggar was moved by his eyes and said with a smile, That's right. As my disciple, you can't be a coward. Zhou Xuanji smiled, but did not reply. Come on, you just kept pouring cold water on me. Qiu, who could not help but complain, his tone filled with disdain. He couldn't stand the sight of the old beggar. In his eyes, the old immortal was more like Zhou Xuanji's teacher. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji took out demon god Tianwu, demon god Nanming, demon ancestor, and demon god Jihuang. The bodies of the four demon gods exuded a domineering aura. Their faces were ferocious, and they exuded a boundless, baleful aura. The old beggar's expression changed. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to have already obtained 4 demon god clones. Looks like you have a lot of secrets on you. To be able to refine 4 demon gods into doppelgangers, such a method is very rare. The old immortal said intently, while the old beggar was also sizing up Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that this kid had another master? This was the first time Qiu who had seen him take out 4 demon god bodies at once. The old immortal waved his right hand, and a huge black cauldron appeared in front of him, causing Qiu Hu and the old beggar to retreat in shock. Bring your avatar into the cauldron. It will be very painful. Of course, I believe you can endure it. The old immortal chuckled. His serious expression disappeared, and he became kind again. Zhou Xuanji nodded and brought the 4 demon god clones into the cauldron. Qiu Hu sat down on the ground. The old beggar looked at the old deity and said, We have already agreed on what happened before. Don't forget. With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. The old immortal stopped him and asked, You don't care about Zhou Xuanji? He's also your disciple, and he's told me a lot about the interactions between the two of you. I can tell that he respects you a lot. Hearing this, the old beggar trembled and his body stiffened. He sighed and said, I don't have a clone, so I'm really powerless. Moreover, you're here. You're equivalent to his master. With that, he left without hesitation. He had so many disciples, but during critical moments, he could only take care of one. Looking at him leave, Qiu Hu curled his lips and harumphed. Didn't he just make master your disciple? He could not understand why the old beggar would abandon Zhou Xuanji. Could there be other disciples more important than Zhou Xuanji? The old immortal shook his head and smiled. He is indeed a good master. He is more suitable than me. The old beggar could communicate with his disciple with his true feelings, but he couldn't. In his eyes, everyone was equal, including Zhou Xuanji. He only felt that Zhou Xuanji had the potential to go to the Kunlun Origin Court. Qiu Hu glanced at the old immortal and muttered, You don't mean it. Why did the old immortal not treat him as well as Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji and the 4 demon gods came to a place with many volcanoes. Thunderclouds covered the sky, and torrential rain poured down. However, it was unable to extinguish the raging flames in the surroundings. The rain fell into the streams of lava and gave rise to bursts of charred smoke. Zhou Xuanji and the demon gods' bodies were hit by the rain, and he muttered, This is the world within the cauldron? He subconsciously looked at the intersecting magma rivers beside him. Could it be that he was going to use them to temper his body? At this moment, his expression changed. The rain became scalding hot. Even his powerful body turned red from the impact. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been melted instantly. He did not use his celestial energy to protect his body, but accepted the rain calmly. Since it was body tempering, how could he resist? The four demon gods' bodies did not move and accepted the rain quietly. Zhou Xuanji, fighting against destiny and the heavenly law is a path of no return for you. You will suffer unimaginable pain, and you might even face eternal loneliness. Remember, the more pain you can endure, the more power you will gain. The old immortal's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. It was majestic and indifferent, like the might of the heavens. Zhou Xuanji did not reply, but engraved the old immortal's words in his heart. His black hair was drenched by the scalding rain. He sat down with his legs crossed and channeled the world Buddha art. The old immortal began to chant the great Tao's voice. The rain grew hotter. In a short while, Zhou Xuanji was covered in blood, and the four demon gods' bodies began to tear. Even with the great Tao's voice by his ears, Zhou Xuanji was still tortured by the extreme pain. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Outside the black cauldron, the old immortal sat on the doorsill and sighed faintly. He had once planned a perfect path for Zhou Xuanji's development. It was a pity that he did not divine Zhou Xuanji's fate. "Senior, what are the chances of him defeating destiny?" Qiuhu asked from the side. The old immortal was silent for a while before replying. "If it were anyone else, there would be no chance. But if it's him, the chances are minuscule." Qiuhu was stunned and asked in astonishment why. Minuscule sounded hopeless, but it represented a glimmer of hope. "Because I believe in him." The old immortal smiled as he reminisced. He began to recall the time he spent with Zhou Xuanji. In the vast starry sky, old ancestor Hongshi and heavenly lord Xiantai stood opposite each other. Their faces were cold. "The enemy is just outside, and you still want to fight among yourselves?" Old ancestor Hongshi asked with a deep voice. His tone was filled with rage. Heavenly Lord Xiantai replied indifferently, "I'm not satisfied until I destroy Wanshin Great Thousand. If you want to stop me, then I will remove your heavenly saint title. With one less heavenly saint, we will be stronger." Just when he finished speaking, a black hole appeared behind him, and a black silhouette stepped out slowly. That person looked exactly like Heavenly Lord Xiantai, but his body was pitch black like a shadow. Old ancestor Hongshi's expression changed drastically. "You are using that power," he cried out in shock. "Are you crazy?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai laughed maniacally. "Hongshi, can't you see it clearly? The heavenly law is about to be destroyed. 9 is the limit. Destiny has begun interfering, and everything will return to the cycle of reincarnation. The battle between the heavenly saints is our only chance of survival." After that, the entire starry sky turned into extreme darkness. Countless stars disappeared. Heavenly Venerable Xiantai split into countless clones that surrounded old ancestor Hongshi. The black silhouette grew taller quickly and looked down at old ancestor Hongshi. Old ancestor Hongshi took a deep breath. A gigantic red lion head formed above his head and roared furiously in the dark void. A golden beam of light shot out from the darkness at an extremely fast speed. Old ancestor Hongshi glanced over and was pleasantly surprised. The next second, his expression changed suddenly. He quickly dodged the golden beam's attack. "Yongling, what are you trying to do?" Old ancestor Hongshi roared furiously. His voice was trembling. Buddha Yongling came over on his lotus throne, radiating with boundless radiance. He stared at old ancestor Hongshi expressionlessly and said, "Hongshi, you are too willful and reckless. You will die sooner or later. I am here to take your soul and reincarnate you in the next cycle." Old ancestor Hongshi almost exploded in anger. This guy dared to betray him. Chapter 590. In the face of Patriarch Hongshi's anger, Buddha Yongling shook his head. He quickly flew up. In the blink of an eye, he reached the same height as the black shadow. He looked down at old ancestor Hongshi and said, "Hongshi, You are the heavenly saint who is the least like a heavenly saint. You do not meet the standards of the heavenly Tao's rules. I have advised you many times to not interfere with the matters of the masses, but you did not listen. Back then, nurturing saint contenders went against the heavenly Tao. Today, the celestial and I will join hands to exterminate you. If there is a next life, don't try to prove your Tao. You are only fit to be immortal. After saying that, he raised his right hand and grabbed at Ancestor Hongshi. Ancestor Hongshi was infuriated. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. If that was the case, then let's go all out and have a great battle. In the world of the Black Cauldron, Zhou Xuanji and the demon gods were still being battered by the scorching rain. At a glance, they looked like skeletons covered in flesh and blood, looking incredibly eerie. The old immortal's voice of the great Tao continued. Zhou Xuanji was already used to the pain. It could even be said that he was numb to it. His mind fell into an unprecedented state of tranquility. At this moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly came. Wind blades that were visible to the naked eye attacked his body, scraping away his flesh and causing him to frown slightly. Boundless spiritual energy gathered around him, along with all sorts of fragrant smells. After entering his body, his pain lessened slightly, and his flesh began to heal at a visible rate. He, who was originally numb, felt the pain again. What is worse than death? Right now but he still persisted. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die like this. What about the heavenly Tao? What about fate? Since they dared to let him die, then he would pierce through everything. He communicated with the sword spirit in his mind. Sword spirit, is this situation really unsolvable for me? The supreme legendary sword system was said to be formed by serendipity from the world's beginning. Perhaps it was because of it that Zhou Xuanji was banished by destiny. Sword Master, are you afraid? The sword spirit asked. His tone was as emotionless as ever. Zhou Xuanji replied, I'm not afraid, but everything around me tells me that I will die for sure. I need confirmation. Although the old immortal was very calm, he could clearly tell that the old immortal also felt that he had a slim chance of survival. As for the old beggar, he might have already given up on him. He didn't blame the old beggar because he hadn't repaid him yet. For the old beggar, he also had the most important person. If it were Zhou Xuanji, if he could only choose one person to protect, he would choose Jiang Shui without hesitation. In the mortal world, no matter how high one's cultivation was, the word love was engraved in one's bones and heart. You are the Sword Emperor. No matter what danger you face, you will destroy it with one sword. If one sword is not enough, you will destroy it with 10,000 swords. If 10,000 swords are still not enough, you will use 1,000,000 swords. This is your original belief. Have you forgotten? The sword spirit replied. Its words made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes suddenly. The wind blade pierced toward his eyes. His purple eyes shone with a strange light. The wind blades melted as soon as they got close to his eyes. That's right. I don't need to care about what others think. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His tone became extremely determined. So what if it was fate? In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. The Wanchang Great Thousand had already survived the apocalypse. All living beings were reproducing, and the various sects were also developing at their own pace. On this day, golden lotuses and countless red hairs suddenly rained down from the sky, covering the entire Wanchang Great Thousand. It was the same for all the mortal realms connected to Wanchang Great Thousand. The golden lotuses descended, and Hongshi fell. Out of the 8 heavenly lost saints, another one was eliminated. In the forest, Si Mingyan and Xiandaoya looked up. What's going on? Another heavenly saint has fallen? Xiandaoya asked in astonishment. He had experienced the fall of a heavenly saint before, and it was the same vision. Si Mingyan's expression changed slightly, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He immediately understood who had fallen. Old ancestor Hongshi. How can it be? He's so powerful. How can he fall? Si Mingyan's chest heaved up and down. His eyes turned red instantly, as though they were filled with blood. Old ancestor Hongshi would always protect the geniuses that he valued. It was the same for him and Zhou Xuanji. Seeing his reaction, Xiandaoya immediately understood. Old ancestor Hongshi has fallen. Could it be? Xiandaoya immediately thought of many possibilities, and his expression changed drastically. The heavenly saints were fighting among themselves. Now, there were only 7 heavenly saints left. At this moment, footsteps came from behind them. Xiandaoya turned around and cried out in shock with his eyes wide open. "It's you." The person who came was a man wearing a black robe and a hood. He had a handsome face and strands of white hair. His eyes were deep, and there were 2 intersecting crescent moons between his brows. "Xiandaoya, long time no see," he said with a smile. He turned to look at Si Mingyan and said with a smile, "Hey, do you want to take revenge for old ancestor Hongshi? Do you want to become the next heavenly saint?" Xiandaoya's expression changed. He was a little nervous. Si Mingyan turned to look at the black-robed man and asked, "Who are you?" He instinctively scanned the other party with his divine sense, but realized that he could not see through him. "My surname is Run. As for my name, I have many. I like people to call me Ren-Niming," the black-robed man said with a smile. His eyes sparkled, and he gave off a shrewd feeling. In the Black Cauldron's world, a stream of violet qi descended from the sky and entered Zhou Xuanji's body. He opened his eyes and said in shock, "This is heavenly law violet qi. Why would another stream of heavenly law violet qi descend? This is old ancestor Hongshi's saint position. He gifted this heavenly law violet qi to you to give you a chance of survival." The old immortal's voice came. His tone was incredibly calm. "What about him?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Sage Daojing had only handed over the heavenly law of violet qi after leaving Wanshan Great Thousand. Could it be that old ancestor Hongshi was going to follow in Sage Daojing's footsteps? "He's already fallen." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted, as if he had heard wrongly. "Fallen? How could it be? Even if he encountered Heavenly Lord Xiantai, they should be evenly matched. Between heavenly saints, it was impossible for them to kill each other in a one-on-one battle, unless old ancestor Hongshi was attacked by many heavenly saints. I don't know why he fell, but a catastrophe is coming, and even the heavenly saints have fallen. It seems that the danger you are facing is beyond your imagination," the old immortal continued. In other words, Zhou Xuanji would have to face all of the heavenly saints. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. He did not have a good impression of old ancestor Hongshi, but this guy gave him the heavenly law of violet qi before he fell, which made him feel bad. He took a deep breath and asked, "Is my body powerful enough?" 5 years passed. His body was constantly being reconstructed. The boiling rain, wind blades, magma, and billions of lightning bolts transformed his body. He did not know how powerful he was, but he could feel that he was reborn. "Wait a little longer. You can contact your people and prepare to escape," the old immortal replied. These words made Zhou Xuanji's expression change slightly. He immediately closed his eyes and focused on the world and the lotus. Chapter 591. Emperor's Sword Court and the Divine Cliff moved very quickly, especially after hearing that the Heavenly Saint wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. They were all afraid that they would fall behind. In the Black Cauldron's world, Zhou Xuanji used his consciousness to communicate with the world in the lotus while enduring the pain of body tempering. He could look down at the entire world in the lotus. The tens of millions of people had already begun to disperse and find their own places to cultivate. He had planted many natural treasures in the world in the lotus, and the spiritual qi was abundant. It was not inferior to the Wanshan Great Thousand. After confirming that the situation was stable, Zhou Xuanji continued to focus on tempering his body. While he was suffering, the Wanshan Great Thousand faced a catastrophe. He couldn't care less and didn't want to think about it anymore. Heavenly Venerable Xiantai floated above the sea of clouds as countless meteorites flew past him, smashing towards Wanshan Great Thousand. His face was expressionless and his eyes were indifferent. Behind him stood a black shadow whose facial features and figure were exactly the same as his. The black shadow asked, "What? Can't bear it?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai did not reply, but his eyes betrayed him. The enmity between him and Venerable Dao Jing should really be paid by the Wanshan Great Thousand? For some unknown reason, after old ancestor Hongshu's death, his heart began to soften, and he was no longer as ruthless as before. Sage Dao Jing and old ancestor Hongshu's heavenly law of violet qi is on that person called Zhou Xuanji. Spread this news and make Wanshan Great Thousand fight among themselves. We can even spread this news to other Great Thousand worlds and make other heavenly saints and saint contenders fight over it. The Black Shadow continued. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Xiantai nodded slightly. He did not hate Zhou Xuanji too much, but this would save Wanshan Great Thousand from being exterminated. Everyone, listen up. Zhou Xuanji has 2 heavenly law of violet qi. If you obtain one, you can become a saint. Heavenly Lord Xuantie's voice resounded throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand. At the same time, the descending meteorites disappeared. As long as I become a saint, I can stand above all living beings and no longer be controlled by the catastrophe. His voice was very calm, causing the hearts of all living beings in the calamity to tremble. Sainthood. The next moment, the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was in an uproar. The Wanshan Great Thousand had been through so many hardships recently, and all the living beings were holding their breaths. They wanted to rise. They were no longer willing to wait for death and despair. Now, the Wanshan Great Thousand was in a frenzy to find Zhou Xuanji. Emperor Sword Court and Divine Cliff were the first to be targeted. Very soon, everyone discovered that Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff had disappeared. Where did Emperor Sword Court go? Zhou Xuanji must have escaped. Damn it. He even said that he was going to use his sword to save the world. Utter bullshit. They must have left Wanshan Great Thousand. What do I do? My chance to become a sage is gone. For a time, the Center God province became the target of public criticism. Zhou Xuanji did not know about this, and even if he knew, he would not care. In front of the temple, Heavenly Lord Xuantie's sudden appearance startled Qiu, who so much that he stood up. The old immortal was still sitting on the doorsill, calm and collected. He was not at all moved by Heavenly Lord Xuantie's arrival. You want to protect him? Heavenly Lord Xiantai asked expressionlessly. It was obvious that he knew the old immortal. The old immortal replied calmly, "No, I'm just fulfilling my promise to him. He'll come out soon." Heavenly Lord Xiantai narrowed his eyes and said, "What exactly are you planning?" The old immortal and the old beggar were still seniors to these heavenly saints. Even if he hadn't become a sage, Heavenly Lord Xiantai wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. It's not that I'm planning anything, but you're being schemed against. The old immortal smiled faintly. His words were like a knife that pierced Heavenly Lord Xuantie's heart. Schemed. Heavenly Lord Xuantie's expression changed drastically. When old ancestor Hongshu died, he sensed that something was amiss. He felt that everything was too strange. But there was a reason for it. It was because Sage Daojing provoked him that he was enraged. But why was he so vengeful? He even took revenge on the people of Wanshan Great Thousand. This was the demeanor of a heavenly saint. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist. "Please enlighten me." Qiu swallowed his saliva. A heavenly saint bowed to the old immortal. Domineering. Too domineering. The old immortal shook his head and said, "Actually, you know what's going on. Who else can control a heavenly saint?" Boom! A bolt of lightning descended. But when it neared the temple, it was blocked by a formless energy and dissipated in the air. Heavenly Lord Xiantai took a deep breath and immediately understood what he meant. "Thank you." Heavenly Lord Xiantai left after saying this. In the blink of an eye, he left Wanshan Great Thousand. He could already feel fear. In the Black Cauldron's world, Zhou Xuanji was still undergoing the tempering of his body. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 356 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Connecting Heaven Sky Destroyer. celestial shaking, hell god's sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind. He did not open his eyes, but continued to cultivate. In 5 years, he had obtained 12 legendary swords. The highest grade was connecting heaven, and the lowest was gold. Although they were not very helpful to his power, it was good to have a few more. Boom! He broke through to connecting heaven level 3. The tempering of his body did not help his cultivation much, but he was already close to breaking through. In 5 years, I will let you out. The next 5 years will be truly painful. The old immortal's voice sounded in his ears. He did not even open his eyes. Pain was nothing to him, as long as he could become more powerful. Boom! At this moment, the ground shook violently. A horrifying pressure descended from the sky, and he looked up in shock. He saw a fiery glow in the sky. Billowing flames billowed out, shaking everyone's heart. At a glance, there was no end to the sea of flames. This is Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. He thought of a possibility, and his scalp turned numb. Boom! The boundless sea of flames descended suddenly, as though the sky had collapsed. The heavens and the earth merged together, covering Zhou Xuanji and the demon gods. The cauldron turned into a sea of flames that burned everything. Outside the cauldron, Xiaohu looked at the black cauldron with cold sweat on his forehead. "Is he really okay?" he asked with gritted teeth. The black cauldron was visibly burned red, and the surrounding space was distorted from heat. The old immortal said calmly, "This is nirvana. If it were you, you would die, but not him." Xiaohu did not feel humiliated, but worried for Zhou Xuanji. Gradually, thunder clouds gathered in the sky above the Taoist temple and surged ceaselessly. It was as though the end of the world was coming. The old immortal looked up and laughed softly. "Seems like someone can no longer sit still." Xiaohu looked up as well. He could sense an extremely powerful aura levitating above the Wanshan Great Thousands 33 heavens. It was looking down at the world and observing the world. He frowned and asked, "What's his cultivation stage?" The old immortal replied, "Saint Contender. He's more powerful than you." Chapter 592. Above the 33rd heaven, a figure covered in raging flames stood proudly. His gaze was lowered as he looked left and right, as if he was searching for something. His face was also covered in flames. His crimson armor gave off a violent aura, making him look like a god of fire. "What's going on? Why can't I sense the aura of the heavenly law of violet chi?" He mumbled to himself with a frown. He immediately swooped down and was prepared to check on Wanshan Great Thousand personally. Not long after he descended, another 3 people with horrifying auras descended. "Zhou Xuanji is here. Humph! He dares to possess 2 heavenly law of violet chi. That brat must be tired of living. Move faster, or someone else will get to him before us." The 3 silhouettes flew into the sea of clouds and disappeared. After a period of time, many powerful cultivators came to Wanshan Great Thousand. The heavenly law of violet chi was too attractive. Who did not want to become a saint? Especially for those who stood at the pinnacle below the heavenly saints. The heavenly law of violet chi was their biggest goal. An operation to capture Zhou Xuanji began in all heavens. In front of the temple, the old immortal got up slowly and said, "This is not a good place to stay." After that, he waved his sleeves and teleported Xiaohu, the black cauldron, and the temple away. Xiaohu opened his eyes again and found himself in the dark void. The old immortal and his temple were just beside him. The black cauldron, which was scorched red, was spinning in the void like a pendulum. The old immortal continued to meditate before the black cauldron and waited quietly. Xiaohu wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He wanted to help, but he realized that he did not even know how to say it. "Don't be impatient. Calm your heart. This is his tribulation, not yours," the old immortal said with a calm tone. Xiaohu could only try his best to calm himself down. In the Lotus World, on a cliff, Daoya Old Man sat facing the south. His hands were crossed over his legs. Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian stood behind him and waited curiously. "Mother, do you think Grand Teacher can do it?" Zhou Shaoxian mumbled with a doubtful look. Daoya Old Man said that he wanted to change Zhou Xuanji's fate. He had been sitting here for a year, but he still could not change it. Jiang Shui said softly, "This is a token of his goodwill." Both mother and daughter addressed Deoya Old Man as Grandmaster, which was an order from him. At this moment, Deoya Old Man suddenly opened his eyes and sighed, "I overestimated myself." The current Zhou Xuanji was not someone he could change. Zhou Xiaoxian comforted him. "It's okay. Haven't you always overestimated yourself?" Deoya Old Man's mouth twitched as he felt his liver ache. Jiang Shui glared at Zhou Xiaoxian and smiled at Deoya Old Man. "Grandmaster, you should start cultivating now. You don't have to be afraid of the heavenly tribulation. After all, we are no longer in the northern wilderness region." "Cultivate?" Deoya Old Man fell into a trance. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and sighed. "I wonder how father is doing and how the outside world is doing." Every time she thought of how her father was still suffering, she felt terrible. Jiang Shui became worried when she heard this. She didn't notice that Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes were glowing with a purple light. Zhou Xiaoxian suddenly heard a voice. She frowned slightly, but remained calm. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. In the dark void, the old immortal opened his eyes, which were filled with vigor. He smiled and said, "It's finally done." Chiu heard him and opened his eyes as well. The charred black cauldron shook violently, and a horrifying aura emanated from it. Boom! The black cauldron exploded suddenly, and a silhouette leaped out. His body was burning with flames, and his eyes were glowing with a purple light. Battle Path Flame Soul. It was Zhou Xuanji. The 4 demon god bodies had already fused with his body, which boosted his aura to the extreme. At this moment, he was like a peerless devil that charged out from the abyss. He quickly retracted the flames on the surface of his body and put on a white shirt. His black hair danced wildly, and one could vaguely see streaks of fire. Qiuhu opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock, "Master, how powerful are you now?" He felt that Zhou Xuanji had completely transformed. Just his aura alone was enough to make him shudder. Zhou Xuanji looked calm. His figure and face did not look any different from before, but his eyes were emanating a dangerous aura. "I'm not sure, but I feel that my physical strength is enough to destroy everything." Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The old immortal frowned slightly and said, "The difference between becoming a saint and a demon is just a thought." Zhou Xuanji bowed to him and said, "Senior, can I go out now?" The old immortal narrowed his eyes and nodded lightly. Zhou Xuanji immediately disappeared. Qiuhu was stunned and asked, "What is he trying to do?" The old immortal replied, "What will happen if you suffer endless pain in the cauldron?" Qiuhu opened his eyes wide and shuddered in fear. He hurriedly bowed and left as well. The old immortal shook his head and sighed, "What a great destiny!" On a mountain peak in Wanxin Great Thousand, Zhou Xuanji appeared out of nowhere and stood by the cliff, facing the wind. He was expressionless, and numerous legendary swords appeared around him. Qiuhu appeared beside him and asked with gritted teeth, "Master, what are you trying to do?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Just wait and see." The 4 demon god bodies flew out from his body and stood around him. He exploded with his horrifying aura, shaking the heavens and earth. "I, Zhou Xuanji, am here. Whoever wants the heavenly law violet chi, come forth." Zhou Xuanji cried out. His voice resounded across the entire Wanxin Great Thousand. With the thunderclap sword in his right hand and the history asunder sword in his left, he maintained his explosive aura. "Master, are you crazy?" Qiuhu said anxiously. "Your enemies are not just the living beings of Wanxin Great Thousand." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "So what?" Boom! The mountain under his feet trembled continuously as though it would crumble at any moment. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "Since destiny wants to banish me, no matter who the enemy is, be it the heavenly saints or living beings, come and die." When he was tempering his body in the cauldron, he had already thought it through. He did not need to care about the so-called justice. If living beings wanted to destroy him, then he would destroy them. If the heavens wanted to destroy him, then he would destroy the heavens. So what if it was destiny? He would face it head-on. All worlds, If you dare to harbor any malicious thoughts, die by my sword." His voice was filled with bone-chilling murderous intent, which sent chills down Xiaohu's spine. Not only did Zhou Xuanji's body change, but even his mentality changed drastically. At this time, two peerlessly powerful auras flew over from the front. Without even looking, Zhou Xuanji slashed with the thunderclap sword. Billions of heavenly lightning weaved into a lightning net that connected the heavens and earth. It swept out and destroyed everything in its path. Before the two powerful cultivators could react, they were killed by the heavenly lightning. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. They would never be able to reincarnate. A massive amount of magic energy entered Zhou Xuanji's body, causing his white robe to flutter violently. His purple eyes were extremely cold, like the eyes of the abyss behind the light. They contained boundless murderous intent. Chapter 593. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's back, Qiuhu knew that he could not dissuade him. "Forget it. Let's go crazy with him." Qiuhu gritted his teeth and sat down on the ground to cultivate. He wanted to see what Zhou Xuanji could do to this world. Zhou Xuanji began suppressing the magic energy in his body. He did not use the 9-soul fusion technique, but his body had already transformed, which was enough to suppress the violent magic energy that surged into his body. Since he was in a fight against destiny, he must try his best to become more powerful. Enemies were just perfect for him. Demon God Tianwu, Demon Ancestor, Demon God Nanming, and Demon God Jihuang stood around him like 4 iron towers. Each of them faced one direction and looked domineering. A while later, as the dust settled, countless silhouettes appeared. They were all demons and monsters with ferocious faces. They were scattered in every corner of the world and surrounded Zhou Xuanji and the others. "Zhou Xuanji, hand over 1 heavenly law of violet qi, and we will let you go." A cold voice came. The demon emperor, who was wearing an emperor's robe, descended from the sky. 36 demon lords followed behind him, including Snake Lord Qingshi. All of them were above connecting heaven level 2. Together with the countless demon soldiers and demon generals, it was enough to scare anyone out of their wits. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. His purple pupils locked onto the demon emperor and said softly, "Do you want to die?" Hearing him, the demon emperor's face darkened immediately. He did not attack Zhou Xuanji directly because he had worked with him before. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to ignore their friendship. "Don't waste your breath on him. Snatch it." "Humph. Holding 2 heavenly law of violet qi alone. Aren't you afraid of bursting to death? This guy is too greedy. He almost brought destruction to the Wanshan Great Thousand. Kill him. Attack together. This guy is very powerful." The 36 demon lords spoke together. All of them held onto their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. The demon emperor raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Zhou Xuanji. "If so, Zhou Xuanji," he said coldly, "don't blame us for not showing mercy." Boom! A horrifying bolt of purple lightning tore apart the thunderclouds and struck toward Zhou Xuanji. The lightning was imbued with destructive power. Zhou Xuanji quickly raised the thunderclap sword, and the 9 extreme legendary sword gave off a berserk suction force, directly absorbing the purple lightning. The demon Thearka's eyes widened. The 36 demon lords were also shocked, and the demon soldiers and demon generals in the distance were in an uproar. "Impossible! That's the god-punishing thunder technique created by His Majesty the Demon God. Where did that sword come from? What a great sword emperor! No wonder he is so arrogant. Why do I have an ominous feeling?" The demon army was a little flustered. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and said, "A divine ability that descends from the sky. I have it too." He shook his right arm and used heavenly sword ascent. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning erupted from the thunderclap sword and rose into the sky, condensing into many heavenly swords that fell down crazily. He had fused the primordial chaos sword shadow with the heavenly sword descent. Coupled with the terrifying power of the thunderclap sword, it was definitely a nightmarish killing power. The expressions of the Beast Arch and the 36 Beast Lords changed drastically as they gathered their magic power to create a light barrier to block the Heaven Sword. Boom, boom, boom. The Beast Lords were destroyed in both body and soul by the Heaven Sword. It was a pitiful sight, and the demon soldiers and generals could not resist at all. The Beast the Arch's magic barrier was also penetrated, but he reacted quickly and dodged quickly. After dodging one sword, there was still another. No, I must escape. The Beast the Arch quickly made a decision to abandon the demon army and escape. Swish! An air-piercing sound came from behind him. Before the Beast the Arch could turn around, his chest was pierced by the thunderclap sword, and heavenly lightning surrounded his body. Void instant kill. How is this possible? The Beast the Arch's expression changed drastically. He could not believe his fate. What kind of divine ability was this? Wasn't it too fast? Following this, his magic energy was drained by the thunderclap sword, and his body turned into dust. His soul was locked in place by the thunderclap sword, and he could not break free at all. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji and cursed. Zhou Xuanji, are you really going to kill me? Zhou Xuanji's gaze was cold, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. You want to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you? He raised his left hand and pointed his middle finger at the Beast Arch. The Beast Arch did not understand this gesture, and his soul dissipated. The 36 Beast Lords died as well. The demon soldiers and generals either died or escaped. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all because there was no need to. The heavenly sword descent blasted the heavens and earth into chaos again. Dust billowed, and the light dimmed. It was like the beginning of the world before the sun rose. Zhou Xuanji sat down and prepared to break through. Hundreds of legendary swords levitated above his head and circled around recklessly as though they were alive. Qiuhu's face was filled with shock. Too powerful, exterminating an entire race with one slash. Even someone as powerful as the Beast Arch could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Not only that, but the 4 demon god clones had yet to act. Just how powerful is he? Qiuhu thought to himself in a daze. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was not really crazy. When one was powerful to a certain extent, one could look down on everything. Far away, many cultivators were watching. When they saw what happened to the demons, they all retreated in fear. News of the Beast the Arch and the 36 Beast Lords' death spread like wildfire across the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji began to break through with the massive magic energy gathered by the demons. Connecting Heaven Level 4, his cultivation did not stop growing and continued to grow wildly. His body had already transformed and could withstand the unbridled growth of magic energy. Boom! A fiery fist that was tens of thousands of zhong in size struck from the front, as if the sun was crashing into them. Almost in an instant, massive fiery fists came from 7 other directions, including the top of his head. The 8 massive fiery fists pressed forward, which frightened Qiuhu so much that he got up immediately. The thunderclap sword trembled violently and exploded with countless bolts of heavenly lightning, which turned into a massive lightning net that engulfed the 8 fiery fists. The lightning net stirred the clouds in the sky, and the cities far away were all shocked. What's this? Lightning that covers the sky. Is the Sword Emperor fighting? Sword Emperor? God damn it, it's the Lightning Emperor. It's all heavenly lightning. It's 10,000 times more terrifying than the heavenly lightning I faced during my tribulation. The Sword Emperor is really enraged. Everyone was shocked. Just looking at the writhing lightning net in the sky made their scalps numb. A fiery silhouette pierced through the lightning net and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with unstoppable force. Humph! No wonder you are so arrogant. You have a saint's body and a heavenly saint's enchanted artifact. A voice filled with murderous intent resounded across the heavens and earth, revealing Zhou Xuanji's power to the world. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked over. In the dark sky, dust billowed like 10,000 dragons. A massive fireball appeared on the horizon like the approaching sun. It was majestic and majestic. He got up immediately. Even though the magic energy in his body was boiling and was not suitable for battle, he was not afraid. In the billowing flames, a godlike figure could be vaguely seen. "My name is Divine Lord Blazing Sunday. It will be your greatest honor to die in my hands." The other party spoke again, and a massive fireball exploded. Countless fiery lines spread rapidly to both sides, trying to surround the mountain where Zhou Xuanji was. "I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 594. Blazing Sun Immortal? Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully. He had heard such words countless times. The people who talked to him like that were all dead. Xiao, who clicked his tongue in wonder. "Blazing Sun Divine Lord, you are courting death. Do you understand?" As the first tiger since the birth of the Heavenly Tao, he naturally knew the top powerhouses under the Heavenly Tao. Blazing Sun Monarch was one of the first living beings in the world. Inside the vast sea of fire, Celestial Lord Blazing Sun did not respond. The billowing sea of flames engulfed the heavens and the earth, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and the others, making them feel as if they were in a sea of flames. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused, and countless illusory swords appeared out of nowhere. The tips of the swords pointed outwards and surrounded the mountain he was on. Great Chaos Sword Shadow. 10 billion sword projections appeared out of thin air, each less than half a meter away from the other. Before Sir God Blazing Sun could make a move, the primordial sword shadow moved first. Billions of sword shadows moved at the same time, so loud that even the deaf could hear, causing the surrounding space to shatter. The sea of flames was devoured by the void, and darkness spread from all directions. Zhou Xuanji raised the thunderclap sword and used ranged sword propelling. Whoosh! Celestial Lord Blazing Sun, who was hiding in the sea of fire, dodged subconsciously, but his body was still pierced by the thunderclap sword. This speed, when the flames dissipated, Blazing Sun Divine Lord looked horrified. He didn't panic and immediately used his divine ability. His body turned into flames and quickly exploded. He condensed his body again and came behind Zhou Xuanji. Dozens of red wings appeared on his back and pierced towards Zhou Xuanji like sharp blades. The 4 demon gods beside Zhou Xuanji simultaneously punched out. The fist wind gathered together and shattered the red wings. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through again and reached connecting heaven level 5. The demon race had so much magic power fused with his body. Even if a lot of it was consumed during the fusion process, it was still enough for him to continue breaking through. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at Divine Lord Blazing Sunday. His purple eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Blazing Sun Immortal, right? Although I don't know your background, it's no longer important." After saying that, he used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Hundreds of divine swords shone with white light and spun at high speed. He walked toward Blazing Sun Immortal step by step, holding his sword with both hands. With a single sentence, he had changed from a defender to an aggressor. Divine Lord Blazing Sun was unhappy with his tone. With a furious roar, he transformed into a phoenix and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with an unstoppable force. Weak. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully laughed and directly unleashed Sword Dao rules. With a flash of the sword light, the phoenix was torn apart. It was as if the sun had exploded, and the impact was visible to the naked eye, causing waves to appear in the void. Celestial Lord Blazing Sun was sent flying while vomiting blood. Zhou Xuanji came up to him in one step, and the two of them were less than a meter apart. Their eyes met. Immortal Blazing Sun saw a pair of eyes full of anger. This fellow isn't conceited. He's angry. Emperor Blazing Sun was shocked and felt incredible. He finally understood Zhou Xuanji's intentions. This kid wanted to take revenge on the common people. Before he could even speak, the Sword Dao rules erupted once again, destroying his body and soul. A mighty figure of a generation had fallen here. In the vast thousand worlds, Blazing Sun Immortal had the same status as the sun god. He was formed from a sun, and his cultivation was exceedingly high. From ancient times until now, he had rarely been defeated. Facing Zhou Xuanji this time, he was not a threat at all. Zhou Xuanji did not care about what Divine Lord Blazing Sun was thinking before he died. He turned and flew in a certain direction. Xiao Hu and the demon god clones hurriedly followed. This area had turned into a void and was isolated by Wanshen Great Thousand's power of heaven and earth. He did not intend to hide, but continued to accept challenges openly. Xiao Hu flew to his side and sighed in amazement. "You're too powerful. I feel that you are the heavenly law's great tribulation, purposely purging the common people." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him with a faint smile. Xiao Hu thought that he did not understand, and explained, "Each time a great tribulation comes, countless living beings die tragically. It seems to be because of the sins of some beings, but it's not. It's an inevitable rule of the heavenly law. Fate blinds people, giving birth to thoughts of revenge or abnormal ambitions." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "Who do you think I want to take revenge on? I didn't attack first." Xiao Hu heard him and felt that it made sense. But no matter how he looked at it, the current situation was a scene of a great tribulation, and Zhou Xuanji was the main character of the great tribulation. For the rest of their journey, they were attacked continuously. Zhou Xuanji crushed everything with his absolute power. Although his cultivation was growing, he did not break through. He was stuck at connecting Heaven Level 5. He was still waiting for Heavenly Lord Xuantie's arrival. But it was a pity that Heavenly Lord Xiantai had already left Wanshen Great Thousand. This day, they landed beside a surging river. The two sat down cross-legged while the four demon gods stood behind them. Xiao Hu could not stop laughing. He was still talking about a pitiful person who died under Zhou Xuanji's sword. "So funny?" Zhou Xuanji asked casually. He could not understand what this guy was laughing about. Xiao Hu burst out laughing. "Yeah, didn't you see how he died?" "Ha ha!" He laughed louder and louder, as though his laughing acupoint was sealed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked in another direction. He saw three people walking toward him side by side. They were Ren Niming, Xiandaoya, and Si Mengyan. Xiandaoya was sweating nervously. Facing Zhou Xuanji's peripheral vision, he quickly dodged. Xiao Hu also noticed the three of them coming. "It's you." Xiao Hu's expression changed drastically. He got up immediately and locked his gaze on Ren Niming, as though he wanted to devour him. Ren Niming had a smile on his face, giving off a very sinister and evil feeling. "Xiao Hu, long time no see. This time, I'm going to give you a serendipity," Ren Niming said with a smile. Ren Niming smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist stopped in front of him, less than 3 centimeters away from the bridge of his nose. The gust from the fist blew his hair backward. His expression did not change, but continued to look at Xiao Hu with a smile. "I don't care what you were planning. Get lost." Xiao Hu said word by word. His voice was like thunder, and his fury soared to the sky. "Who is he?" Zhou Xuanji's voice came. Xiao Hu took a deep breath and stared at Ren Niming. "He's Ren Niming," he said with gritted teeth. "He's extremely cunning. He's always scheming to steal fate." Ren Niming avoided his fist and brushed past him as he walked towards Zhou Xuanji. "Sword Emperor, I admire you the most. Do you want to fight Heavenly Lord Xiantai together?" "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the heavenly law of Violet Qi," Ren Niming asked Zhou Xuanji with a smile. He knew his place and stopped 15 meters away from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and realized that this guy was so profound that he could not see through his cultivation. "What do you want?" Zhou Xuanji asked indifferently. He wanted to deal with Heavenly Lord Xiantai and did not need anyone's help. Ren Niming smiled and said, "I just want to see if you could defeat destiny and change the heavenly law's rules." He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a trace of fanaticism in his eyes, as though he was looking at a rare treasure. He continued to speak. "I know why you were banished by destiny. So, do you want to work together?" Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 595. I have a way to make you tell me directly. Why should I work with you? Zhou Xuanji looked askance at Ren Niming and said with a smile. His tone was relaxed and did not contain any murderous intent. Ren Niming was not nervous. He shook his head and said with a smile, "You have your principles. I have no ill intentions toward you, so you will not attack me. Or else, what's the difference between you and those pitiful worms who died in the Great Tribulation? Principles could be laughable sometimes. It could even be said to be pathetic. But principles could keep one's heart firm and one's Tao more stable." Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and said, "People who think they're smart die easily." He did not like it when people played tricks with him. It was as though he was a chess piece that could be manipulated. It was fine if it was a heavenly saint. At least he was powerful enough. Could this Ren Niming be a heavenly saint too? Zhou Xuanji walked toward him. His aura exploded and froze the river. Xian Daoya trembled in fear. Si Mengyan sized up Zhou Xuanji with interest. No wonder the old ancestor said that he's the most talented. Si Mengyan sighed in his heart. Zhou Xuanji gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This meant that Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him. How long had it been? This was terrifying. Any powerful cultivator in the same era as Zhou Xuanji would be a tragedy. So many geniuses had died in Zhou Xuanji's hands. Who would mention them now? If you kill me now, how will you face destiny? You don't even know where destiny is and who is the executor of destiny. I can erase this memory before you attack, Ren Niming said with a smile. Ren Niming said with a smile. He was not angered by Zhou Xuanji, nor was he afraid. Zhou Xuanji smiled and stopped walking. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I'm not very patient," he said. He wanted to see if he could defeat destiny. Could it be any more fake? Did he think that he was the heavenly law that came down to watch a show? Ren Niming stopped smiling and said seriously, "My name has already told you the answer. If you are willing to work with me, then follow me to the netherworld now." Zhou Xuanji understood the look in his eyes. It seemed that this guy had been played by destiny before. After some thought, he nodded in agreement. He looked at Xian Daoya and said, "This guy is already your subordinate?" Ren Niming smiled and said, "Don't worry. He can answer whatever you want to ask. Of course, you'd better not kill him. He's still very useful." Xian Daoya sensed Zhou Xuanji's gaze and gave an awkward but polite smile. Qiuhu coldly snorted and said, "Lord, be careful. This fellow loves to scheme against others." Ren Niming glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Qiuhu, what did I plot against you? Back then, I helped you obtain so many treasures and even helped you join the great Emperor Dao court. But what have you ever repaid me for? I just left suddenly and didn't let you find me. Is it a scheme? Have you ever truly looked for me? Do you know if I ran away from you or if I ran into trouble? Have you ever sincerely helped me?" Qiuhu was rendered speechless by his question. Thinking about it, Qiuhu's ears turned red. "Let's go to the netherworld. On the way there, tell me why you want to go there," Zhou Xuanji said, interrupting their conversation. This helped Qiuhu walk out of his embarrassment. Ren Niming nodded and waved his right hand. A space crack appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it first. Zhou Xuanji stored all the demon god bodies into the Tianxia map and followed closely behind with Qiuhu. Xian Daoya and Si Mengyan followed at the back. They began passing through the yin-yang boundary. "Your birth mother must have looked for you. Your banishment must have something to do with her. Let's go and find her first. The one who started the trouble should be the one who started it," Ren Niming said casually as he looked down. "Why do you know so much about me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Ren Niming looked at him and said with a smile, "Since you were born, I have been observing you. You have been hunted since you were young. If not for me, you would not have had it so easy. Think about it. How many times have you been ambushed by Great Zhou's pursuers in Great Zhou?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately understood. "You were the one who altered the Northern Wilderness people's bloodline? Why did you do that?" Ever since the Northern Wilderness people altered the bloodline, there were fewer and fewer great emperors in the world. Even the number of ascenders decreased. To deal with the demonic emperor, of course. If not for what I did, you would have been controlled by the demonic emperor, including your family. If that was the case, the demonic emperor did not even need to do it himself. With just a thought, he could make you all walk up to him and be at his mercy. Ren Niming shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I don't like this guy. He was a pitiful worm, weak and petty. If not for him giving up his heart and submitting to fate, How could he have become who he is today? His tone was filled with disdain when he mentioned the demonic emperor. I purposely left behind a rumor to let people know that the person who altered the northern wilderness bloodline was surnamed Ren. This was to warn the demonic emperor. This was also the reason why the demonic emperor did not dare to enter the northern wilderness again. At this point, Ren Niming burst out in laughter, feeling very carefree. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about him. This person could play the demonic emperor in the palm of his hand. Could he be a saint? Or could he be like the old immortal and the old beggar who came from a higher realm? Ren Niming looked at Xian Daoya and said with a smile, "This guy is trying to imitate me, which is why there is Daoya, old man. But it's a pity that he is not capable enough to control the situation. The biggest difference between me and him is that I will not interfere with you. I give you space to grow, while he wants to use you too early." Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. "Too early? You mean you want to use me too?" Ren Niming shook his head again and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. "You came from outside the heavenly law. Back then, I saw that light clearly. It was I who guided you to be born in the northern wilderness region, hoping that you could live a better life and avoid the suffering of the world. But it's a pity that people's hearts are unpredictable. The women in the mortal realm are really cruel. After that, you were thrown into the river, and it was me who moved you to your wife. Your wife's background is not simple. I seized a great serendipity for you in advance, and one day, this serendipity will save your life." Zhou Xuanji frowned and became wary of Ren Niming. This guy had done so many things for him. From the looks of it, wasn't he Ren Niming's chess piece? And that light should be the supreme legendary sword system. Xiao Hu, Si Mengyan, and Xian Daoya were silent. They were not surprised because Ren Niming could do it. Xiao Hu and Xian Daoya were supported by him. Back then, the demonic emperor wanted to do it too, but Ren Niming looked down on him. "Don't think too much. I don't want you to repay me. I know that as long as you don't die, you'll go to a wider world sooner or later. The heavenly law is not your goal. Back then, I helped you because I wanted you to help me defeat destiny. But I did not expect destiny to find you first." "This is really interesting." Ren Niming laughed sinisterly. His eyes were filled with extreme, murderous intent. Xiao Hu could not help but ask, "What did destiny do to you?"